Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupations that is known as the children's hour. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices, soft and sweet. All right, you can say it now, honey.
I never saw a purple cow. I never hoped to see one. But I can tell you anyhow, I'd rather see than be one.
For cow fame. The Sheldon family without Father Herb is here. Linda, Amy, and young Randy. Phil Lampy's son Jimmy has an expose for you on the subject of a turtle. And we'll drop in at Gene Hamilton's to meet Bruce, Bob, Jeff, and 2-year-old Susie. Representing the teenage set is WNBC's lovely young singing star Sandy Stewart. And by transcription, we'll hear many more familiar school poems recited and sung by David Ross, Vera Lynn, and Leonard Warren. Anthology comes to you each Sunday afternoon at 3 and is presented by WNBC in conjunction with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. And now, let's go back to school. This is the happy music which introduces one of our very favorite people, Herb Sheldon, who dispenses his own particular brand of pleasant chatter a la platters 5 days a week over WNBC from 2:05 till 2:55. The microphone must be standard equipment around the Sheldon household, because when we asked Herb's 2 younger daughters and his son Randy to read their favorite poems, there was an immediate and enthusiastic response. Let's listen first to Amy. Amy is 8, and the poem she's picked concerns a little friend of hers. Well, he's a friend of hers on a sunny Sunday afternoon like this.
My shadow. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see. He is very, very like me from the heels up to the head, and I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed. The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow, not at all like proper children, which is always very slow, for he sometimes shoots up taller like an Indian rubber ball, and he sometimes gets so little that there's none of him at all. He hasn't got a notion of how children ought to play, and he can only make a fool of me in every sort of way. He stays so close behind me, he's a coward, you can see. I think shame to stick to nursie as that shadow sticks to me. One morning, very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shining dew on every buttercup, but my lazy little shadow, like an arrant sleepyhead, has stayed at home beside me and was fast asleep in bed.
Young Randy Sheldon, 7 years old, has chosen another poem by Robert Louis Stevenson. He's not a bit concerned with his shadow, but he has this to say concerning the rain. Randy?
Rain by Robert Louis Stevenson. The rain is raining all around. It falls on field and tree. It rains on the umbrellas here and on the ships at sea.
And now, Linda Sheldon, Herb's 14-year-old daughter. Linda leans slightly towards the supernatural. If you don't believe me, just listen.
The Little Ghost by Edna St. Vincent Millay. I knew her for a little ghost that in my garden walked. The wall is high, higher than most, and the green gate was locked. And yet I did not think of that till after she was gone. I knew her by the broad white hat, all ruffled she had on, by the dear ruffles round her feet, by her small hands that hung in their lace mitts, austere and sweet, her gown's white folds among. I watched to see if she would stay, what she would do, and oh, she looked as if she liked the way I let my garden grow. She bent above my favorite mint with conscious garden grace. She smiled and smiled. There was no hint of sadness in her face. She held her gown on either side to let her slippers show, and up the walk she went with pride, the way great ladies go. And where the walk is built in new and is of ivy bare, she paused, then opened and passed through a gate that once was there.
The voice of David Ross is almost synonymous with the words radio poetry. You've heard and enjoyed him many, many times on WNBC, I'm sure. David's versatility has always delighted us. One moment he'll be reading a poem as serious as Sandburg's Cool Tombs or as romantic as a Shakespearean sonnet. Then, in a twinkling, he turns to Lewis Carroll to lend a new whimsy to one of the most whimsical of all children's poems. With a special background score composed and played by Tony Mottola, David Ross invites you to meet the Jabberwocky.
'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome rats outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jubja bird, and shun the frumiest Bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes aflame came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O frabjous day, callooh, callay. He chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome rats outgrabe.
Sunday's back-to-school edition of Anthology. We gave him a call and explained our situation, and Gene promised us poetic performances via tape by the complete Hamilton brood, including little Susan, who is 2. Well, the tape arrived. We were going to edit it. But after listening to this delightfully informal family session, we decided to play the tape exactly as Gene and his kids recorded it. So let's just drop into Gene's home. Papa Gino himself is the family MC.
And now, here is Susie.
I don't want to run the lake. I'm the sailfish. Come back, Alexander. I shall cross the way. Now, Brucey, do it.
All right, here's Brucey.
I'm the road to win the way, where the fire and figures play. When the dawn comes up white Sunday, out of China across the bay.
Well, they're all going to be singers, I guess, instead of poets. And here's Bob.
I like short poems. This one is called Dopes. Frogs hop, birds fly, clocks stop, then die. Water's wet, fire's hot. Hens set, things rot. People drink, one hopes. Some think, others dopes.
And now, here's Jeff.
If your nose is close to the grindstone rough, and you hold it down there long enough, in time you'll say there's no such thing as brooks that babble and birds that sing. These three will all your world compose. Just you, the stone, and your silly old nose.
Psst. Susie, Brucey, are you still by the radio? Well, don't go away because we have something very special just for you. Listen.
Come back to Mandalay, where the old folks still lay. Can't you hear their maddles chanting from Random to Mandalay? On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, and the dog comes up like thunder out of China. Cross the bay.
And now for our back-to-school anthology, let's go back to the farm. At 6 o'clock every weekday morning, the very friendly voice of Phil Lampy brings you the WNBC farm news and latest market reports. Phil is a gentleman who practices what he preaches, since he owns the beautiful Lampy poultry breeding farm in Williamstown, New Jersey. Taking care of more than 5,000 chickens keeps the Lampys on the move, but we did manage to sidetrack one of Phil's sons for this afternoon's show.
Hi, this is Jimmy Lampy. I'm going to tell you about the little turtle. There was a little turtle. He lived in a box. He swam in a puddle, climbed on the rocks. He snapped at a mosquito. He snapped at a flea. He snapped at a minnow, and he snapped at me. He caught the mosquito. He caught the flea. He caught the minnow, but he didn't catch me.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Another of our very busy WNBC folk is Johnny Guarneri. He and his quartet are heard every day on Jack Liddell's musical scrapbook from 12:05 till 1. And they also hold forth on Saturday afternoons when Bill Cullen brings you Roadshow. Well, Johnny, this afternoon you can take a back seat because your three very pretty young daughters are taking care of things here in our anthology studio. Noelle, since you're the oldest, why don't you go first? Which poem have you picked for us?
I would like to read The Owl and the Pussycat. The owl and the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea-green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up to the stars above and sang to a small guitar. Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, what a beautiful pussy you are. Pussy said to the owl, you elegant fowl, how charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be married, too long we have tarried, but what shall we do for a ring? They sailed away for a year and a day to
to the land where the bang trees grow. And there in the wood a piggy wood stood, with a ring at the end of his nose, with a ring at the end of his nose. Dear pig, are you willing to sell for 1 shilling your ring? Said the piggy, I will. So they took it away and were married next day by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined on mince and slices of quince, which they ate with runcible spoon. And hand in hand, on the edge of the sand, they danced by the light of the moon, they danced by the light of the moon.
Noelle Guarneri, who is 11. At the opening of our program, you heard Jessie's stirring recitation of The Purple Cow. Jessie is 5. We tried to talk her into another poem for this family portion of the show, but Jessie's sticking to her guns on the subject of her very colorful bovine pal. As she said before,
I never saw a purple cow. I never hoped to see one. But I can tell you anyhow, I'd rather see than be one.
Jessie, I'm with you. I wouldn't want to be one either. And I'm not too sure I'd care to be the young fellow whom Cookie knows. This young lady's name is really Iris Lynn, but everyone, including us, likes to call her Cookie. Who's your boyfriend, Cookie?
This is a poem named Tired Tim. Poor Tired Tim. It's sad for him. He lags the long, bright morning through, ever so tired of nothing to do. He moans and mopes the livelong day, nothing to think about, nothing to say. Up to bed with his candle to creep, too tired to yawn, too tired to sleep. Poor Tired Tim. It's sad for him.
Noelle Guarneri and her sisters, Cookie and Jessie.
I never saw a purple
Jessie.
cow. I never hoped to see one.
Jessie,
but
not
I
again.
can tell you
Please, Jessie.
anyhow, I'd rather see than be one.
Well, I've never met a woman yet who didn't have the final word.
And this is no time to start, Fleetwood.
Well, Miss Sandy Stewart, our very attractive teenage singing star of Jack Liddell's musical scrapbook. Well, tell me, what have you chosen for us that's, shall we say, representative of favorite high school poetry, Sandy?
Well, Fleetwood, if I may, I'd like to read 2 of Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnets from the Portuguese. These are particularly popular with lots of the kids at school. The sonnets were written by the poetess for her husband, Robert Browning, and they were written with no thought of publication at all. Even the title was a slight effort at concealment, but in later years it was pretty clear that the sonnets were not translations, and the title was an intimate admission of her husband's playful way of calling her my little Portuguese. I think that's cute because of her olive skin. If thou must love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only. Do not say I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently, for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine, and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed, or change for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pities wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep, who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake,
that evermore thou mayest love on through love's eternity. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight, for the ends of being an ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs, and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breaths, smiles, tears of all my life. And, if God choose, I shall but love thee after death.
Sandy, thank you.
I just hope you'll invite me back again, Fleetwood.
That's the date, Miss Stewart, and thanks again. 4 hours from now, I'll already be winging my way to Lisbon on my vacation. I'm taking 3 weeks off to visit Europe. But I'm leaving behind an ample supply of transcribed programs, so you'll be hearing Anthology each Sunday afternoon at the same time. If I may, here's the schedule of shows in case you'd care to follow along with any of the more familiar works we've selected. Next week, as promised, a repeat performance of the Edna St. Vincent Millay Memorial Program starring Deems Taylor. Mr. Taylor will tell you about his friendship with the great poetess and read selections from her final book, Mine the Harvest. September 5th, Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe. September 12th, Canada Lee reads the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. And September 19th, Vincent Price reading the poems of Yeats and Archibald MacLeish reading from his own works. I'll be back for the program of September 26th, when we hope to bring you a preview of the new RCA album, A Midsummer Night's Dream, with the entire Old Vic Company starring Morris Shearer, Stanley Holloway, and Robert Helfman. We'd like to close our back-to-school edition of Anthology with one of our favorite children's poems, which is sung by Vera Lynn. From A.A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh, shh, Christopher Robin is saying his prayers.
My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them all.
You're listening to the voice of Lynn Fontanne reading The White Cliffs of Dover by Alice Dewar Miller. A page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love, her ways to roam. A body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter learnt of friends, and gentleness in hearts at peace under an English heaven. a few very beautiful thoughts of England expressed by the English poet Rupert Brooke in The Soldier. Our featured work on this afternoon's edition of Anthology also concerns England. Thoughts of England, a story of England, written by the American poetess Alice Dewar Miller. Miss Miller's narrative poem, The White Cliffs of Dover, covers a span of 2 generations, 2 world wars. It tells the story of an American wife faced with the problem of adjusting her life to the English way of life. On the screen in 1944, Susan Dunn was portrayed by Irene Dunn. This afternoon, we'll hear the role played by Lynn Fontanne in a Victor recording of the poem. The special musical score was written and conducted by Frank Black. And now, The White Cliffs of Dover.
I have loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I had no thought then of husband or lover. I was a traveller, the guest of a week. Yet when they pointed the white cliffs of Dover, startled I found there were tears on my cheeks. I have loved England, and still as a stranger. Here is my home, but I still am alone. Now in her hour of trial and danger, only the English are really her own. 1914, early May, London was crowded and rich and gay. A light blue carpet on the stair and tall young footmen everywhere, tall young men with English faces standing rigidly in their places. I went up the stairs between them all, strange and frightened and shy and small, and as I entered the ballroom door, saw something I never had seen before except in portraits. A stout old guest with a broad blue ribbon across his breast. That blue as deep as the southern sea, bluer than skies can ever be. The Countess of Salisbury, Edward III, no damn merit, the Duke. I heard my own voice saying, upon my word, the Garter, and clapped my hands like a child. Someone beside me turned and smiled, and looking down at me said, I fancy you're Bertie's Australian cousin Nancy. He told me to tell you that he'd be late at the Foreign Office and not to wait supper for him, but to go with me and try and behave as if I were he. I should have told him on the spot that I had no cousin, that I was not Australian Nancy, that my name was Susan Dunn, and that I came from a small white town on a deep-cut bay in the smallest state in the USA. I meant to tell him, but changed my mind. I needed a friend, and he seemed kind. So I put my gloved hand into his glove, and we danced together and fell in love. Young and in love, how magical the phrase, how magical the fact. Who has not yearned over young lovers when to their amaze they fall in love and find their love returned? We went to the Tower, we went to the Zoo, we saw every flower in the gardens at Kew. We saw King Charles a-prancing on his long-tailed horse and thought him more entrancing than better kings, of course. At a strange early hour in St. James's Palace yard, we watched in a shower the changing of the guard. And I said, what a pity to have just a week to spend when London is a city whose beauties never end. John had one of those English faces that always were and always will be found in the cream of English places till England herself sink into the sea. A blonde, bold face with prominent eyes, a little bit bluer than English skies. And what a voice he had, gentle, profound, clear, masculine. I melted at the sound. And still I did not see my life was changed, utterly different. By this love estranged forever and ever from my native land. That I was now of that unhappy band who lose the old and cannot gain the new, however loving and however true to their new duties. I could never be an Englishwoman. There was that in me, Puritan, stubborn, that would not agree to English standards, though I did not see the truth because I thought them good or ill, so great a people, and I think so still. The English are frosty when you're no kiss or kin of theirs, but how they alter when once they take you in. The kindest, the truest, the best friends ever known. It's hard to remember how they froze you to the bone. They showed me all London, Johnny and his friends. They took me to the country for long weekends. I never was so happy. I never had such fun. I stayed many weeks in England instead of just one. But a day came when I was forced to face facts. I went down to see the family place, John's mother, and the cradle of his race. A red brick manor house in Devon in a beechwood of old grey trees, ivy climbing to the clustered chimneys, rustling in the wet south breeze, gardens trampled down by Cromwell's army, orchards of apple trees and pears, casements that had looked for the Armada, and a ghost on the stairs. Johnny's mother, the Lady Jean, child of a penniless Scottish peer, was warm, handsome, high-coloured, lean, with eyes like Johnny's, more blue and clear, like bubbles of glass in her fine, tanned face. And presently she said, as they sooner or later always say, "You're an American, Miss Dunn. Really, you do not speak like one." She seemed to think she'd said a thing both courteous and flattering. I answered, though my wrists were weak with anger, "Not at all. I speak, at least I've always thought this true, as educated people do in any country, even mine." Really? I saw her head incline. I saw her ready to assert Americans are easily hurt. I saw the house with its oaken stair and the Tudor rose on the newel post, the panelled upper gallery where they told me you heard the family ghost. A gentle, unhappy ghost who sighs outside one's door on the night one dies. I saw the picture of every son, Percy the eldest and John and Bill in Chinese customs, and the youngest one, Peter the sailor at Osborn's, and the daughter, Enid, married, alas, to a civil servant in farm address. A little thing happened just before we left. The evening papers came. John, flicking them over to find a score, spoke for the first time a certain name, the name of a town in a distant land, etched on our hearts by a murderer's hand. Mother and son exchanged a glance, a curious glance of strength and dread. I thought, what matter to them if Franz Ferdinand dies? One of them said, "This might be serious." "Yes, you're right." The other answered, "It really might." The English love their country with a love steady and simple, wordless, dignified. I think it sets their patriotism above all others. We Americans have pride. We glory in our country's short romance. We boast of it and love it. But Englishmen will serve day after day, obey the law, and do dull tasks that keep a nation strong. Once I remember in London how I saw pale, shabby people standing in a long line in the twilight and the misty rain to pay their tax. I then saw England plain. Johnny and I were married. England then had been a week at war, and all the men wore uniform as English people can, unconscious of it. Percy, the best man, as thin as paper and as smart as paint, bade us goodbye with admirable restraint, went from the church to catch his train to hell, and died, saving his batman from a shell. We went down to Devon in a warm summer rain, knowing that our happiness might never come again. I, not forgetting till death us do part, was outrageously happy with death in my heart. Lovers in peacetime, with 50 years to live, have time to tease and quarrel and question what to give. But lovers in wartime better understand the fullness of living with death close at hand. My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them or the things they do. Whenever it's come to a knockdown fight with us, they were wrong and we right. If you don't believe me, cast your mind back over history, and what do you find? They certainly had no justification for that maddening plan to impose taxation without any form of representation. Your man may be all that a man should be, only don't bring him back to me saying he can't get decent tea. He could have got his tea all right in Boston Harbor a certain night when your great-great-grandmother, also a stew, shook enough tea from her husband's shoe to supply her house for a week or two. The War of 1812 seems to me about as just as a war could be. How could we help but come to grips with a nation that stopped and searched our ships and took off our seamen for no other reason except that they needed crews that season? I can get angry still at the tale of their letting the Alabama sail and Palmerston being insolent to Lincoln and Seward over the Trent. Oh, very long ago, you'll say, but whenever I go up Boston way, I drive through Concord, that neck of the wood where once the embattled farmers stood. And I think of Revere and the old South steeple, and I say, by heck, we're the only people who lick them, not only once, but twice. Never forget it. That's my advice. They have their points. They're honest and brave, loyal and sure as the grave. They make other nations seem pale and flighty, but they do think England is God Almighty. And you must remind them now and then that other countries breed other men. From all of which you will think me rather unjust. I am your devoted father. I read and saw my home with a sudden yearning, the small white wooden house, the grass-green door, my father's study with the fire burning and books piled on the floor. I saw the dear Curie, 2 black kittens, stalking relentlessly an empty spool. I saw a little girl in scarlet mittens trudging through snow to school. I settled down in Devon when Johnny went to France. Such a tame ending to a great romance. 2 lonely women with nothing much to do but to get to know each other. She did, and I did too. Mornings at the rectory learning how to roll bandages and always saving light and coal. Oh, that house was bitter as winter closed in. In spite of heavy stockings and woolen next to skin, I was cold and wretched, and never unaware of John more cold and wretched in a trench out there. All that long winter I wanted so much to complain, but my mother-in-law, as far as I could see, felt no such impulse, though she was always in pain, and as the winter fogs grew thick, took to walking with a stick heavily. And not for the blinking of an eye did she ever stop thinking of the suffering of Englishmen and her 2 sons in the trenches. Now and then I could forget for an instant in a book or a letter, but she never forgot either one, Percy or John, though I knew she loved one better, Percy the wastrel, the gambler, the eldest son. I think I shall always remember until I die her face that day in December, when in a hospital ward together she and I were writing letters for wounded men and dying, writing and crying over their words, so silly and simple and loving. Suddenly looking up, I saw the old vicar moving like fate down the hospital ward until he stood still beside her where she sat at a bed. Dear friend, come home. I have tragic news, he said. She looked straight at him without a spasm of fear, her face not stern or masked. Is it Percy or John? She asked. Percy. She dropped her eyes. I am needed here. Surely you know I cannot go until every letter is written. The dead must wait on the living, she said. This is my work. I must stay. And she did the whole long day. Out of the dark and dearth of happiness on earth, out of a world inured to death and pain, on a fair spring morn to me a son was born, and hope was born, the future lived again. To me a son was born, the lonely, hard, forlorn travail was, as the Bible tells, forgotten. How old, how commonplace to look upon the face of your firstborn and glory in your lot. to look upon his face and understand your place among the unknown dead in churchyards lying, to see the reason why you lived and why you die, even to find a certain grace in dying, to know the reason why buds blow and blossoms die, why beauty fades and genius is undone, and how unjustified is any human pride in all creation save this common one. And John came home on leave, and all was joy and thankfulness to me, because my boy was not a baby only, but the heir to the Devon acres, and a name as old as England. Somehow I became almost an Englishwoman, almost at one with all they ever did, all they had done. I want him called John after you, or if not that, I'd rather... But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. I don't ask to call him Hiram after my father, but the eldest is always called Percy, dear. But I hate the name Percy. I like Richard or Ronald or Peter like your brother, or Ian or Noel or Donald. But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. So the vicar christened him Percy, and Lady Jean gave to the child and me the empty place in her heart. Poor lady. It was as if she had seen the world destroyed, the extinction of her race, her country, her class, her name, and now she saw them live again. And I would hear her say, "No, I admire Americans. My daughter-in-law was an American." Thus she would well repay the debt, and I was grateful. They must come in the spring. Don't they care sixpence who's right? What a ridiculous thing saying they're too proud to fight. Saying they're too proud to fight. Wilson's pro-German, I'm told. No, it's financial. Oh, quite. All they care for is gold. Seem to like writing a note. Yes, as a penman he's bold. No, it's the Irish vote. What could I do but ache and long that my country, peaceful, rich and strong, should come and do battle for England's sake? What could I do but long and ache? And at last, like the dawn of a calm, fair day after a night of terror and storm, they came, my young, light-hearted countrymen, tall and gay, looking the world over in search of fun and fame, marching through London to the beat of a boastful air, seeing for the first time Piccadilly and Leicester Square, all the bands playing, over there, send the word to beware. And as the American flag went fluttering by, Englishmen uncovered, and I began to cry. How beautiful upon the mountains, how beautiful upon the downs, how beautiful in the village post office, on the pavements of town. How beautiful in the huge print of newspapers, beautiful while telegraph wires hum, while telephone bells wildly jingle the news that peace has come. That peace has come at last, that all wars cease. How beautiful upon the mountains are the footsteps of the messengers of peace. In the depth of the night, when the old house was sleeping, I lying alone in a desolate bed, heard soft on the staircase a slow footstep creeping, the ear of the living, the step of the dead. In the depths of the night, betwixt midnight and morning, a step drawing near on the old oaken floor, on the stair, in the gallery, the ghost that gives warning of death by that heartbreaking sigh at my door. Bad news is not broken by kind, tactful word. The message is spoken ere the word can be heard. The eye and the bearing, the breast make it clear, and the heart is despairing before the ears hear. I do not remember the words that they said. Killed, November. I knew John was dead. All done and over that day long ago. The white cliffs of Dover. Little did I know. Nanny brought up my son as his father before him, austere on questions of manners, habits, and food, generously yielding a mother's right to adore him, thinking that mothers never did sons much good. ready to lay down her life for her charge and ready to administer discipline without consulting me, bringing him up much better than I could do it, teaching him to be civil and manly and cool in the face of danger, and then, before I knew it, the time had come for him to go off to school. Off to school, to be rid of women's teaching, set on the road to manhood at 7 years old, into a world where a mother's hands vainly reaching will never more clasp and comfort and hold. Rabbits in the park scuttling as we passed, little white tails against the green grass. Next time, Mother, I really must bring my gun. I know you don't like shooting, but John's own son, that blonde, bold face, those clear, steady eyes, hard to be certain that the dead don't rise. Jogging on his pony through the autumn day, bad year for fruit, Mother, but good salt hay. Bowling for the village as his father had before, coming home at evening to read the cricket score, back to the old house where they had begun, just as his father and his grandfather had done. Later than many, earlier than some, I knew the die was cast, that war must come, that war must come. Night after night I lay, steeling a broken heart to face the day when he, my son, would tread the very same path that his father trod. When the day came, I was not sealed, not ready. Foolish, wild words issued from my lips. My child, why should you die for England too? He smiled. Is she not worth it if I must, he said. John would have answered yes, but John was dead. Is she worth dying for? My love, my one and only love, had died, and now his son asks me, his alien mother, to essay the worth of England to mankind today. I thought of my father's deep traditional wrath against England, the redcoat bully, the ancient foe, that second reaping of hate, that aftermath of a ruler's folly and ignorance long ago. Long, long ago. Yet who can honestly say England is utterly changed? Not I, not I. Arrogance, ignorance, folly are here today. And for these my son must die? I thought of these years, these last dark, terrible years, when the rulers of England bade the English believe lies as the price of peace. Lies and fears, lies that corrupt and fears that sap and deceive. Rulers of England, for them must I send out my only son to die? And then, I thought of the history of Englishmen, of Queen Elizabeth stepping down over the stones of Plymouth Town to greet the men who had sailed away from Rocky Inlet and Wooded Bay, free men, undisciplined, uncontrolled, some of them pirates, all of them bold, feeling their fate was England's fate, coming to save it a little late, much too late for the easy way, much too late, and yet never quite too late to win in that last, worst fight. Men who had governed England know that dreadful line they may not pass. Even Elizabeth, long ago, honored and loved and bold as brass, daring and subtle, arrogant, clever, yet even the great Elizabeth never dared oppose the sullen might of the English standing upon a right. And were they not English, our forefathers? Never more English than when they shook the dust of her sod from their feet forever, angrily seeking a shore where, in his own way, a man might worship his God. Never more English than when they dared be rebels against her. That stern, intractable sense of that which no man can stomach and still be free, writing, when in the course of human events, writing it out so all the world could see whence come the powers of all just governments. The tree of liberty grew and changed and spread, but the seed was English. I am American bred. I have seen much to hate here, much to forgive. But in a world where England is finished and dead, I do not wish to live.
shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend,
You're listening to the voice of Frederick March, reading Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's patriotic narrative, Paul Revere's Ride, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. William Carlos Williams was our guest on Anthology. We were talking before the broadcast, and I asked Dr. Williams what advice he had for today's young poets. He thought for a moment, and then, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, a twinkle you can certainly hear in his voice, he said,
If you like to eat, if you enjoy eating, do not be a poet. And think that you can make any money in it, because it is very certain that you will not make any money, and if you attempt to, you will degenerate into a certain class of poet whom we all know, and we don't we laugh at their verses, but there's nothing subtle about it. But there's nothing subtle about eating too. So I advise all young poets to get a job.
Dr. Williams, at 76, is still a practicing physician in Rutherford, New Jersey. Looking for the young poet's viewpoint on this subject, we invited as our first guest this Sunday an attractive young lady named Tamar Cooper, a young lady who is an aspiring actress but also an aspiring poetess. Her thespic talents have been displayed in over 50 TV appearances on the radio and summer stock. And her poetic talents? Well, let's talk about poetry, Tam. What do you think about Dr. Williams' advice?
Well, I agree with him. I really do.
So you're going to get a steady job, or you have a steady job?
Well, let's say acting is my steady job. You forgot to say I was in Cyrano on Broadway.
That's true. Cyrano on Broadway.
Yes.
Tamar Cooper in Cyrano de Bergerac on Broadway.
Very poetic.
Indeed. Well, you're primarily an actress then.
That's right. That's my profession. And that's what, of course, actresses always advise actresses to get steady jobs, too. So it seems I'm in a position where everything I want to do, I have to get a steady job at.
Well, perhaps with two sort of unsteady jobs, maybe they'll add up to more or less some sort of a steady job, do you think?
Well, I don't know. How I feel about poetry is that you just can't make a cent on it. I mean, the most famous poets don't make money at their poetry.
That's true, whereas the famous actresses really do, don't they?
They really do.
That's your chance, huh?
Yes.
Well, how long have you been on Broadway, or shall I say in New York, since you've done what? Only the one play, actually.
I've only been on Broadway once. Yes.
Then how long have you been in New York?
Little over 3 years.
And you came from where?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That accounts for the introduction in one of your poems.
Oh, about snow.
Yes.
That I've never seen. Yes. And this January was the first real snow I ever saw.
You liked it, I take it, or you wouldn't have written a poem about it, huh?
Yes. Fascinated me.
Well, you know, we've enjoyed finding out about your two professions. But we'd like to hear some of your poems even more than that, because after all, this is anthology, and our purpose is poetry here. Would you be kind enough to read some of them for us?
Well, I'd love to. They mean a lot to me. Poetry does. My first poem is a short poem. My fears, like black tears, through the years and years roll down the steeple of my thoughts. Caught, plots joy, the toy. This is the poem I wrote about snow last January. Snow, rows of soiled pebbles, step and slush, rush, 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 even in the hush of snow. Coats wrapped, trapped in the prison of wool upon rubber. We suffer in the snow. Toes turn blue, hands do too, to the tune of the swirl, whirl of those sands of snow. Low it falls, stalls, speeding feet, halts the teeming city into steaming flats that know snow. Chose roofs overhead instead of that curious, furious falling dandruff we love, we know as snow. The third poem is more or less an exercise in rhythm for myself. The tango played on the mango tree went bang over the heads of Fandango. Please don't tease. It's easy to be queasy when the reason is right, but season is wrong. The song belongs to Chango, doing the tango played on the mango tree. Repeat, deceit, the leeches beseeches for one more. Tore the door, bored to death, our chest heaves to the tune of the tango played on the mango tree.
Thank you, Tam. Tamar Cooper, actress and poetess, reading her own poetry. We'll need you a little later on, though, Tam, so please don't rush off.
Oh, all right.
Picture, if you will, an Italian palazzo during the Renaissance. This is the night of the grand ball, the night when the young duke will announce his betrothal to one of the loveliest and one of the richest maidens in all Milan. Below, the guests await their host. Soft candlelight dances on the jeweled fingers of the lavishly dressed ladies. Their escorts in brocaded satins and velvets drink deeply from golden cups, their laughter mingling with the music from the balcony above. At the top of the long marble staircase, the young duke stands with an emissary recently arrived from his fiancée's father. As they descend, the duke catches his friend's arm for a moment. With a swift motion, he throws aside a heavy curtain, revealing the portrait of a young girl. The emissary catches his breath. The young duke smiles and says,
"That's my last duchess painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. I call that piece a wonder now. Fra Pandolf's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Will please you sit and look at her? I said Fra Pandolf by design, for never read strangers like you that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance. But to myself they turn, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you but I, and seem to ask me if they durst how such a glance came there. So not the first of you to turn and ask thus. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only called that spot of joy into the Duchess' cheek. Perhaps Fra Pandolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrist too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half-blush that dies along her throat. Oh, such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. She had a heart, how shall I say, too soon made glad, too easily impressed. She liked whate'er she looked on, and her looks went everywhere. Such was all one. My favorite abreast, the dropping of the sunlight in the west, the bough of cherry some officious fool broke in the orchard for her, the white mule she rode round the terrace, all in each would draw from her alike the approving speech or blush, at least. She thanked men. Good. But thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900-year-old name with anybody's gift. Who'd stoop to blame this sort of trifling? Even had you the skill in speech, which I have not, to make your will quite clear to such as one and say, just this or that in you disgusts me, here you miss or there exceed the mark. And if she let herself be lessened so, nor plainly set her wit to yours, forsooth, and made excuse, e'en then would be some stooping, and I choose never to stoop. Oh, sir, she smiled, no doubt, whene'er I passed her, but who passed without much the same smile? This grew. I gave commands. Then all smiles stopped together. There she stands as if alive. I will please you rise. We'll meet the company below then. I repeat, the Count, your master's known munificence, is ample warrant that no just pretense of mine for dowry will be disallowed, though his fair daughter's self, as I avowed at starting, is my object. Nay, we'll go together down, sir. Notice Neptune. taming a seahorse. Thought a rarity, which claws of Innsbruck cast in bronze for me.
Stanley, if you'd like to leave your plumed hat and poisoned ring there on the table, I'd like our friends to meet you as yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stanley Tannen, the second of our young guests this afternoon. Stanley, like Tam Cooper, has his eye on the theater, but he also enjoys reading poetry, and when he called and asked us if he could read for us some Sunday afternoon on anthology, we very gratefully accepted. Stanley, let's talk a little about readings in general. Of course, productions like Don Juan in Hell and John Brown's Body have given this almost neglected art a tremendous boost these days. But what sort of readings have you done?
Well, Mr. Fleetwood, the last readings I done were over at Columbia University. There weren't too many. I did a few readings from Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers and a few readings from the Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. I think this is a wonderful medium. I think it's a wonderful thing that you have this program. I was very glad to be here.
Well, that's nice of you to say all those things. We really weren't questioning you to get kind words out of you, but we never turn them aside, believe me. You mentioned Columbia University. Are you associated with the university?
Well, I was attending the School of General Studies, which is a side branch of the school. I was in Columbia School.
Were you studying poetry or theater or poetry reading there?
No, just taking a general studies course there. And my hobby was spending some time over at the station.
At the radio station at Columbia?
Yes, WKCR, if I can put in the plug.
Oh, I think so. Inasmuch as the radius of the beam, I believe, from the Columbia University station doesn't go beyond the dorms, I suppose we can risk that competition. Well, you plan to do work essentially in radio or the theater?
Well, my ideal aim is the theater, and any acting, whether on TV, radio, is all wonderful experience and pleasure to do.
The allied arts, in other words.
Yes.
The theater.
Yes, Mr. Fleetwood.
Well, we certainly wish you all the best of luck in the future, Stanley.
Thank you.
Again, we thank you for reading for us this afternoon on Anthology. Under the department marked Letters from Listeners, we've been very remiss, and we're most apologetic. Every week, we've truly tried to find time to thank people such as Gerald Carson, George Daniels, and Isabel Churchick for their very kind and encouraging letters. We've wanted to answer a note from C.H. O'Hara, chairman of the Department of English of Washington Irving High School, on the subject of schedules and other material pertinent to anthology. At the present time, we're not equipped to issue advance notices for anthology. We will, however, try to keep you informed of coming events, and perhaps in the not-too-far future, we'll be able to send out a printed schedule. Monroe Hall writes to tell us that in England, poetry and related programs over the BBC have been a great success. One of our English counterparts is called
The BBC presents Time for Verse, a poetry notebook edited and produced by Patrick Dickinson. The readers are Marjorie Anderson and John Lorry.
The BBC has very kindly lent us several transcriptions from their series, and we plan to feature them on Anthology very soon. The programs deal with all phases of English verse, classic and modern, from poetry of a serious nature to poetry with a lighter touch.
Trees from the very first have naturally been used by poets to point a moral. The Atheist and the Acorn is by the 17th century poet Anne, Countess of Winchelsea.
Methinks this world is oddly made, and everything's amiss, a dull, presuming atheist said, as stretched he lay beneath a shade, and instanced it in this. Behold, quoth he, that mighty thing, a pumpkin large and round, is held by but a little string, which upward cannot make it spring, or bear it from the ground. Whilst on this oak, a fruit so small, so disproportioned grows, that who with sense surveys this all, this universal casual ball, its ill contrivance knows. My better judgment would have hung that weight upon a tree, and left this mast, thus lightly strung, mongst things that on the surface sprung, and small and feeble be. No more the caviller could say, nor farther faults descry, For as he upward gazing lay, an acorn, loosened from the stay, fell down upon his eye. The offended part with tears ran o'er, as punished for the sin. Fool, had that bough a pumpkin bore, thy whimsies must have worked no more, nor skull had kept them in.
A card from Bernice Aronson and a request. Tam, one of Miss Aronson's favorite poems is Milton's On His Blindness. I wonder if you'd read it for her and for us.
I'd love to, Fleetwood. When I consider how my light is spent ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent, which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied, I fondly ask? But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve, who only stand and wait.
Thank you, Tam. And don't be a stranger.
Oh, I won't. Oh, before I leave, there's an old Scottish doggerel that I just love. Have we a few seconds?
Always for you, Tam.
Thank you. From bullies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, may the good Lord protect you. Goodbye, Fleetwood.
Goodbye, Tam. 179 years ago, in Concord Village, there was a growing uneasiness, premonition of coming battle and bloodshed should the British march against the ill-equipped forces of the so-called revolutionists. Revolutionists we prefer to call American Minutemen. The story of the events preceding that battle are read today by young and old, not only in our history books, but in a beloved poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. On the anniversary of this historic event, we invite you to enjoy those exciting moments once again as Frederick March reads Paul Revere's Ride.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, and 2, if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm." Then he said, "Good night," and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, for swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man of war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. And he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs, with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade. By the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and looked down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill.
wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind, as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour, and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly, all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay. A line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then, impetuous, stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly, he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church, as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral, and somber and still. And lo, as he looks, on the belfry's height a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle. The bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes, till full on his sight a second lamp on the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. And that was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic, meeting the ocean tide. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock, and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, black and bare, gazed at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books, you have read how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history, to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere.
And so, Anthology number 8. Many thanks to Tamar Cooper for being with us this afternoon, and to Stanley Tannen, too, with our other guest of the afternoon. Next week, we promise you a rare listening treat. On Monday, April 24th, Harper & Brothers will publish Mine the Harvest, a selection from the last poems of Edna St. Vincent Millay, which she, at the time of her death, was preparing for publication, together with a few unpublished poems from an earlier period. Next Sunday, April 23rd, excerpts from the new book will be read by the distinguished American author and composer Deems Taylor, who will also tell us some of his own personal experiences with Miss Millay. As another highlight of the program, you will hear Edna St. Vincent Millay herself reading her own poetry from special records which were broadcast on NBC in 1939. Anthology is brought to you by WNBC in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YW and YMHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The next important event scheduled at the Poetry Center will be the appearance on Saturday, May 8th of Carson McCullers in a lecture reading concerning the development of her literary career. Remember the date, May 8th. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday at 3, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Columbia Workshop presents the third of 26 by Corwin. The People, Yes. Tonight, Columbia is privileged to present a special radio premiere of a section from a new American opera by Earl Robinson and Norman Corwin. This opera, suggested by Carl Sandburg's volume, The People, Yes, is being prepared for Broadway production. And tonight's broadcast marks the first public performance of the section to be heard.
I'm on a walking pool, looking for a steady job. Looking high, looking low, everywhere, looking round, hunting a steady income. Come along, little job, can't you turn up? Come along, little job, where are you at? Come along, little job, any old job at all. Come along, I'm on a walking pool.
If I sound kind of happy, I guess it's because it feels so good to be alive in the spring, even if I am looking for a job. Everything's so new and green and hopeful-like. Been on this walking tour nigh on 10 months. Had some luck, 2 or 3 days' work here and there. Construction job in Akron lasted 3 weeks. Bumped into a lot of different kinds of people, too. Some of the yarns they tell and the things they say would make a book. You know that? A book about people just like you and me. One big story out of a million little stories. Remind me to tell you later about a man named Zeph and the way he explained how people come to be scattered around the way they are. Say, I could tell you things people said to me you wouldn't believe. For example, for instance, there was a lazy cracker who used to loaf around a tobacco field where I worked. He was sprawled out in the grass one day, and I goes over and says, "Pardon me," I says, "how long you been dead?" He raises himself up on one elbow and says,
"I ain't dead, neighbor. Just living slow. Just living at low speed. I suppose you'd say I'm lazy."
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Well, I would. I sure am lazy. I'm lazier than any 5 men you ever did see. You know how lazy I am?
How?
Well, I'm so lazy I get up early in the morning so as to have more time to lay around and do nothing.
Now, that may not have struck you funny, but when I told Zeph about that, he near laughed his head off. Any of you folks listening down around Highway 23 in Ohio, you know Pete Sweeney has a farm near Chillicothe. Real happy guy he was. Saved himself a little money, had good luck on crops, nice family. I like to see happy people. Wish all people could be happy. Well, maybe there will be someday when they find out a few things and don't let themselves get scattered around. There was no scattering out Sweeney's way, I can tell you that for a fact. The farmers there got together and decided they needed electricity. So they held a meeting, signed the petition, made a lot of fuss and noise, and the sound reached clear to Washington, D.C. And sure enough, after a while, they got their power line. Well, them farmers was proud. Sweeney, he was a smart fella, been to agricultural college. He made up what he called the Maple County Rural Electrification Project song. You should have heard him sing it.
Oh, it's different than it used to be down on the farm. Ever since the farmers got together, we got after our senators to put us in a line. And now we can read by and wash and cook and feed by the power that we got us when they put us in a line. Yep, ever since we got it, we've been doing mighty fine. Yes, it's different than it used to be down on the farm. Ever since we farmers got together, we signed us a petition there to get us some power. Instead of just wishing, we signed a petition. We signed us a petition to get us some power. And now we know all there is to know about a kilowatt hour.
Well, a month after I finished working at Sweeney's, I got a job on a farm in Indiana, working for the widow of a poor farmer named Mrs. Johnson. Drought and grasshoppers cleaned out practically everything she owned. She was a sad woman. Don't know as I ever see such a sad woman. One day I asked her why she didn't buy a cow.
Cow? Had one once. Didn't have no feed to feed her, though. So I sang to her.
You sang to her?
Yeah. Sang to her of the fresh green grass to come.
What happened then?
Well, that was the tune the old cow died on.
Zeph loved that story when I told it to him. Said it was grim humor. You know, sometimes when I couldn't get work and had to travel long distances, I'd hop a freight. Met some interesting guys on freight trains. One night, I run into a real queer duck. He was a tramp. Sweetest guy I ever wanted to meet, but I think he was a little touched in the head. He saw me eating a sandwich I'd saved all day so I wouldn't have to sleep on an empty stomach, and he says to me,
"Can I have some of that bread?"
"This?"
"Yeah. I'm so thirsty I don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight."
What's that?
"Give me some, will you?"
Oh, sure, here.
"Thanks. You know, it's good to have appetite again."
"Why, you been sick?"
"Awful sick. I took so much medicine I was sick a long time after I got well."
What was the matter with you?"
"Trouble with my feet."
"Well, those are pretty fair-looking boots you got there."
"Well, they ain't so bad. But I can never get these boots on, though, till after I've wore them a while."
You can't, huh?
"No. Heck, I'm all wrong anyway."
Well, why? What's the matter?"
"Well, the trouble with me is I tried to get a bird in the hand, and all I got was a horse of another color."
Here, you better have another hunk of sandwich.
"God bless you, my son. God bless you. May you live to eat the hen that scratches over your grave."
Thanks. Well, either that guy was loco in the cocoa, or else I'm getting so's I don't understand the American language no more. Some guy. Yep. Well, I hiked clear out the coast before I got another job. Got a week's work in a restaurant washing dishes. Never forget the Chinese cook there. Name was Ah Wing Lee or something like that. Heard me singing a tune one day when things was quiet in the kitchen. I think it was Hand Me Down My Walking Cane. You know how it goes. Hand me down my walking cane.
Yeah, pretty song.
What'd you say?
Pretty. You make pretty music.
Oh, thanks.
That's really nice. I sing too.
You do?
Yes. Old Chinese song. I make up myself.
An old song you made up yourself?
Yes. Old words, no music.
Well, sing it for me, will you?
Yes. I sing.
The fishes go deep in the water.
Fishes go deep in the water.
Maybe hope.
Maybe hope.
The birds go high in the air.
Birds go high in the air.
Maybe sharp.
Maybe sharp.
Man's heart only is out of reach.
Man's heart only is out of reach.
The heavens may be measured.
The heavens may be measured.
The earth may be surveyed.
The earth may be surveyed.
The heart of man alone is not to be known.
The heart of man alone is not to be known. I've thought of that since. Comes back to me times when I'm alone, looking for a barn or an empty shack where I can park for the night. Seems strange there can be so many good-hearted men in the world, real nice fellows. Share their last mess of beans with you, give you a lift, take you out of their way, and yet there's fighting going on with everybody killing everybody else, including women and children who never harmed a flea. Like Zeph told me once, lots of people have dreams and ideas and never get a chance to put into practice, he says. Lots of them. But they never seem to get together with anybody who agrees with them. Zeph says to me, he says, you should have seen this town get together quick when we was threatened by a flood a couple of years ago. Why, we dropped everything we was doing and built a levee so fast you couldn't say Mississippi twice before it was built. When something dangerous all of a sudden threatens us, we forget all our quarreling and work together. Be nice if everybody worked together that way against the slow kind of danger, too. Oh, gosh, here I am giving you what Zeph told me instead of telling you how I come to meet him in the first place. Well, one night I wanders into a river town looking for a job. After buying a cup of coffee, I strolls down the main street and hears some music coming out of the back of a billiard parlor. So I mooches over and stands listening to this man whose name turns out to be Zeph. It was a little while before he noticed me.
He built a road. With other working men, he built a road. Now over many a weary mile, he totes his load. Chasing a job, burden driven on by hunger's goal. Oh, he walks and walks and walks and walks and tries to figure why he built the road. He built a ship. Oh, hi. You stranger around here?
Yep. Wandering man looking for a job. Oh, don't let me interrupt you.
I won't if you don't feel like it.
You make that song up?
That song? That's nothing. I make up all kinds of songs.
You do,
songs,
huh?
Yeah. Fighting songs, morning songs, Bible songs. You ever read the Bible much, son?
Not much, no.
Well, since you're a wandering man, maybe I ought to sing you the Tower of Babel song. That's from the Bible. That explains how there comes to be so many wandering men like you looking for jobs all the time.
Say, that's something I never could figure out. I'd sure like to hear that song.
Okay, brother. Here, take a chair.
Right.
Well, it happened like this. A long time ago, the people of the earth, with their main camp in Babylon, they wanted to put up a tower. They wanted something proud to look at.
So the people from out of town would send back picture postcards of this tower. On the back, they'd be printed, Tower of Babel, tallest building in the world, 60 million feet high. On a clear day, you can see 5 oceans and 6 continents from the top.
Say, wasn't the workers scared to go up that high?
Oh, no. Them workers were the bravest men in the world. And they were happy, too.
How's that?
Because they were getting good wages, short hours, unemployment, sick benefits. And besides, they were doing something for themselves, for the little family of man. See? They were known as the Happy Tower of Babel Workers Association, Mutual Aid Recreational Educational Society, and the Woman's Auxiliary. And they certainly were happy workers. They had bylaws, constitutions, grievance
somehow or another,
benefits,
while Zeph was
social,
talking,
and they used to dance
everything
their heads
seemed to
over
grow
every
dim
end of
around
the
him.
to drop their hat.
There was a look in his eyes, seemed to light up the place.
They were
I could hear music coming up out of the cracks in the floor and from out of the wall.
All for one. And then when they picked out the lot that they wanted to build this tower on, they all come a-dancing to work, carrying tools and supplies and singing like mad.
6-hour day and a 5-day week. 6-hour day and a 5-day week. Yay, yay, that's the way the good Lord likes to run a job.
And they dance like this. They're stamping and they're shouting and they're trucking, waving their picks and shovels and pneumatic drills and just jiving around quick to be tied. Then, lo and behold, an architect come dancing into the midst of the workers, and his arms is loaded up with a mess of blueprints, thousands of them.
I got the blueprints, he's got the blueprints. All brand new prints, all brand new prints. 1,002 prints, 1,002 prints. All but a few prints, all but a few prints. Tower of Babel, Tower of Babel. Oh, Tower of Babel, blueprints.
Well, the workers just lifted that architect to their shoulders, and they swayed with him in a happy dance. While a big Negro cement mixer, he come a-dancing up in front of the crowd, and he sung them a song.
We got the happy blueprint. We got the happy blueprint blue. 'Cause we're planning things the way we choose. Gonna build a tower to make page 1 in the Daily News. Page 1, page 1, page 1 in the Daily News. Babel, Tower of Babylon, baby. We got the happy blueprint blue. 'Cause we planning things the way we choose. The way we choose.
Then the architect, he invited the workers to all look at the blueprints. So they rolled them out there on the ground. They all gathered round and they studied them until the whistle blowed for work.
Boys, let's all look at the blueprint. Come on, wait a minute.
People of the earth, the family of man, wanted to put up something proud to look at. A tower from the flat land of earth, made for the people to live in. The biggest housing project ever seen. No more slums in Babylon.
Take away the slums from Babylon.
A tower from the flat land of earth, all the
land of earth, up to the ceiling, or beyond the mountains of the moon.
The big jobs are going deep. The big jobs are going deep. And hopping tunnel markers, spade men, and truck drivers, steam shovels, cement mixers, timbermen, and pile drivers, building foundations for a town. Down deep in the earth, anchored onto bedrock, caissons made, piling sunk, creating a tower.
Gonna be so big you can't see around it in less than 2 weeks.
And so high it takes 2 men and a boy to see the roof.
Sure, we'll have to put hinges on top stories to let the moon pass. Oh, it's proud to look at. A big job for a man to work at. A big job.
A tower from the flat land of earth, up to the ceiling, or beyond the mountains of the moon.
The big jobs are going hard. The big jobs are going hard. Stonemasons, ironworkers, toolmakers, brake drivers, hard carriers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and bricklayers. Put down the board, pass on the wall, winding the staircases up, going up, going hard. We're building a tower.
Well, you never saw a building go up so fast. In 4 days, it was so high, it was clean out of sight. Everything was going along fine, in great shape. Lickety-split. Everybody just as happy as could be, when all of a sudden, 3 guys show up. 3 stuffed shirts. They went poking around, uninvited, staying out of the way of the foreman, yes, waiting for the workers who were hurrying in and out of the piles of supplies on in. Finally, they stopped the bricklayer.
I say, bricklayer.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you for a minute.
Can't stop. Gotta work. Big job.
Well, let's try somebody else.
There's a riveter. Take out some money and handle it sort of carelessly.
That'll make his eyes pop out.
I say, Riveter, how would you like to make yourself some important money?
From who, where, and what for? Listen, Riveter, you're too important to this job to be working for the same pay as those other men.
Oh, those bricklayers and carpenters aren't in the same class with you.
So what?
So why don't you resign from the Happy Tower of Babel Workers Association? Let us form a Happy Riveters Guild.
Sure, guild. That's much nicer than an association.
We'll make you the president.
Well, what do I have to do?
Well, just get all the other Riveters to resign with you.
You'd be much happier working for us. We'll form a big company called the Tower of Babel Corporation Incorporated.
With stockholders and appurtenances thereof.
You can be a stuffed shirt like us.
And none of them others, no stonemasons and tool dressers and winch drivers will belong?
I should say not. You're way above them.
I am?
They don't even speak your language.
Well, sure they do. We all speak English.
Well, then you better invent some different language. Why don't you Riveters all get together and create a language? Call it French.
That's right. Look, it's easy. Parlez-vous, oui, pourquoi, combien, Chevrolet, passé. See? Words like that.
Hey, that sounds classy. Qu'est-ce que c'est cela? Hey, that's all right.
Here, take this money.
Don't just look it over. Take it.
Okay, thanks. I'll talk it over with the boys. Merci beaucoup.
Adequate. Well, that was easy. Now, let's get after that carpenter over there.
I say, Carpenter.
Yeah?
How would you like to make some real money for yourself?
Well, what for?
Well, you see, you're far too important to be working for the same pay as the others.
What's your proposition?
Well, so the dirty work began. The guys that were bribed, they went in and started wrecking the association. And God Almighty could have struck them dead or smitten them deaf and dumb. But God had a different plan in mind. He let all the stuffed shirts have their way. He let all the languages be shuffled. He wanted it to serve as a mighty memorandum of the sinfulness of pride and the wickedness of breaking up an association. And God said to himself, all right, if they want to talk all different languages, they can go ahead. Too bad. I'm sorry. I'm sad. I guess they're slow to learn. Someday they'll learn.
such confusion with all kinds of new languages going on at the same time. Dutch, Greek, Eskimo, Welsh, Pig Latin, Czechoslovakian. When a particular bunch, they like the electricians or the plasterers, pulled out of the association, they elected their own officers. You know what? Well, the officers right away, they decided that they were better than the rank and file. So they spoke their language extra fancy. And they said, "Why, we're speaking the classical mother tongue. And them dopes, they're just talking dialect." That's how dialects happen to be started. Well, you can imagine what happened.
Hey, Pete, let's have the skyhook over this way. Better, can't you hear me? Reckon to be Deutsch. You going crazy, you squarehead? Swing that hook over this way and stop all the palavering. Don't cook. Hey, Manuel, no la para que la reprisa. Hackman ist in China.
Well, so the workers quit the association. They got into all kinds of rows with their fancy new languages and dialects, and so they just pulled out. They quit cold. They couldn't understand each other anymore. 500 ways to say,
"Give us a hand."
Changed ways of asking,
"Will you throw me a rivet?"
Or of saying.
What happened to the blueprints?
Anyway, as I was saying, the job was wrecked. Some called it the Tower of Babel job, and people gave it many other names. The wreck of it stood as a skull and a ghost, a memorandum hardly begun, swaying and sagging in tall hostile wind, held up by strong friendly. The sandhogs went back to the four corners of the earth. The timbermen went back to the sleeping valleys. Old masons, hard canyons, craftsmen, with their bundles and belongings and their little ones, all mumbling, where to now? God don't know. What comes
Well, that was the story Zeph told. It was sad there, the way it ended. Made me realize that I was just like one of them Tower of Babel workers, wondering where to now, what next. But wasn't it nice, that part where all the workers was working together so happy? Gosh. That's the way it's going to be again. I know it in my bones. Just like God said, the people are going to win out someday. And that's a fact. Well, got to get going. Maybe down around your way again sometime soon. If you know of any good job, just let me get at it, brother. Just let me get at it. So long, folks. So long, people.
You have been listening to the premiere performance of The People Yet, a new American opera by Earl Robinson and Norman Corwin, suggested by Carl Sandburg's volume without name. The role of Tom was played by Everett Sloan and that of Zeph by Burl Ives. Mark Wano conducted the orchestra, and the chorus was directed by Lynn Murray. Musical arrangements by Ralph Wilkinson. The entire production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. Next week at this time, the Columbia Workshop will present the fourth of 26 by Corwin.
new comedy entitled Lip Service and starring the great harmonica virtuoso Larry Adler. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBNF Columbus.
Which is my little boy? Which is he? Jean qui pleure ou Jean qui rit? Jean qui rit is my delicate John, the one with the Chinese slippers on, whose hobby horse in a single bound carries me back to native ground.
You are listening to the voice of Tennessee Williams reading his poem, Which is My Little Boy? A page from this week's edition of Anthology. This week we're going to hear two types of poetry albums. On the first record, the classic poetry of yesterday, read by one of today's foremost interpreters of poetry, David Allen. On the second record, we'll hear the poet Tennessee Williams reading from his own works. In the not-too-dim past, the reading of poetry was an accepted part of the social scene. Poetry was read aloud in the parlor. Transient poets were always available in local gathering places, and even on the vaudeville and Chautauqua circuits, recitations were a popular portion of the programs. Today, we hope that the audible enjoyment of poetry is again becoming an integral part of our literary lives. A young man who actually practices what he preaches in the cause of poetry is David Allen, who, since 1940, has been exciting people with the sound of good poetry when his first program was broadcast over a station in Baltimore. David, I see no reason why I should bother reading all the rest of these program notes from the back cover of your new album when you're here in person with us, not in Baltimore at all, but right in New York City.
Oh, just go on reading those notes on the back cover. We labored very hard over them.
You mean that's the best product, the best of your product, actually, on poetry records?
Well, there are some interesting comments, perhaps, on the record that just came out recently.
I'm sure that the comments on the records are not as good as the records themselves.
Well, thank you.
How many records have you out up to this point?
We put out 2 records.
This is the second one, and the title of this is No Single Thing Abides, right?
That's right. The newest release is that.
And what was your first one called?
The first record was 16 Sonnets of William Shakespeare. That came out about 2 years ago.
You have plans for future records?
We do. I think early this year, we'll have Whitman out to help celebrate his 100th year of Leaves of Grass. And subsequent records will include love poetry, and I think we'll embrace some of the standard poets and some of the modern poets.
Before we talk any more about your records, past, present, and future, let's hear one of your present records, shall we?
Well, it'd be very nice.
What's the poem that you'd like to play?
Well, the record, as you mentioned before, is entitled No Single Thing Abides. And perhaps before even discussing the point of the whole album, we should listen to one of the poems. How about this poem by Keats, When I Have Fears That I May See?
I should like to point out before we go any further that the poem you just heard was read by David Allen on his new recording, and that David is here in person, and the next voice you will hear will be David Allen in person, not on the record. Did you choose these poems yourself, David?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. One thing I was wondering what you would perhaps comment on was the question of the music.
The music on the recordings, you mean?
Yeah. Did you happen to hear the first record that we put out, the Sonnets of Shakespeare? As a matter of fact, you didn't, because you used them, I think, on this program.
I've heard part of it, yes.
Well, the question of music is always a moot one in terms of poetry.
It's a moot one, especially around anthology, because we get mail constantly, no matter what we do. If we play poetry without music, someone is very unhappy, and if we play it with music, then they say you're destroying the purity of the poetry and so on. What do you think about it?
I think it's a very personal thing, just as people relate individually and identify with very individual ways with almost any art form. There's no question in my mind that poetry can stand up by itself. It doesn't need music. But when listening to poetry read aloud, music, I think, plays a function in heightening a dramatic moment in a way that nothing else can. I remember Giancarlo Menotti in a recent article discussed the question of music and how no other form of art can so excite the emotion so quickly intellectually as music can.
That's true. Then, in other words, you feel that if the music does not heighten the effect of the poetry, better not to have it at all.
That's true. Also, the matter of how the music is used is very important. Sometimes it isn't used successfully.
And also which music is used.
Mm-hmm.
The quality of the music and of the poetry, too, I suppose.
That's right. When we did the Shakespeare sonnets, we made a point of studying music of that period, of the 16th and 17th century. And our composer, Curtis Beaver, we feel came out with something that had a very good ring of authority of that period in it.
What about the next poem that you're going to read for us? You promised us a story on that.
This is a really interesting poem. It was written in the 16th century by an Englishman bearing the unlikely name of Chidiock Tichborne. This poem is the only one that has been uncovered by this poet. It was written on the eve of his execution. Actually, he was a conspirator, and in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and he was arrested and condemned to death, and the night before he died, he wrote a letter to his wife which contained this poem which just bears the title, written on the eve of his execution. And it has very interesting quality, I think almost a modern quality. It's a whole series of paradoxes. I think it's quite a beautiful poem, one of the most beautiful elegies, I think, in the English language.
My prime of youth is but a frost of cares. My feast of joy is but a dish of pain. My crop of corn is but a field of tares. And all my good is but vain hope of gain. My life is fled, and yet I saw no sun. And now I live, and now my life is done. The spring is past, and yet it hath not sprung. The fruit is dead, and yet the leaves be green. My youth is gone, and yet I am but young. I saw the world, and yet I was not seen. My thread is cut, and yet it is not spun. And now I live, and now my life is done. I sought my death, and found it in my womb. I looked for life, and saw it was a shade. I trod the earth, and knew it was my tomb. And now I die. And now I am but made. The glass is full, and now my glass is run. And now I live, and now my life is done.
David, we think you read these poems beautifully, as obviously many people do. Do you write poetry?
No, I don't, Harry.
Then we can't say that you are a poet who is going to perform his own poems. We're going to do that later on in the program, though. You know, we have a Cadman record of Tennessee Williams reading his own works. We often do this, and we've discussed music with poetry with you today, which is, I guess that's about number 2 controversial point among anthology listeners. Number 1 really is, should poets read their own poems? Perhaps we might get a slightly prejudicial viewpoint from you, but we'll hazard it anyway. What do you think?
I think you're right when you say that it's controversial. I think that both the question of music and poetry and the poets reading their own poems are two controversial questions in the field of spoken poetry. Again, as in the case of the music, it's a very personal thing. My feeling is that the art of reading poetry is something that has yet to grow in this country. It once existed in the old days when poetry was only communicated through the voice. I myself feel that there should be qualifications for reading poetry as there are for other media of art expression, such as music, such as drama. We don't always have the playwright reading his own manuscript, nor do we have the composer playing the violin, unless he's qualified. I think there's a great deal of historic interest in the question of poets reading their own poetry, and there is a feeling that the poet can interpret his poetry in the terms that he wrote it. I'm not so sure that is always the case. We frequently see a situation where an interpreter in dramatic areas can do more in finding nuances, finding meaning, that the originator can't find it in himself to do. I think the originator is frequently self-conscious about his material. So if you want to put me out on a limb, I'll say I think that, for the most part, there should be standards for the reading of poetry as there is in any other art form.
In other words, one should consider the performer first, and if this performer is good and he also happens to be a poet, then let him read his own poetry, right?
Precisely.
Of course, I suppose if you're of an exhibitionist nature and you can't get anyone to listen to you, one thing to do is to go out and write your own poetry and then say the performer or the writer should perform, and then they have to listen to you.
No comment.
Well, let's have a comment or two on your next recording before we play it.
Nothing much to say. It's a very well-known sonnet by Shelley called Ozymandias. And if I can crib from the cover of the jacket of No Single Thing Abides.
Please do.
Greatness cannot be decreed, nor can a monument survive the meaning of a man.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear.
My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
Thank you again, David. David, we're pleased to have you here on Anthology with us this Sunday. We're rather curious as to what you do the rest of the time. Do you go about reading poetry one place or another, or do you have a regular rostrum, so to speak, on which to mount?
Well, not regularly, no, I don't. Poetry Records keeps me pretty busy. I am, as a matter of fact, doing a reading next Sunday in New York City, at the new Grace Rainey Rogers Auditorium at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. As I mentioned before, this is the year that everybody is celebrating Whitman, and deservedly, and we're going to do a reading of his very beautiful elegy to Lincoln, When Lilacs Last and the Dooryard Bloomed. And original music has been composed for that. Speaking of music.
Very fine. Well, we want to hear one more poem from you, and before we do, David is very reticent about mentioning his recording here, and I want to make it very precise for you listeners before we lose David Allen for today. The record is on Poetry Records. That's the label of the record, and it's called No Single Thing Abides, read by David Allen, which I'm sure is in your record store, and if it isn't, get in touch with David, and I'm sure he can tell you where to find one, right?
Harry, I couldn't ask for a more succinct explanation.
What's the last poem we're going to hear?
The last poem is John Donne's No Man is an Island, which is from his Devotions.
Who casts not up his eye to the sun when it rises? But who takes off his eye from a comet when that breaks out? Who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings? But who can remove it from that bell which is passing a piece of himself out of this world? No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Again, our thanks to David Allen for being with us on Anthology this afternoon, and also our thanks to him for allowing us to play excerpts from his new poetry recording, No Single Thing Abides. Our second guest this week, Tennessee Williams, has been recorded by Cadman Records, who, among their albums of modern poets, headline such noted names as Dylan Thomas, E.E. Cummings, Ogden Nash, W.H. Auden, Archibald MacLeish, the Sitwells, and many, many more. We'd like to thank Barbara Cohen and Marion Roney for allowing us to bring you today a series of selections from the Cadman album of Tennessee Williams reading from his prose and poetry. Mr. Williams reads first two serious poems, Cried the Fox and The Eyes.
I run, cried the fox, in circles narrower, narrower still, across the desperate hollow, skirting the frantic hill, and shall, till my brush hangs burning flame at the hunter's door, continue this fatal returning to places that failed me before. Then with his heart breaking nearly, the lonely, passionate bark of the fugitive fox rang out clearly as bells in the frosty dark, across the desperate hollow, skirting the frantic hill, calling the pack to follow a prey that escaped them still. The eyes are last to go out. They remain long after the face has disappeared regretfully into the tissue that it is made of. The tongue says goodbye when the eyes have a lingering silence. For they are the searchers last to abandon the search, the ones that remain where the drowned may be washed ashore, after the lantern staying, not saying goodbye. The eyes have no faith in too accessible language. For them no occasion is simple enough for a word to justify it. Existence in time, not only their own but ancestral, encloses all moments in four walls of mirrors. Closed, they're waiting. Open, they're also waiting. They're acquainted, but they have forgotten the name of their acquaintance. Youth is their uneasy bird, and shadows clearer than light pass through them at times. For waters are not more changeable under skies, nor stones under rapids. The eyes may be steady with that Athenian look that answers terror with stillness, or they may be quick with a purely infatuate being. Almost always the eyes hold on to an image of someone recently departed, or gone a long time ago, or only expected. The eyes are not lucky. They seem to be hopelessly inclined to linger. They make additions that come to no final sum. It is really hard to say if their dark is worse than their light, their discoveries better or worse than not knowing. But they are last to go out, and their going out is always when they are lifted.
Unpublished and available for the first time on this Catman album, the series Some Poems Meant for Music reveal a new and unexpected aspect of Mr. Williams. The verses are light, gaily charming, but with serious undertones. Tennessee Williams reads Little Horse, Which is My Little Boy, Gold Tooth Blues, Kitchen Door Blues, and Heavenly Grass.
Which is my little boy? Which is he? Jean qui pleure ou Jean qui rit? Jean qui rit is my delicate John, the one with the Chinese slippers on, whose hobby horse in a single bound carries me back to native ground. But Jean qui pleure is mysterieux, with sorrows older than Niger, with all of the stars and all of the moons mirrored in little silver spoons. Which is my little boy? Which is he? Jean qui pleure ou Jean qui rit? Mignon he was, or mignonette, avec les yeux plus grands que lui. My name for him was Little Horse. I fear he had no name for me. I came upon him more by plan than accidents appear to be. Something started or something stopped, and there I was, and there was he. And then it rained, but Little Horse had brought along his parapluie. Petit Cheval kept quite dry till he divided it with me. For it was late, and I was lost when Little Horse inquired of me. What have a bark but cannot bite? And I was right, it was a tree. Mignon he is, or mignonette, avec les yeux plus grands que lui. My name for him is Little Horse. I wish he had a name for me. Now, there's many fool things a woman will do to catch a man's eye. She'll wear a tight shoe, she'll wear a light dress, and catch a bad cold, and she'll have a tooth pulled for a tooth of gold. I'm a gold-toothed woman with a gold-tooth blues, 'cause a gold tooth makes a woman look old. Now, gold in the bank is a wonderful thing, and a woman looks nice with a nice gold ring. But, honey, take a tip, and the tip ain't cold. Your mouth's no place to carry your gold. I'm a gold-toothed woman with a gold-tooth blues, 'cause the gold tooth makes a woman look old. Some late Sunday morning when you're still in the hay, and you want a little lovin', your sweet man'll say with a look that'll turn your heart's blood cold, woman, that gold tooth makes you look old. I'm a gold-toothed woman with a gold-tooth blues, 'cause a gold tooth makes a woman look old. When you don't have a dollar, but he must have his drink, he'll sneak up behind you at the kitchen sink. And before you can holler, I'm telling you the truth, he'll brain you with a blackjack and pull your gold tooth. I'm a gold-toothed woman with a gold-tooth blues, 'cause a gold tooth makes a woman look old. My old lady died of a common cold. She smoked cigars and was 90 years old. She was thin as paper with the ribs of a kite, and she flew out the kitchen door one night. Now, I'm no younger than the old lady was since she lost gravitation, and I smoke cigars. I feel sort of peaked, and I look kind of poor. So for God's sake, lock that kitchen door. My feet took a walk in heavenly grass all day while the sky shone clear as glass. My feet took a walk in heavenly grass all night while the lonesome stars rolled past. Then my feet come down to walk on earth, and my mother cried when she gave me birth. Now my feet walk far and my feet walk fast, but they still got an itch for heavenly grass.
The voice of Tennessee Williams on the Cadman album, Tennessee Williams, selections from his writings read by the author.
Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme, what leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both?
You are listening to the voice of Vincent Price reciting Ode to a Grecian Urn by John Keats. Up, Mind My Manners, I'd like to thank Gene Hamilton for tending shop while I spent a few very wonderful weeks in Europe. A considerable amount of mail arrived while I was away, and since most of it concerns the Edna St. Vincent Millay program, suppose we tackle that problem first. As of this moment, there's still no decision on the status quo, or rather, price quo of the recording. All sorts of plans are in the air, and we hope we'll be able to land something concrete in the way of a decision by next week. A card reading the Macmillan Company on top and signed M. Morgan. Gentlemen, I tuned in a little late today on a poem about England. Please say why you don't consider the latecomer. What was the poem, who wrote it, and who was the speaker? Wouldn't it be as easy to announce these after as well as before the program? I look forward to the answer. Well, the answer simply is that very often it's a question of time. We feel we give each poem a clear and concise introduction. Many times, in order that the poem may be read in its entirety, we haven't time to repeat the information again at the end of the program. I'm sure you appreciate our situation. As for the information you requested, the poem on anthology last week was The White Cliffs of Dover, the poet Alice Dewar Miller, and the speaker, Miss Lynn Fontanne. Issued first over a decade ago, the top brass at RCA Victor have alerted us that the poem will be re-released very shortly as an LP album. And since The White Cliffs of Dover so ably suggests England, suppose we follow through in this fashion. If you ran your eye quickly down the list of poems by John Keats, you'd probably assume that he sprang from a rather scholarly environment and undoubtedly lived in a lofty literary ivory tower. Hymn to Apollo, On Seeing the Elgin Marbles, Sonnet to Homer, and the two odes we're to hear this afternoon, Ode to a Grecian Urn and Ode to a Nightingale. Born in London in 1795, Keats, in reality, was the oldest son of Thomas Keats and Frances Jennings, daughter of a livery stable proprietor. When he was 10 years old, his father was killed by a fall from a horse. His mother remarried within a year, but was soon separated from her new husband and returned to her mother's house in Edmonton, where she raised her family. From such beginnings grew the poet Keats, and though he was never to fulfill a lifelong dream of traveling to those faraway places with the strange-sounding names, he brought them well within his ken, within our ken, in his many beautiful poems. Vincent Price recites two of Keats' best-known odes this afternoon. The special musical settings were composed and will be played by George Antheil. Although acting is Mr. Price's primary interest, he's also a major art collector and sponsor of several of America's most promising young painters. He also lectures on such diverse topics as citizenship, ancient cultures, art, and the stage. Vincent Price reads two odes by John Keats, On a Grecian Urn and To a Nightingale. Mr. Price.
Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both, in Tempe or the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loath? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on. Not to the sensual ear, but more endeared, pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone. Fair youth beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal, yet do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Ah, happy, happy boughs that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu. And happy melodies done weary it, forever piping songs, forever new. More happy love, more happy, happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting and forever young, all breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadels, is emptied of this folk this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can e'er return. O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou, silent form, dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity. Cold pastoral, when old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woes than ours, a friend to man. To whom thou say'st, beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. My heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains 1 minute past, and Lethe-wards had sunk. 'Tis not through envy of thy happy lot, but being too happy in thine happiness, that thou, light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beechen green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. Oh, for a draught of vintage that hath been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth, tasting of flora and the country green, dance and Provençal song and sunburnt mirth. Oh, for a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true, the blushful hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim and purple-stained mouth, that I might drink and leave the world unseen, and with thee fade away into the forest dim. Fade far away. Dissolve and quite forget what thou among the leaves hast never known. The weariness, the fever, and the fret. Here where men sit and hear each other groan, where palsy shakes a few sad last gray hairs, where youth grows pale and spectre thin and dies, where but to think is to be full of sorrow and leaden-eyed despairs, where beauty cannot keep her lustrous eyes, or new love pineth them beyond tomorrow. Away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus in his pods, but on the viewless wings of poesy, though the dull brain perplexes and retards. Already with thee, tender is the night, and haply the queen moon is on her throne, clustered around by all her starry face. But here there is no light, save what from heaven is with the breezes blown, through verdurous glooms and winding mossy ways. I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but in embalmed darkness guess each sweet wherewith the seasonable month endows the grass, the thicket, and the fruit tree wild. White hawthorn and the pastoral eglantine, fast fading violets covered up in leaves, and mid-May's eldest child, the coming musk rose, full of dewy wine, the murmurous haunt of flies on summer eves. Darkling I listen, and for many a time I have been half in love with easeful death. Called him soft names in many a mused rhyme. To take into the air my quiet breath, now more than ever seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain. While thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy, still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod. Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird. No hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I hear this passing night was heard in ancient days by emperor and clown. Perhaps the self-same song that found a path through the sad heart of Ruth, when sick for home she stood in tears amid the alien corn. The same that oft times hath charmed magic casements, opening on the foam of perilous seas, in fairy lands forlorn. Forlorn, the very word is like a bell, to toll me back from thee to my soul's self. Adieu. The fancy cannot cheat so well as she is famed to do, deceiving else. Adieu. Adieu. Thy plaintive anthem fades past the near meadows, over the still stream, up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley glade. Was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep?
Two Odes by John Keats, On a Grecian Urn and To a Nightingale, read by Vincent Price. The musical score was composed and played by George Antheil. An appropriate fanfare from Felix Mendelssohn's incidental music for A Midsummer Night's Dream ushers in our second feature on this Sunday's edition of Anthology. We'll speak now of magic love potions, of an enchanted wood, permanently leased by the king and queen of the fairies, and of the lovers who spent a most confusing evening there, through the courtesy of William Shakespeare. Such are the ingredients for a preview of a program and a performance. Tuesday night at the Metropolitan Opera House, the famed Golden Curtain will rise on this season's first important musical event, the opening of the Old Vic Company's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, starring Maura Shearer, Robert Helpman, and Stanley Holloway. This is the same production which was such a success very recently at the Edinburgh Festival. In fact, it was flown, cast, sets, costumes, and props directly from Scotland to New York. Prior to its opening at the festival, the production was recorded by RCA Victor for a special LP album which will be on sale very shortly. And so, a preview of a program and a performance. RCA Victor has graciously lent us a pre-release pressing of A Midsummer Night's Dream. Tonight at 6:30, you'll be able to hear the album on WNBC. And Tuesday night, of course, A Midsummer Night's Dream opens at the Met. Come with us for a few moments now to that magic wood created by William Shakespeare as the stage for one of his most famous comedies. Bottom, the weaver, wears the head of an ass. Yet, through a magic potion, he's loved by Titania, queen of the fairies, who in turn is still loved by Oberon, her husband. Bottom is played by Stanley Holloway. Maura Shearer is the lovely Titania. Robert Helpman portrays Oberon, the king, and Philip Gard is Puck. Titania sits with Bottom's head resting in her lap. Behind them, Oberon listens, unseen, and rather unhappy by what he has done.
sit thee down upon this flowery bed, while I thy amiable cheek do coy, and stick musk roses in thy sleek smooth head, and kiss thy fair large ears, my gentle joy.
Where's Peas Blossom?
Ready?
Scratch my head, Peas Blossom. Where's Mounseer Cobweb?
Ready?
Mounseer Cobweb, good Mounseer, get to your weapons in your hands and kill me a red-hipped humblebee on top of a thistle. And, good Mounseer, bring me the honey bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, Mounseer. And, good Mounseer, have a care the honey bag break not. I would be loath to have you overflown with a honey bag, Signor. Where's Mounseer Mustard Seed?
Ready?
Give me your niece, Mounseer Mustard Seed. Pray you, leave your curtsy, good Mounseer.
What is your will?
Nothing, good Mounseer, but to help Cavalry Cobweb to scratch. I must to the barber's. Methinks I am marvellous hairy about the face, and I am such a tender ass. If my hair do but tickle me, I must scratch.
What, wilt thou hear some music, my sweet love?
I have a reasonable good ear in music. Let's have the tongues and the bones.
Oh, say, sweet love, what thou desirest to eat.
Truly a peck of provender. I could munch your good dry oats. Methinks I have a great desire to a bottle of hay. Good hay, sweet hay hath no fellow.
I have a venturous fairy that shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch thee new nuts.
I had rather have a handful or two of dried peas. But I pray you let none of your people stir me. Oh, I have an exposition of sleep come upon me.
Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Fairies, begone, and be always away. So doth the woodbine, the sweet honeysuckle gently entwist. The female ivy so enrings the barky fingers of the elm. Oh, how I love thee, how I dote on thee.
Welcome, good Robin. Seest thou this sweet sight? Her dotage now I do begin to pity. And now I have the boy, I will undo this hateful imperfection of her eyes. And gentle Puck, take this transformed scalp from off the head of this Athenian swain, that he, awaking when the others do, may all to Athens back again repair, and think no more of this night's accidents, but as the fierce vexation of a dream. But first I will release the fairy queen. Be as thou wast wont to be, see as thou wast wont to see. Dian's bud or Cupid's flower hath such force and blessed power. Now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen.
My Oberon, what visions have I seen? Methought I was enamoured of an ass.
There lies your love.
How came these things to pass? Oh, how mine eyes do loathe his visage now.
Silence a while. Robin, take off this head. Titania, music call and strike more dead than common sleep of all these 5 the sense.
Music, oh, music, such as charmeth sleep.
Sound music.
Metropolitan Opera House, the production opens with its 3 exciting stars, Maura Shearer, Robert Helpman, and Stanley Holloway.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command.
You are listening to the voice of Sir John Gielgud reading Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley. A page from this week's edition of Anthology. This royal throne of kings, this sceptered isle, this earth of majesty, this seat of Mars, this other Eden, semi-paradise. This fortress, built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war. This happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall, or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. Wonderfully sentimental thoughts of England, spoken by John of Gaunt in William Shakespeare's King Richard II, serve as a curtain raiser to introduce our program of classic English verse. Read by two of the brightest stars of the British stage, Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud. Edith Evans made her first public appearance on the stage as an amateur in 1912, playing Cressida in William Pole's production of Troilus and Cressida for the Elizabethan Stage Society. She then became a professional actress and toured with Ellen Terry, and this was the stepping stone to one of the most successful careers any English actress has yet enjoyed. Among the many plays in which she has appeared are Back to Methuselah, The Lady with a Lamp, The Importance of Being Earnest, The Country Wife, and The Rivals. In 1946, for her services to the English theater, on Edith Evans was bestowed the title Dame of the British Empire. We meet her now as she reads William Wordsworth's Upon Westminster Bridge. Dame Edith Evans.
Earth has not anything to show more fair. Dull would he be of soul who could pass by a sight so touching in its majesty. This city now doth like a garment wear the beauty of the morning. Silent there. Ships, towers, domes, theaters, and temples lie open unto the fields and to the sky. All bright and glittering in the smokeless air. Never did sun more beautifully steep in his first splendor valley, rock, or hill. Ne'er saw I, never felt a calm so deep. The river glideth at his own sweet will. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep, and all that mighty heart is lying still.
Sir John Gielgud, our second distinguished guest from the realm of the English theater, is the grandnephew of Ellen Terry, with whom Dame Edith spent her early years of theatrical apprenticeship. Sir John, an actor and producer, is as well known in America as he is in England. Theatergoers here applauded his production of Hamlet in 1937, which is accounted by some critics the finest of this generation. More recently, he has starred in The Ladies Not for Burning, The Importance of Being Earnest, and last year he was seen in the MGM production of Julius Caesar, which is to be re-released during the winter season. Here is Sir John Gielgud reading Ozymandias by Shelley.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, The lone and level sands stretch far away.
For the first group of poems to be read by Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud, we'll listen to 5 sonnets by William Shakespeare. Let Me Not to the Marriage of True Minds, read by Dame Edith Evans, Sir John Gielgud reading Shall I Compare Thee, Dame Edith reading When to the Sessions of Sweet Silent Thought, That Time of Year, read by Sir John. And Dame Edith completes our quintet of Shakespearean sonnets with To Me, Fair Friend.
Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediment. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempest and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee.
When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances forgone, and heavily from woe to woe tell all the sad account of fore bemoaned moans, which I knew pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored, and sorrows end.
That time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none, or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold. There ruined choirs, where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day, as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away. Death, second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire, that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long.
To me, fair friend, you never can be old, but as you were when first your eye I eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride. 3 beauteous springs to yellow autumn turned in process of the seasons have I seen. 3 April perfumes in 3 hot Junes burned, since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. Ah, yet doth beauty like a dial hand steal from his figure, and no pace perceive. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, has motion, and mine eye may be deceived. For fear of which, hear this, thou age unbred. Ere you were born, was beauty's summer dead.
From the long, long list of early English poems which have been set to music, Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud read a trio of the best known and best loved. We'll hear Tennyson's poetic lullaby, Sweet and Low, the rollicking So We'll Go No More A-Rovin' by Lord Byron, and Ben Jonson's To Celia, which will then be sung for you by the Robert Shaw Chorale. Here again are Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud.
Sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Low, low, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea. Over the rolling waters go, come from the dying moon and blow, blow him again to me. While my little one, while my pretty one sleeps. Sleep and rest, sleep and rest. Father will come to thee soon. Rest, rest on mother's breast. Father will come to thee soon. Father will come to his babe in the nest. Silver sails all out of the west under the silver moon. Sleep, my little one. Sleep, my pretty one. Sleep.
So we'll go no more a-roving so late into the night, though the heart be still as loving and the moon be still as bright. For the sword outwears its sheath, and the soul wears out the breath, and the heart must pause to breathe, and love itself have rest. Though the night was made for loving, and the day returns too soon, yet we'll go no more a-roving by the light of the moon.
Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss but in the cup, and I'll not look for wine. The thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Jove's nectar sup, I would not change for thine. I sent thee late a rosy wreath, not so much honoring thee, as giving it a hope that there it could not withered be. But thou thereon didst only breathe, and sent'st it back to me. Since when it grows and smells, I swear, not of itself, but thee. Bring to me only with thine arms, and I will blend with mine. Only the kiss within the heart, and I ask for
Before we continue our program of classic English verse, read for you by Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud, we'd like to take just a moment to tell you about next week's edition of Anthology. On October 19th, 1950, at Steepletop, her home in New York State, the body of Edna St. Vincent Millay was discovered by a neighbor farmer, crumpled at the foot of the hall stairs. With her death, America suffered the loss of one of the most gifted of our modern poets, a woman who somehow was able to hold the human heart in her two gentle hands and breathe upon it a kindness and love and devotion. Next week, in tribute to Edna St. Vincent Millay, we'll bring you an actual recording of the poet reading Renaissance and the Ballad of the Harp Weaver. And as a second highlight, the voice of Miss Judith Anderson reading from Miss Millay's final book, Mine the Harvest, which was published this year by Random House. Returning to our stars, Dame Edith Evans and Sir John Gielgud, we'll listen to a group of varied but very well-known poems. First, The Tiger by William Blake, Shelley's Ode to the West Wind, and Break, Break, Break by Alfred Lord Tennyson.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burns the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? What the hammer, what the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil? What dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry?
O wild west wind, thou breath of autumn's being, thou from whose unseen presence the leaves dead are driven like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, yellow and black and pale and hectic red, pestilence-stricken multitudes. O thou who chariotest to their dark wintry bed the winged seas where they lie cold and low, each like a corpse within its grave, until thine azure sister of the spring shall blow her clarion o'er the dreaming earth and fill driving sweet buds like flocks to feed in air with living hues and odors, plain and hill. Wild spirit which art moving everywhere, destroyer and preserver, hear, oh hear. Thou on whose stream, mid the steep sky's commotion, loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed, shook from the tangled boughs of heaven and ocean, angels of rain and lightning, there are spread on the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, even from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith height, the locks of the approaching storm. Thou dirge of the dying year, to which this closing night will be the dome of a vast sepulchre, vaulted with all thy congregated might of vapors, from whose solid atmosphere black rain and fire and hail will burst. Oh, hear! Thou who didst waken from his summer dreams the blue Mediterranean, where he lay lulled by the coil of his crystalline stream beside a pumice isle in Bai's Bay, and saw in sleep old palaces and towers quivering within the waves' intenser day, all overgrown with azure moss and flowers, so sweet the sense faint picturing them. Thou for whose path the Atlantic's level powers cleave themselves into chasms, while far below the sea blooms and the oozy woods which wear the sapless foliage of the ocean know thy voice, and suddenly grow grey with fear, and tremble and despoil themselves. Oh, dear. If I were a dead leaf thou mightest bear, if I were a swift cloud to fly with thee, a wave to pant beneath thy power, and share the impulse of thy strength, only less free than thou, O uncontrollable. If even I were as in my boyhood, and could be the comrade of thy wanderings over heaven, as then when to outstrip thy sky speed scarce seemed a vision, I would ne'er have striven as thus with thee in prayer in my sore need. Oh, lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. I fall upon the thorns of life. I bleed. A heavy weight of hours has chained and bowed one too like thee, tameless and swift and proud. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou, spirit fierce, my spirit. Be thou me, impetuous one. Drive my dead thoughts over the universe like withered leaves to quicken a new birth, and by the incantation of this verse, scatter as from an unextinguished harp ashes and sparks my words among mankind. Be through my lips to unawakened earth the trumpet of a prophecy. O wine, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Break, break, break on thy cold grey stones, O sea, and I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that are rising. Oh, well for the fisherman's boy that he shouts with his sister at play. Oh, well for the sailor lad that he sings in his boat on the bay, and the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand, and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea, that the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to you.
Dame Edith concludes our program with a sensitive and bittersweet poem written in more modern times, but still a classic in the annals of English verse. The poet, G.K. Chesterton. The poem,
The chair she sat in like a burnished throne glowed on the marble where the glass held up by standards wrought with fruited vines, from which a golden Cupidon peeped out. Another hid his eyes beneath his wing.
You are listening to the voice of T.S. Eliot, reading an excerpt from The Wasteland, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Finest poetry recordings we've heard is the Columbia LP album Pleasure Dome. On Anthology last week, we played for you selections from North and South, read by the poet Elizabeth Bishop. This afternoon, we'll bring you two more highlights from the album. First, an American-born English poet, T.S. Eliot. Secondly, a St. Louis-born Brooklyn poet, Marianne Moore. T.S. Eliot went to live in London after his graduation from Harvard and has since become a British subject. Winner of the Nobel Prize in 1948, he is generally regarded as the most influential living poet and critic. The Wasteland, his most famous poem, has achieved the stature of a modern classic. Its grand theme is the contemporary sense of doom, flecked by hints of possible salvation. This afternoon, we're to hear Mr. Eliot reading from Part 2 of The Wasteland, a game of chess which compares the checkmated relations of two pieces, an upper-class lady and her shadowy lover, I, with those of two pawns, the lower-class Lil and her recently demobilized husband, Albert. And here's Mr. Eliot.
The chair she sat in like a burnished throne glowed on the marble where the glass held up by standards wrought with fruited vines, from which a golden Cupidon peeped out. Another hid his eyes beneath his wing. Doubled the flames of 7-branched candelabra, reflecting light upon the table as the glitter of her jewels rose to meet it from satin cases poured in rich profusion. In vials of ivory and colored glass, unstoppered, lurked her strange synthetic perfumes, unguent, powdered or liquid, troubled, confused and drowned the sense in odors. Stirred by the air that freshened from the window, these ascended, enfattening the prolonged candle flames, flung their smoke into the lacriaria, stirring the pattern on the coffered ceiling. Huge seawood fed with copper, burned green and orange, framed by the colored stone, in which sad light a carved dolphin swam. Above the antique mantel was displayed, as though a window gave upon the sylvan scene, the change of Philomel by the barbarous king so rudely forced. Yet there the nightingale filled all the desert with inviolable voice, and still she cried, and still the world pursues, jug, jug, to dirty ears. And other withered stumps of time were told upon the walls. Staring forms leaned out, leaning, hushing the room enclosed. Footsteps shuffled on the stair. Under the firelight, under the brush, her hair spread out in fiery points, glowed into words, then would be savagely still. My nerves are bad tonight. Yes, bad. Stay with me. Speak to me. Why do you never speak? Speak. What are you thinking of? What thinking? What? I never know what you are thinking. Think. I think we are in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lost their bones. What is that noise? The wind under the door. What is that noise now? What is the wind doing? Nothing again, nothing. Do you know nothing? Do you see nothing? Do you remember nothing? I remember those are pearls that wear his eyes. Are you alive or not? Is there nothing in your head? But oh, that Shakespearean rag. It's so elegant, so intelligent. What shall I do now? What shall I do? I shall rush out as I am and walk the street with my hair down, so. What shall we do tomorrow? What shall we ever do? The hot water at 10, and if it rains, a closed car at 4, and we shall play a game of chess, pressing lidless eyes and waiting for a knock upon the door. When Lil's husband got demobbed, I didn't mince my words. I said to her myself, hurry up, please, it's time. Now Albert's coming back. Make yourself a bit smart. He'll want to know what you done with that money he gave you to get yourself some teeth. He did, I was there. You have them all out, Lil, and get a nice set, he said. I swear I can't bear to look at you. And no more can't I said, and think of poor Albert. He's been in the army 4 years. He wants a good time. And if you don't give it him, there's others will, I said. Always there, she said. Something of that, I said. Then I'll know who to thank, she said, and give me a straight look. Hurry up, please, it's time. If you don't like it, you can get on with it, I said. Others can pick and choose if you can't. But if Albert makes off, it won't be for lack of telling. You ought to be ashamed, I said, to look so antique, and her only 31. I can't help it, she said, pulling a long face. It's them pills I took to bring it off, she said. She's had 5 already and nearly died of young George. The chemist said it would be all right, and I've never been the same. You are a proper fool, I said. Well, if Albert won't leave you alone, there it is, I said. What you get married for if you don't want children? Hurry up, please. It's time. Well, that Sunday Albert was home. They had a hot gammon. They asked me in to dinner to get the beauty of it hot. Hurry up, please. It's time. Hurry up, please. It's time. Good night, Bill. Good night, Lou. Good night, May. Good night. Ta-ta. Good night. Good night. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Our second poet this afternoon is Miss Marianne Moore, who just this week made banner headlines in the book department of every major New York newspaper with her translation from the French of the beautiful tales of La Fontaine. Miss Moore, as we mentioned, was born in St. Louis, but moved east to attend college at Bryn Mawr. Upon her graduation, she first taught shorthand to Indians. Then, for a longer period, was librarian at the Hudson Park branch of the New York Public Library. From 1925 to 1929, she edited the distinguished literary review, The Dial. She's the author of selected poems, What Are Years, and Nevertheless, from which we'll hear a short selection this afternoon. The poem is called In Distrust of Merits, and is considered to be one of the finest American poems on the theme of the late war. Marianne Moore.
Strengthened to live, strengthened to die for medals and positioned victories, they are fighting, fighting the blind man who thinks he sees, who cannot see that the enslaver is enslaved, the hater harmed. O shining, O firm star, O tumultuous ocean, lashed till small things go as they will. The mountainous wave makes us who look no depth, lost at sea before they fought. O Star of David, Star of Bethlehem, O black imperial lion of the Lord, emblem of a risen world, be joined at last, be joined. There is hate's crown, beneath which all is death. There's love, without which none is king. The blessed deeds bless the halo. As contagion of sickness makes sickness, contagion of trust can make trust. They are fighting in deserts and caves, one by one, in battalions and squadrons. They are fighting that I may yet recover from the disease myself. Some have it lightly, some will die. Man's wolf to man, and we devour ourselves. The enemy could not have made a greater breach in our defenses. One piloting a blind man can escape him. But Job, disheartened by false comfort, knew that nothing can be so defeating as a blind man who can see. O alive who are dead, who are proud not to see, O small dust of the earth that walks so arrogantly, trust begets power, and faith is an affectionate thing. We vow, we make this promise to the fighting, it's a promise. We'll never hate black, white, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, untouchable. We are not confident to make our vows. With set jaw, they are fighting, fighting, fighting. Some we love whom we know, some we love but know not, that hearts may feel and not be numb. It cures me. Or am I what I am? Some in snow, some on crags, some in quicksands, little by little, much by much. They are fighting, 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 that where there was death, there may be life. When a man is prey to anger, he is moved by outside things. When he holds his ground in patience, 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 that is action or beauty, the soldier's hardest armor for the fight. The world's an orphan's home. Shall we never have peace without sorrow, without pleas of the dying for help that won't come? Oh, quiet form upon the dust, I cannot look, and yet I must. If these great patient dyings, all these agonies and wound-bearings and bloodshed can teach us how to live, these dyings were not wasted. Hate-hardened heart, oh, heart of iron, iron is iron till it is rust. There never was a war that was not inward. I must fight till I have conquered in myself what causes war, but I would not believe it. I inwardly did nothing. Oh, Iscariot-like crime. Beauty is everlasting, and dust is for a time.
Marianne Moore reading In Distrust of Merits from her book of poems, Nevertheless. There has always been an active exchange of radio fare between America and England. And this afternoon, we're particularly delighted to have not only a guest program on our program, but a guest program which is actually Anthology's counterpart on the BBC in London. Called Time for Verse, the program is a poetry notebook edited and introduced by Patrick Dickinson. The readers you'll hear are Jill Balkin and C. Day Lewis. So, through the generosity of the BBC, we take you now, transcribed of course, to London, in time to hear...
Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest.
You are listening to the voice of Donald Crisp reading A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. A page from this week's edition of Anthology. Special and decidedly happy word, birthday, receives top billing this week since it has a close association with every phase of our program. February 27th, the anniversary of Longfellow's birthday, will be marked by Donald Crisp reading several of the poet's best-loved poems. On February 21st, Random House published W.H. Auden's new book of verse, The Shield of Achilles. February 21st was also Mr. Auden's birthday, and of course, with pardonable pride, we'd like to point out that this is the 52nd edition of Anthology this week. We're 1 year old. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was born in Portland, Maine on February 27, 1807, of an old New England family. He was, in fact, descended from Priscilla and John Alden, he of the Speak for Yourself fame. Longfellow matriculated at Benedictine College when he was 15. When he was 20, he went to Europe, where he spent 2 years. Germany was Longfellow's favorite country, and he not only learned the language of the German people, but much of their literature and folklore. In fact, if you'll listen carefully, you'll hear a fascinating German legend mentioned in the first Longfellow poem, which Donald Crisp will read for us. I'm sure you'll recognize, in fact, even remember, many of the familiar lines of The Children's Hour.
Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupation that is known as the children's hour. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices soft and sweet. From my study I see in the lamplight, descending the broad hall stair, grave Alice and laughing Allegra, and Edith with golden hair. A whisper, and then a silence. Yet I know by their merry eyes they are plotting and planning together to take me by surprise. A sudden rush from the stairway, a sudden raid from the hall by 3 doors left unguarded. They enter my castle wall. They climb up into my turret or the arms and back of my chair. If I try to escape, they surround me. They seem to be everywhere. They almost devour me with kisses, their arms about me entwined, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower on the Rhine. Do you think, oh blue-eyed banditti, because you have scaled the wall, such an old moustache as I am is not a match for you all? I have you fast in my fortress, and will not let you depart, but put you down into the dungeon in the round tower of my heart. And there will I keep you forever, yes, forever and a day, till the walls shall crumble to ruin and moulder in dust away.
The lines which are based on the German legend I mentioned are contained in the verse, "They almost devour me with kisses, their arms about me entwine, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower on the Rhine." According to the German storytellers, in the 10th century there was a great famine throughout the land, but when the poor people came to a certain Bishop Hatto for food, he refused to help them because they reminded him of a horde of rodents devouring anything they could find. After the famine was over, the legend relates that hundreds of mice suddenly appeared in the town in which the bishop lived. Frightened by their great numbers, he retreated to his tower on the Rhine River. But the army of mice swarmed across the stream, gnawed through the bolted doors, and devoured the cruel prelate. Robert Southey has told the story with vivid realism in his poem, God's Judgment on a Wicked Bishop. But Longfellow refers to the legend in a teasing, kinder vein, as he is almost devoured by his children's kisses. The poetry of Longfellow is filled with lines which are today common language. Life is real, life is earnest. Into each life some rain must fall. Suppose we listen to Donald Crisp read the poems from which these expressions originated. First, a psalm of life, and then the rainy day.
Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way, but to act that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future howe'er pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead, act in the living present, heart within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. The day is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. The vine still clings to the mouldering wall, but at every gust the dead leaves fall, and the day is dark and dreary. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. My thoughts still cling to the mouldering past, but the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, and cease repining. Behind the clouds is the sun still shining. Thy fate is the common fate of all. Into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and dreary.
We'll conclude our selection of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poetry with his delicate and familiar poem in praise of the hours of darkness. Donald Crisp reads, Hymn to the Night.
I heard the trailing garments of the night sweep through her marble halls. I saw her sable skirts all fringed with light from the celestial walls. I felt her presence by its spell of might stoop o'er me from above, the calm, majestic presence of the night, as of the one I love. I heard the sounds of sorrow and delight, the manifold, soft chimes that fill the haunted chambers of the night like some old poet's rhymes. From the cool cisterns of the midnight air, my spirit drank repose. The fountain of perpetual peace flows there. From those deep cisterns flows. O holy night, from thee I learn to bear what man has borne before. Thou layest thy finger on the lips of care, and they complain no more. Peace, peace or rest is like, I breathe this prayer. Descend with broad-winged flight, the welcome, the thrice prayed for, the most fair, the best beloved night.
In commemoration of his birthday, February 27th, 1809, the poems of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, read by Donald Crisp. This past Monday, the 21st of February, a lot of things happened. It was the birthday of Mr. W.H. Auden, and on his birthday, I suppose as a kind of birthday present, would you say, Mr. Auden?
Yes, it was. It was also Mr. Sachageek's birthday, I believe.
Well, I didn't quite say what happened on that day, besides your birthday, but your new book, The Shield of Achilles, came out.
Yes, it did.
Which is the cause for rejoicing among poetry readers for this week and many weeks to come, and months and years, conceivably. One of the things that Mr. Auden has agreed to do for us today is to answer some of the questions which listeners have written in. We're always getting...
I won't say I'll answer them. I'll try.
I'm sure you're an expert at answering questions because you spent a good many years touring throughout this country and England and where else?
Well, I'm an old ham school teacher. I've taught for many years anyway, so I'm used to questions.
You're never at a loss for some kind of answer, in other words.
Never.
Or if you are, I presume you'll know how to turn us away.
I know how to hide it.
Here's the first one. Do you believe there's a renaissance in America of poetry reading?
Yes, undoubtedly. There's much more readings of poetry going on, which poets actually paid for, I'm sure, than there was, should we say, 20 years ago. It's not even only in poetry. You notice how people can spend a whole evening reading works of Dickens or something. Mm-hmm. People do appear to be interested in the spoken word now, which is very nice for us.
Aside from the poets reading their poetry, do you think people are reading aloud at home more? Do you?
That I don't know. Uh-huh. I know some parents do think it's important to read aloud to their children, but whether there's actually much more, I don't know.
I suppose it's pretty difficult to tear the kids away from the television set to get
I imagine so, yes.
But there's more on television or radio.
Yes, there is, yes. Yeah.
Here's our second question. Sounds like a quiz show, doesn't it? What chance has the young poet today, and how can he begin to have his works marketed?
That is a problem because the actual expense of publishing books, of course, has gone up a great deal, so that publishers hesitate to risk money on something which will not make money because poetry never does make much. You start, I suppose, with the magazines. Then they are starting with some of these pocket books, in printing the work of new writers. There have been several, that New World Writing, for example, where they do print the work of new writers, and so something is being done.
Here's question 3. William Carlos Williams considers the poet a prophet. What do you feel his position is in the world today?
Oh, now that's a rather hard one. I would hesitate to say that poets are prophets. They may sometimes be some kind of prophet, but I think it would be awfully difficult to start by thinking I'm going to be a prophet. I mean, what you do is really try and give some people some pleasure by what you write. If in addition to that you make them any wise or something, well, so much the better. But it certainly is not a thing a poet should think about.
In other words,
you should think about making a thing properly and as best he can.
In other words, if he happens to be a poet and a prophet, too, well, okay.
Fine, yes.
But if he's not a prophet, he shouldn't go around worrying about it.
No.
And write poetry anyway. Let's see, this is question number 4. And we don't have any $64 to offer for it either.
Shame.
What do you look for in modern poetry? I guess we should say, what do you look for in modern poetry? Or no, maybe what do we all look for? If you have no understanding of what the poet is trying to say, how do you find that understanding? Obviously, this you does not mean you, Mr. Audrey.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you said you can't understand anything, I don't know how you would begin except by just rereading. I think there is a certain thing that should be said, because this question comes up so often, about whether modern poetry is obscure or not. Firstly, that to imagine that difficult poetry is an invention of this age is just not true. If you want to see what really difficult poetry can be, you should have a look at the Scandinavian court poetry of the 10th century, which is incredibly difficult. The other thing I would say is that one element in poetry, it's not the only element, but one element, I believe, is the riddle. Now, everyone really enjoys solving riddles. Look, otherwise, people would not do crossword puzzles. And the difference between what you might call legitimate difficulty and illegitimate obscurity would be very much the same as it is in a crossword puzzle. When 1 week you cannot get something, right, you look next week. If you say, my God, what a fool I was, I ought to have got that clue, well, that's all right. If you say, no, it was unfair, I couldn't get it. And roughly it's very much the same, I think, in poetry.
Let's see what question number 5 is. What has happened to poetic drama? Why are so few verse plays written?
I think that maybe that the tradition of how to speak verse has disappeared, and it has to compete with other forms of drama, and of course it's a terribly expensive medium now.
Do you find this is as true in England as it is in this country?
Pretty well, I think.
Really? Because we always look upon the British actors, for instance, as being able to do...
I think they can, maybe, but I don't really... I think it's partly simply a matter of the expense of the medium.
To put on any play, both drama or straightforward prose, is still a great risk and very expensive. And, of course, since the verse drama is apt to be more obscure and draw less people, I suppose that immediately cuts down.
Actually, I know what a number of poets are becoming interested in, as I am now, is librettos for operas, which, of course, is a form of poetic drama, if you like.
One of the great forms, certainly. Well, let's see. Question number 6. Can repetition harm a poem? Some listeners write in and ask to hear the same poem again and again. They consider a poem the same as a musical composition.
They're quite right. Ideally, you should know a poem by heart. I always, when I have classes, I make people learn large quantities of poetry by heart without explaining what it's about. Just make them learn it.
I agree with that. We had to learn poetry by heart, even in college, and I remember the kids thought, oh, this is child stuff, you know. But I still remember some of them.
And after it, first of all, they think you're mad. But afterwards, they're grateful.
Yes, I was grateful. Now, I'll never forget the professor who taught me those poems. Number 7, should you read poetry aloud to yourself?
Yes. Because all poetry, even if it's difficult, is meant to be heard. The difficulty, obviously, of listening to somebody reading aloud a poem they never heard before is like listening to a modern piece of music, too. But you have to know it well before you see the beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it's the same thing. But in the end, it should be read aloud, certainly.
Question 8. Where should poetry appreciation start? What should the novice do? If you sincerely have the desire to learn about poetry, where do you begin?
You just read it. That's all. I mean, there's nothing else you can say. If you're interested, you read it, study it.
But you don't think there's any particular type they should start off with? Just plunge?
Yeah. They must form their own taste. And just read what they find interests them. And I think one of the great differences you'll see between somebody who really is going to be a poet is somebody who's just going to like the art. Is the thing that the person who's going to be a poet will look at all the time is technically how the thing's made.
That completes the questions that we picked out for you today.
Well, just as well.
But I'd like to read just a sentence here from Dorothy Kilgallen's column in the Journal American for February 22nd. She says, the ultimate has been reached in the do-it-yourself rage. Now you can buy a do-it-yourself poetry kit, which enabled you to write in the style of any of 15 famous bards, and it sells for $1 in Greenwich Village.
Mercy. I would like to see it. But how awful it will be if it turns out to work.
We'll have more poetry than we know what to do with.
We shall, indeed.
This may be the birth of a new age.
Exactly. It's terrifying to think of.
Maybe when you read the poem, you'll find yourself branching out into new kinds of poetry yourself.
Exactly.
Well, why don't we branch out right now and have you read some of W.H. Auden's poetry?
Now let me see.
From your new book, The Shield of Achilles.
Yeah. Well, I start with something very simple, which is just an epitaph for a white cat of mine, which is buried in Italy. At peace under this mandarin, sleep, Lucina, blue-eyed queen of white cats. For you the Ischia wave shall weep, when we who now miss you are American dust, on steep pepper mayo in peace and war, augustly a grave watch keep. And this is a poem really in favor of a forestry service. It's called Woods. Sylvan meant savage in those primal woods Piero di Cosimo so loved to draw, where nudes, bears, lions, sows with women's heads, mounted and murdered and ate each other raw, nor thought the lightning-kindled bush to tame, but, flabbergasted, fled the useful flame. Reduced to patches owned by hunting squires of villages with ovens and a stocks, they whispered still of most unsocial fires. Though crown and mitre warned their silly flocks, the pasture's humdrum rhythms to approve, and to abhor the license of the grove. Guilty intention still looks for a hotel that wants no details and surrenders none. A wood is that, and throws in charm as well, and many a semi-innocent undone has blamed its nightingales who round the deed sang with such sweetness of a happy greed. Those birds, of course, did nothing of the sort. And there's the sylvan nature. If you take a snapshot at a picnic, oh, how short and lower ordersy the gang will look by those vast lives that never took another, and are not scared of God's ghost or stepmother. Among these coffins of its by and by, the public can, it cannot on the coast, bridle its skirt and bargain-chasing eye, and where should an austere philologist relax but in the very world of shade from which the matter of his field was made? Old sounds re-educate an ear grown coarse, as Pan's green father suddenly raps out a burst of undecipherable Morse, and cuckoos mock in Welsh, and doves create in rustic English, over all they do to rear their modern family of two. Now here, now there, some loosened element, a fruit in vigor or a dying leaf, utters its private idiom for dissent, and late man, listening through his latter grief, hears close or far the oldest of his joys, exactly as it was, the water noise. A well-kept forest begs Our Lady's grace. Someone is not disgusted, or at least is laying bets upon the human race, retaining enough decency to last. The trees encountered on a country stroll reveal a lot about that country's soul. A small grove massacred to the last ash, an oak with half-rot give away the show. This great society is going smash. They cannot fool us with how fast they go, how much they cost each other and the gods. A culture is no better than its woods. Well, there's a very little one, really about a railroad train. Self-drivers may curse their luck, stuck on newfangled trails, but the good old train will jog to the dogma of its rails, and steam so straight ahead that I cannot be led astray by tempting scenes which occur along any permanent way. Intriguing dales escape into hills of the shape I like, though where I actually put, where a footpath leaves the pike, for some steep romantic spot, I should ask what chance there is of at least a $10 check or a family peck of a kiss. But, forcibly held to my tracks, I can safely relax and dream of a love and a livelihood to fit that wood or stream. And what could be greater fun, once one has chosen and paid, than the inexpensive delight of a choice one might have made? This is a lyric called The Willow Wren and the Stair. A starling and a willow wren on a may tree by a weir saw them meet and heard him say, "Dearest, my dear, more lively than his waters chortling as they leap the dam, my sweetest duck, my precious goose, my white lascivious lamb." With a smile she listened to him, talking to her there. "What does he want?" said the willow wren. "Much too much," said the stair. "Forgive these loves who dwell in me, these brats of greed and fear, the honking bottom-pinching clown, the snivelling sonneteer, that so between us, even these who till the grave are mine, for all they fall so short of may, dear heart, be still a sign." With a smile she closed her eyes, silent she lay there. "Does he mean what he says?" said the willow wren. "Some of it," said the stair. "Hark, wild robin winds his horn, and as his notes require, now our laughter-loving spirits must in awe retire, and let their kinder partners, speechless with desire, go in their holy selfishness, unpunny to the fire." Smiling silently she threw her arms about him there. "Is it only that?" said the willow wren. "It's that as well," said the stair. Waking in her arms, he cried, utterly content, "I have heard the high good noises, promoted for an instant, stood upon the shining outskirts of that joy I thank, for you, my dog, and every goody. There on the grass bank, she laughed, he laughed, they laughed together, then they ate and drank." "Did he know what he meant?" said the willow wren. "God only knows," said the stair.
Mr. Auden, thank you very much for being our guest today, and please come back again soon. You've been listening to W.H. Auden reading from his new book, The Shield of Achilles, published by Random House on February 21st.
Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton, for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Wallace. Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. White founts falling in the courts of the sun, and the Soldan of Byzantium is smiling as they run. There is laughter like the fountains in that face of all men feared. It stirs the forest darkness, the darkness of his beard. It curls the blood-red crescent, the crescent of his lips. For the inmost sea of all the earth is shaken with his ships. They have dared the white republics up the capes of Italy. They have dashed the Adriatic round the Lion of the Sea. And the Pope has cast his arms abroad for agony and loss, and called the kings of Christendom for swords about the cross. The cold Queen of England is looking in the glass. The shadow of the Valois is yawning at the mast. From evening isles fantastical rings faint the Spanish gun. and the Lord upon the golden horn is laughing in the sun. Dim drums throbbing in the hills half heard, where only on a nameless throne a crownless prince has stirred, where, risen from a doubtful seat and half attainted stall, the last knight of Europe takes weapons from the wall, the last and lingering troubadour to whom the bird has sung, that once went singing southward when all the world was young. In that enormous silence, tiny and unafraid, comes up along a winding road the noise of the crusade. Strong gongs groaning as the guns boom far, Don John of Austria is going to the war. Stiff flags straining in the night blasts cold, in the gloom black purple, in the glint old gold, torchlight crimson on the copper kettle drums, then the tuckets, then the trumpets, then the cannons, and he comes. Don John laughing in the brave beard curled, spurning of his stirrups like the thrones of all the world, holding his head up for a flag of all the free. Love light of Spain, hurrah! Death light of Africa, Don John of Austria is riding to the sea. Mahound is in his paradise above the evening star. Don John of Austria is going to the war. He moves a mighty turban on the timeless Houri's knees, his turban that is woven of the sunsets and the seas. He shakes the peacock gardens as he rises from his ease, and he strides among the treetops, and is taller than the trees, and his voice through all the garden is a thunder sent to bring Black Azrael and Ariel and Ammon on the wing, giants in the genii, multiplex of wing and eye, whose strong obedience broke the sky when Solomon was king. They rush in red and purple from the red clouds of the morn, from the temples where the yellow gods shut up their eyes in scorn. They rise in green robes roaring from the green hells of the sea, where fallen skies and evil hues and eyeless creatures be. On them the sea valves cluster and the grey sea forests curl, splashed with a splendid sickness, the sickness of the pearl. They swell in sapphire smoke out of the blue cracks of the ground. They gather and they wonder and give worship to Mahound. And he saith, "Break up the mountains where the hermit folk can hide, and sift the red and silver sands, lest bone of saint abide, and chase Segurus flying night and day, not giving rest, for that which was our trouble comes again out of the west. We have set the seal of Solomon on all things under sun, of knowledge and of sorrow and endurance of things done. But a noise is in the mountains, and I know the voice that shook our palaces 400 years ago. It is he that saith not Kismet, it is he that knows not fate. It is Richard, it is Raymond, it is Godfrey at the gate. It is he whose loss is laughter when he counts the wager worth. Put down your feet upon him, that our peace be on the earth. For he heard drums groaning and he heard guns jar. Don John of Austria is going to the war. Sudden and still, hurrah, bolt from Iberia, Don John of Austria is gone by Alcalá. St. Michael's on his mountain in the sea roads of the north. Don John of Austria is girt and going forth, where the grey seas glitter and the sharp tides shift, and the sea folk labour and the red sails lift. He shakes his lance of iron and he claps his wings of stone. The noise is gone through Normandy, the noise is gone alone. The north is full of tangled things and texts and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise. And Christian killeth Christian in a narrow dusty room, and Christian dreadeth Christ that hath a newer face of doom, and Christian hateth Mary that God kissed in Galilee. But Don John of Austria is riding to the sea, Don John calling through the blast and the eclipse, crying with the trumpet of his lips, trumpet that saith, Ha! Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria is shouting to the ships. King Philip's in his closet with the fleece about his neck. Don John of Austria is armed upon the deck. The walls are hung with velvet that is black and soft as sin, and little dwarfs creep out of it, and little dwarfs creep in. He holds a crystal phial that has colours like the moon. He touches, and it tingles, and he trembles very soon. And his face is as a fungus of a leprous white and grey, like plants in the high houses that are shuttered from the day, and death is in the phial, and the end of noble work. But Don John of Austria has fired upon the Turk. Don John's hunting, and his hounds have bayed. Booms away past Italy the rumour of his raid. Gun upon gun, ha-ha, gun upon gun, hurrah! Don John of Austria has loosed the cannonade. The Pope was in his chapel before day or battle broke. Don John of Austria is hidden in the smoke. The hidden room in man's house where God sits all the year, the secret window whence the world looks small and very dear. He sees as in a mirror on the monstrous twilight sea the crescent of his cruel ships whose name is mystery. They fling great shadows forwards, making cross and castle dark. They veil the plumed lions on the galleys of St. Mark, and above the ships are palaces of brown black-bearded chiefs, and below the ships are prisons, where with multitudinous griefs Christian captives, sick and sunless, all a labouring race repines, like a race in sunken cities, like a nation in the mines. They are lost like slaves that sweat, and in the skies of morning hung the stairways of the tallest gods when tyranny was young. They are countless, voiceless, hopeless, as those fallen or fleeing on before the high king's horses in the granite of Babylon. And many a one grows witless in his quiet room in hell, where a yellow face looks inward through the lattice of his cell. And he finds his God forgotten, and he seeks no more a sign. But Don John of Austria has burst the battle line, Don John pounding from the slaughter-painted poop, purpling all the ocean like a bloody pirate's sloop, scarlet running over on the silvers and the golds, breaking of the hatches up, and bursting of the holds, thronging of the thousands up that labour under sea, white for bliss and blind for sun, and stunned for liberty. Vivat Hispania, Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria has set his people free. Cervantes, on his galley, sets the sword back in the sheath. Don John of Austria rides homeward with a reef. And he sees across a weary land a straggling road in Spain, up which a lean and foolish knight for ever rides in vain. And he smiles, but not a sultan's smile, and settles back the blade. But Don John of Austria rides home from the crusade. End of Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict.
A Hymn by G.K. Chesterton, read for LibriVox.org by Hatton 43. O God of earth and altar, bow down and hear our cry. Our earthly rulers falter, our people drift and die. The walls of gold entomb us, the swords of scorn divide. Take not thy thunder from us, but take away our pride. From all that terror teaches, from lies of tongue and pen, from all the easy speeches that comfort cruel men, for sale and profanation of honour and the sword, from sleep and from damnation, deliver us, good Lord. Tie in a living tether the prince and priest and thrall, bind all our lives together, smite us and save us all. In ire and exultation, aflame with faith and free, lift up a living nation, a single sword to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of the White Horse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, July 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Prefatory Note and Dedication. Prefatory Note to the First Edition. This ballad needs no historical notes, for the simple reason that it does not profess to be historical. All of it that is not frankly fictitious, as in any prose romance about the past, is meant to emphasize tradition rather than history. King Alfred is not a legend in the sense that King Arthur may be a legend, that is, in the sense that he may possibly be a lie. But King Alfred is a legend in this broader and more human sense, that the legends are the most important things about him. The cult of Alfred was a popular cult, from the darkness of the 9th century to the deepening twilight of the 20th. It is wholly as a popular legend that I deal with him here. I write as one ignorant of everything, except that I have found the legend of a king of Wessex still alive in the land. I will give 3 curt cases of what I mean. A tradition connects the ultimate victory of Alfred with the valley in Berkshire called the Vale of the White Horse. I have seen doubts of the tradition, which may be valid doubts. I do not know when or where the story started. It is enough that it started somewhere and ended with me, for I only seek to write upon a hearsay, as the old balladists did. For the second case, there is a popular tale that Alfred played the harp and sang in the Danish camp. I select it because it is a popular tale, at whatever time it arose. For the third case, there is a popular tale that Alfred came in contact with a woman and cakes. I select it because it is a popular tale, because it is a vulgar one. It has been disputed by grave historians, who were, I think, a little too grave to be good judges of it. The 2 chief charges against the story are that it was first recorded long after Alfred's death, and that, as Mr. Oman urges, Alfred never really wandered all alone without any thanes or soldiers. Both these objections might possibly be met. It has taken us nearly as long to learn the whole truth about Byron, and perhaps longer to learn the whole truth about Pepys, than elapsed between Alfred and the first writing of such tales. As for the other objection, do the historians really think that Alfred after Wilton, or Napoleon after Leipzig, never walked about in a wood by himself for the matter of an hour or 2? 10 minutes might be made sufficient for the essence of the story. But I am not concerned to prove the truth of these popular traditions. It is enough for me to maintain 2 things: that they are popular traditions, and that without these popular traditions we should have bothered about Alfred about as much as we bother about Edwig. One other consideration needs a note. Alfred has come down to us in the best way, that is by national legends, solely for the same reason as Arthur and Roland and the other giants of that darkness, because he fought for the Christian civilization against the heathen nihilism. But since this work was really done by generation after generation, by the Romans before they withdrew, and by the Britons while they remained, I have summarized this first crusade in a triple symbol, and given to a fictitious Roman, Celt, and Saxon a part in the glory of Ethandune. I fancy that in fact Alfred's Wessex was of very mixed bloods, but in any case it is the chief value of legend to mix up the centuries while preserving the sentiment, to see all ages in a sort of splendid foreshortening. That is the use of tradition. It telescopes history. G.K.C. End of prefatory note. Dedication. To my wife. Of great limbs gone to chaos, a great face turned to night, why bend above a shapeless shroud, seeking in such archaic cloud sight of strong lords and light? Where 7 sunken Englands lie buried one by one, why should one idle spade, I wonder, shake up the dust of thanes like thunder, to smoke and choke the sun? In cloud of clay so cast to heaven, what shape shall man discern? These lords may light the mystery of mastery or victory, and these ride high in history, but these shall not return. Gored on the Norman gonfalon, the golden dragon died. We shall not wake with ballad strings the good time of the smaller things. We shall not see the holy kings ride down by Severn side. Stiff, strange, and quaintly coloured as the broidery of Bayeux, the England of that dawn remains, and this of Alfred and the Danes seems like the tales a whole tribe feigns too English to be true. Of a good king on an island, that ruled once on a time, and as he walked by an apple tree, there came green devils out of the sea, with sea plants trailing heavily, and tracks of opal slime. Yet Alfred is no fairy tale. His days as our days ran. He also looked forth for an hour on peopled plains and skies that lower from those few windows in the tower that is the head of a man. But who shall look from Alfred's hood, or breathe his breath alive? His century, like a small dark cloud, drifts far. It is an eyeless crowd, where the tortured trumpets scream aloud, and the dense arrows drive. Lady, by one light only, we look from Alfred's eyes. We know he saw athwart the wreck the sign that hangs about your neck, where one more than Melchizedek is dead and never dies. Therefore I bring these rhymes to you, who brought the cross to me, since on you flaming without flaw I saw the sign that Guthrum saw, when he let break his ships of awe, and laid peace on the sea. Do you remember when we went under a dragon moon, and mid volcanic tints of night walked where they fought the unknown fight, and saw black trees on the battle height, black thorn on Ethandune? And I thought, I will go with you, as man with God has gone, and wander with a wandering star, the wandering heart of things that are, the fiery cross of love and war, that like yourself goes on. O go you onward, where you are shall honour and laughter be, past purpled forest and pearled foam, God's winged pavilion free to roam, your face, that is a wandering home, a flying home for me. Ride through the silent earthquake lands, wide as a waste is wide, across these days like deserts when pride and a little scratching pen have dried and split the hearts of men, heart of the heroes ride. Up through an empty house of stars, being what heart you are, up the inhuman steeps of space, as on a staircase go in grace, carrying the firelight on your face beyond the loneliest star. Take these, in memory of the hour we strayed a space from home, and saw the smoke-hued hamlets quaint with Westland king and Westland saint, and watched the western glory faint along the road to Frome. G.K.C. End of dedication. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1. The Vision of the King. Before the gods that made the gods had seen their sunrise pass, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was cut out of the grass. Before the gods that made the gods had drunk at dawn their fill, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was hoary on the hill. Age beyond age on British lands, eons on eons gone, was peace and war in western hills, and the white horse looked on. For the white horse knew England when there was none to know. He saw the first oar break or bend. He saw heaven fall and the world end. O God, how long ago! For the end of the world was long ago, and all we dwell today as children of some second birth, like a strange people left on earth after a judgment day. For the end of the world was long ago, when the ends of the world waxed free, when Rome was sunk in a waste of slaves, and the sun drowned in the sea. When Caesar's sun fell out of the sky, and whoso hearkened right could only hear the plunging of the nations in the night. When the ends of the earth came marching in, to torch and cresset gleam, and the roads of the world that lead to Rome were filled with faces that moved like foam, like faces in a dream. And men rode out of the eastern lands, broad river and burning plain, trees that are Titan flowers to see, and tiger skies striped horribly with tints of tropic rain. Where Ind's enamelled peaks arise around that inmost one, where ancient eagles on its brink, vast as archangels, gather and drink the sacraments of the sun. And men break out of the northern lands, enormous lands alone, where a spell is laid upon life and lust, and the rain is changed to a silver dust, and the sea to a great green stone. And a shape that moveth murkily in mirrors of ice and night hath blanched with fear all beasts and birds, as death and a shock of evil words blast a man's hair with white. And the cry of the palms and the purple moons, or the cry of the frost and foam, swept ever around an inmost place, and the din of distant race on race cried and replied round Rome. And there was death on the emperor, and night upon the pope, and Alfred, hiding in deep grass, hardened his heart with hope. A sea-folk blinder than the sea broke all about his land, but Alfred up against them bare, and gripped the ground and grasped the air, staggered and strove to stand. He bent them back with spear and spade, with desperate dike and wall, with foemen leaning on his shield, and roaring on him when he reeled, and no help came at all. He broke them with a broken sword a little towards the sea, and for 1 hour of panting peace, ringed with a roar that would not cease, with golden crown and girded fleece, made laws under a tree. The Northmen came about our land, a Christless chivalry, who knew not of the arch or pen, great, beautiful, half-witted men from the sunrise and the sea. Misshapen ships stood on the deep, full of strange gold and fire, and hairy men as huge as sin, with horned heads came wading in through the long low sea mire. Our towns were shaken of tall kings, with scarlet beards like blood. The world turned empty where they trod. They took the kindly cross of God, and cut it up for wood. Their souls were drifting as the sea, and all good towns and lands they only saw with heavy eyes, and broke with heavy hands. Their gods were sadder than the sea, gods of a wandering will, who cried for blood like beasts at night, sadly from hill to hill. They seemed as trees walking the earth, as witless and as tall, yet they took hold upon the heavens, and no help came at all. They bred like birds in English woods, they rooted like the rose, when Alfred came to Athelney, to hide him from their bows. There was not English armour left, nor any English thing, when Alfred came to Athelney, to be an English king. For earthquake swallowing earthquake uprent the Wessex tree. The whirlpool of the pagan sway had swirled his sires as sticks away when a flood smites the sea. And the great kings of Wessex wearied and sank in gore, and even their ghosts in that great stress grew greyer and greyer, less and less, with the lords that died in Lyonnesse, and the king that comes no more. And the god of the golden dragon was dumb upon his throne, and the lord of the golden dragon ran in the woods alone. And if ever he climbed the crest of luck, and set the flag before, returning as a wheel returns, came ruin and the rain that burns, and all began once more. And naught was left King Alfred but shameful tears of rage, in the island, in the river, in the end of all his age. In the island, in the river, he was broken to his knee, and he read, writ with an iron pen, that God had wearied of Wessex men, and given their country, field and fen, to the devils of the sea. And he saw in a tiny picture, tiny and far away, his mother sitting in Egbert's hall, and a book she showed him very small, where a sapphire Mary sat in stall, with a golden Christ at play. It was wrought in the monk's slow manner, from silver and sanguine shell, where the scenes are little and terrible, keyholes of heaven and hell. In the river island of Athelney, with the river running past, in colours of such simple creed, all things sprang at him, sun and weed, till the grass grew to be grass indeed, and the tree was a tree at last. Fearfully plain the flowers grew, like the child's book to read, or like a friend's face seen in a glass. He looked, and there Our Lady was. She stood and stroked the tall live grass as a man strokes his steed. Her face was like an open word, when brave men speak and choose. The very colours of her coat were better than good news. She spoke not, nor turned not, nor any sign she cast, only she stood up straight and free, between the flowers in Athelney and the river running past. One dim ancestral jewel hung on his ruined armour grey. He rent and cast it at her feet, where after centuries with slow feet men came from hall and school and street, and found it where it lay. Mother of God, the wanderer said, I am but a common king, nor will I ask what saints may ask to see a secret thing. The gates of heaven are fearful gates, worse than the gates of hell, nor would I break the splendours barred, or seek to know the things they guard, which is too good to tell. But for this earth most pitiful, this little land I know, if that which is for ever is, or if our hearts should break with bliss, seeing the stranger go. When our last bow is broken, Queen, and our last javelin cast, under some sad green evening sky, holding a ruined cross on high, under warm westland grass to lie, shall we come home at last? And a voice came, human but high up, like a cottage climbed among the clouds, or a serf of hut and croft, that sits by his hovel fire as oft, but hears on his old bare roof aloft a belfry burst in song. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gain. The heaviest hind may easily come silently and suddenly upon me in a lane, and any little maid that walks in good thoughts apart may break the guard of the three kings, and see the dear and dreadful things I hid within my heart. The meanest man in grey fields gone behind the set of sun heareth between star and other star, through the door of the darkness fallen ajar, the counsel, eldest of things that are, the talk of the three in one. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gold. Men may uproot where worlds begin, or read the name of the nameless sin, but if he fail, or if he win, to no good man is told. The men of the east may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The men of the east may search the scrolls for sure fates and fame, but the men that drink the blood of God go singing to their shame. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. The wise men know all evil things under the twisted trees, where the perverse in pleasure pine, and men are weary of green wine, and sick of crimson seas. But you, and all the kind of Christ, are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause? Yea, faith without a hope? Even as she spoke she was not, nor any word said he. He only heard, still as he stood, under the old knight's nodding hood, the sea-folk breaking down the wood, like a high tide from sea. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and bleak, singing about some cruel thing, done by a great and smiling king in daylight on a deck. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and blind, singing what shameful things are done between the sunlit sea and the sun, when the land is left behind. End of Book 1. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2. The Gathering of the Chiefs. Up across windy wastes and up went Alfred over the shaws, shaken of the joy of giants, the joy without a cause. In the slopes away to the western bays, where blows not ever a tree, he washed his soul in the west wind, and his body in the sea. And he set to rhyme his ale measures, and he sang aloud his laws, because of the joy of the giants, the joy without a cause. For the king went gathering Wessex men, as grain out of the chaff, the few that were alive to die, laughing as littered skulls that lie, after lost battles turn to the sky an everlasting laugh. The king went gathering Christian men, as wheat out of the husk, Eldred, the franklin by the sea, and Mark, the man from Italy, and Colin of the sacred tree, from the old tribe on Usk. The rook croaked homeward heavily, the west was clear and warm, the smoke of evening food and ease rose like a blue tree in the trees when he came to Eldred's farm. But Eldred's farm was fallen awry, like an old cripple's bones, and Eldred's tools were red with rust, and on his well was a green crust, and purple thistles upward thrust between the kitchen stones. But smoke of some good feasting went upwards evermore, and Eldred's doors stood wide apart, for loitering foot or labouring cart, and Eldred's great and foolish heart stood open like his door. A mighty man was Eldred, a bulk for casks to fill, his face a dreaming furnace, his body a walking hill. In the old wars of Wessex his sword had sunken deep, but all his friends, he sighed and said, were broken about Ethelred, and between the deep drink and the dead he had fallen upon sleep. Come not to me, King Alfred, save always for the ale. Why should my harmless hinds be slain, because the chiefs cry once again, as in all fights, that we shall gain, and in all fights we fail? Your skalds still thunder and prophesy that crown that never comes. Friend, I will watch the certain things, swine and slow moons like silver rings, and the ripening of the plums. And Alfred answered, drinking, and gravely, without blame, Nor bear I boast of skald or king, the thing I bear is a lesser thing, but comes in a better name. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, more than the doors of doom, I call the muster of Wessex men, from grassy hamlet or ditch or den, to break and be broken, God knows when, but I have seen for whom. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, like a little word come I, for I go gathering Christian men, from sunken paving and ford and fen, to die in a battle God knows when, by God but I know why. And this is the word of Mary, the word of the world's desire. No more of comfort shall ye get, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then silence sank, and slowly arose the sea-land lord, like some vast beast for mystery. He filled the room and porch and sky, and from a cobwebbed nail on high unhooked his heavy sword. Up on the shrill sea downs and up went Alfred all alone, turning but once ere the door was shut, shouting to Eldred over his butt that he bring all spears to the woodman's hut, hewn under Egbert's stone. And he turned his back and broke the fern, and fought the moths of dusk, and went on his way for other friends, friends fallen of all the wide world's ends, from Rome that wrath and pardon sends, and the grey tribes on Usk. He saw gigantic tracks of death, and many a shape of doom, good steadings to grey ashes gone, and a monk's house white like a skeleton in the grey crypt of the combe. And in many a Roman villa earth and her ivies eat, saw coloured pavements sink and fade in flowers, and the windy colonnade like the spectre of a street. But the cold stars clustered among the cold pines, ere he was half on his pilgrimage over the western lines. And the white dawn widened ere he came to the last pine, where Mark, the man from Italy, still made the Christian sign. The long farm lay on the large hillside, flat like a painted plan, and by the side the low white house, where dwelt the Southland man. A bronzed man, with a bird's bright eye, and a strong bird's beak and brow. His skin was brown like buried gold, and of certain of his sires was told that they came in the shining ship of old, with Caesar in the prow. His fruit trees stood like soldiers, drilled in a straight line. His strange stiff olives did not fail, and all the kings of the earth drank ale, but he drank wine. Wide over wasted British plains stood never an arch or dome, only the trees to toss and reel, the tribes to bicker, the beasts to squeal, but the eyes in his head were strong like steel, and his soul remembered Rome. Then Alfred of the lonely spear lifted his lion head, and fronted with the Italian's eye, asking him of his whence and why, King Alfred stood and said, I am that oft-defeated king, whose failure fills the land, who fled before the Danes of old, who chaffered with the Danes with gold, who now upon the Wessex wold hardly has feet to stand. But out of the mouth of the Mother of God I have seen the truth like fire, this, that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Long looked the Roman on the land, the trees as golden crowns, blazed drenched with dawn and dew impearled, while faintlier coloured, freshlier curled, the clouds from underneath the world stood up over the downs. These vines be ropes that drag me hard, he said. I go not far. Where would you meet? For you must hold half Wiltshire and the White Horse Wold, and the Thames bank to Owensfold, if Wessex goes to war. Guthrum sits strong on either bank, and you must press his lines, inwards and eastward drive him down. I doubt if you shall take the crown, till you have taken London town. For me, I have the vines. If each man on the judgment day meet God on a plain alone, said Alfred, I will speak for you, as for myself, and call it true, that you brought all fighting folk you knew, lined under Egbert's stone. Though I be in the dust ere then, I know where you will be. And shouldering suddenly his spear, he faded like some elfin fear, where the tall pines ran up, tier on tier, tree over toppling tree. He shouldered his spear at morning, and laughed to lay it on, but he leaned on his spear as on a staff, with might and little mood to laugh, or ever he sighted chick or calf, of Colan of Caerleon. For the man dwelt in a lost land, of boulders and broken men, in a great grey cave far off to south, where a thick green forest stopped the mouth, giving darkness in his den. And the man was come like a shadow, from the shadow of druid trees, where Usk with mighty murmurings, past Caerleon of the fallen kings, goes out to ghostly seas. Last of a race in ruin, he spoke the speech of the Gaels. His kin were in holy Ireland, or up in the crags of Wales. But his soul stood with his mother's folk, that were of the rain-wrapped isle, where Patrick and Brandon Westerly looked out at last on a landless sea and the sun's last smile. His harp was carved and cunning, as the Celtic craftsman makes, graven all over with twisting shapes, like many headless snakes. His harp was carved and cunning, his sword prompt and sharp, and he was gay when he held the sword, sad when he held the harp. For the great Gaels of Ireland are the men that God made mad, for all their wars are merry, and all their songs are sad. He kept the Roman order, he made the Christian sign, but his eyes grew often blind and bright, and the sea that rose in the rocks at night rose to his head like wine. He made the sign of the cross of God, he knew the Roman prayer, but he had unreason in his heart, because of the gods that were. Even they that walked on the high cliffs, high as the clouds were then, gods of unbearable beauty, that broke the hearts of men, and whether in seat or saddle, whether with frown or smile, whether at feast or fight was he heard the noise of a nameless sea on an undiscovered isle. Lifting the great green ivy, and the great spear lowering, one said, I am Alfred of Wessex, and I am a conquered king. And the man of the cave made answer, and his eyes were stars of scorn, And better kings were conquered, or ever your sires were born. What goddess was your mother, what fay your breed begot, that you should not die with Uther and Arthur and Lancelot? But when you win you brag and blow, and when you lose you rail. Army of Eastland yokels, not strong enough to fail. I bring not boast or railing, spake Alfred, not in ire. I bring of Our Lady a lesson set. This, that our sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then Colan of the sacred tree tossed his black mane on high, and cried as rigidly he rose, And if the sea and sky be foes, we will tame the sea and sky. Smiled Alfred, Seek ye a fable more dizzy and more dread than all your mad barbarian tales where the sky stands on its head? A tale where a man looks down on the sky that has long looked down on him, a tale where a man can swallow a sea that might swallow the seraphim. Bring to the hut by Egbert's stone all bills and bows ye have. And Alfred strode off rapidly, and Colan of the sacred tree went slowly to his cave. End of Book 2. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 3. The Harp of Alfred. In a tree that yawned and twisted, the king's few goods were flung, a mass-book mildewed, line by line, and weapons and a skin of wine, and an old harp unstrung. By the yawning tree in the twilight, the king unbound his sword, severed the harp of all his goods, and there in the cool and soundless woods sounded a single chord. Then laughed, and watched the finches flash, the sullen flies and swarm, and went unarmed over the hills with a harp upon his arm. Until he came to the White Horse Vale, and saw across the plains, in the twilight high and far and fell, like the fiery terraces of hell, the campfires of the Danes. The fires of the great army, that was made of iron men, whose lights of sacrilege and scorn ran around England red as morn, fires over Glastonbury Thorn, fires out on Ely Fen. And as he went by White Horse Vale, he saw lie wan and wide the old horse graven, God knows when, by gods or beasts or what things then walked a new world instead of men, and scrawled on the hillside. And when he came to White Horse Down, the great White Horse was grey, for it was ill scoured of the weed, and lichen and thorn could crawl and feed, since the foes of settled house and creed had swept old works away. King Alfred gazed all sorrowful at thistle and mosses grey, till a rally of Danes with shield and bill rolled drunk over the dome of the hill, and hearing of his harp and skill, they dragged him to their play. And as they went through the high green grass, they roared like the great green sea, but when they came to the red campfire, they were silent suddenly. And as they went up the wastes away, they went reeling to and fro, but when they came to the red campfire, they stood all in a row. For golden in the firelight, with a smile carved on his lips, and a beard curled right cunningly, was Guthrum of the northern sea, the emperor of the ships. With 3 great earls King Guthrum went the rounds from fire to fire, with Harold, nephew of the king, and Ogier of the stone and sling, and Elf, whose gold lute had a string that sighed like all desire. the earls of the great army, that no men born could tire, whose flames anear him or aloof took hold of towers or walls of proof, fire over Glastonbury roof, and out on Ely fire. And Guthrum heard the soldier's tale, and bade the stranger play, not harshly, but as one on high, on a marble pillar in the sky, who sees all folk that live and die, pigmy and far away. And Alfred, King of Wessex, looked on his conqueror, and his hands hardened, but he played, and leaving all later hates unsaid, he sang of some old British raid on the wild west march of yore. He sang of war in the warm wet shires, where rain nor fruitage fails, where England of the motley states deepens like a garden to the gates in the purple walls of Wales. He sang of the seas of savage heads, and the seas and seas of spears, boiling all over Offa's dike, what time a Wessex club could strike the kings of the mountaineers, till Harold laughed and snatched the harp, the kinsman of the king, a big youth, beardless like a child, whom the new wine of war sent wild, smote and began to sing. And he cried of the ships as eagles that circle fiercely and fly, and sweep the seas and strike the towns from Cyprus round to Skye. How swiftly and with peril they gather all good things, the high horns of the forest beasts, or the secret stones of kings. For Rome was given to rule the world, and gat of it little joy, but we shall enjoy the world, the whole huge world a toy, great wine like blood from Burgundy, cloaks like the clouds from Tyre, and marble like solid moonlight, and gold like frozen fire, smells that a man might swill in a cup, stones that a man might eat, and the great smooth women like ivory that the Turks sell in the street. He sang the throne of the thief of the world, and the gods that love the thief, and he yelled aloud at the cloister yards, where men go gathering grief. Well have you sung, O stranger, of death on the dike in Wales. Your chief was a bracelet giver, but the red unbroken river of a race runs not for ever, but suddenly it fails. Doubtless your sires were sword-swingers, when they waded fresh from foam, before they were turned to women by the god of the nails from Rome. But since you bent to the shaven men, who neither lust nor smite, thunder of Thor, we hunt you, a hare on the mountain height. King Guthrum smiled a little, and said, It is enough. Nephew, let elf retune the string. A boy must needs like bellowing, but the old ears of a careful king are glad of songs less rough. Blue-eyed was Elf the minstrel, with womanish hair and ring, yet heavy was his hand on sword, though light upon the string. And as he stirred the strings of the harp, to notes but 4 or 5, the heart of each man moved in him like a babe buried alive. And they felt the land of the folk-songs spread southward of the Dane, and they heard the good Rhine flowing in the heart of all Alamein. They felt the land of the folk-songs, where the gifts hang on the tree, where the girls give ale at morning, and the tears come easily. The mighty people, woman-like, that have pleasure in their pain, as he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens loved in vain. As he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens could not save, till the world was like a sea of tears, and every soul a wave. There is always a thing forgotten, when all the world goes well, a thing forgotten as long ago, when the gods forgot the mistletoe, and soundless as an arrow of snow the arrow of anguish fell. The thing on the blind side of the heart, on the wrong side of the door. The green plant groweth, menacing, almighty lovers in the spring. There is always a forgotten thing, and love is not secure. And all that sat by the fire were sad, save Ogier, who was stern, and his eyes hardened even to stones as he took the harp in turn. Earl Ogier of the stone and sling was odd to ear and sight. Old he was, but his locks were red, and jests were all the words he said, yet he was sad at board and bed, and savage in the fight. You sing of the young gods easily in the days when you are young, but I go smelling yew and sods, and I know there are gods behind the gods, gods that are best unsung. And a man grows ugly for women, and a man grows dull with ale. Well, if he find in his soul at last fury, that does not fail. the wrath of the gods behind the gods, who would rend all gods and men. Well of the old man's heart hath still wheels sped of rage and roaring will, like cataracts to break down and kill. Well for the old man then. While there is one tall shrine to shake, or one live man to rend, for the wrath of the gods behind the gods, who are weary to make an end. There lives one moment for a man when the door at his shoulder shakes, when the taut rope parts under the pull, and the barest branch is beautiful, one moment while it breaks. So rides my soul upon the sea that drinks the howling ships, though in black jest it bows and nods, under the moons with silver rods, I know it is roaring at the gods, waiting the last eclipse. And in the last eclipse the sea shall stand up like a tower, above all moons made dark and riven, hold up its foaming head to heaven, and laugh, knowing its hour. And the high ones in the happy town, propped of the planets 7, shall know a new light in the mind, a noise about them and behind, shall hear an awful voice and find foam in the courts of heaven. And you that sit by the fire are young, and true loves wait for you. But the king and I grow old, and hate alone is true. And Guthrum shook his head but smiled, for he was a mighty clerk, and had read lines in the Latin books when all the north was dark. He said, I am older than you, Ogier. Not all things would I rend, for whether life be bad or good, it is best to abide the end. He took the great harp wearily, even Guthrum of the Danes, with wide eyes bright as the one long day on the long polar plains. For he sang of a wheel returning, and the mire trod back to mire, and how red hells and golden heavens are castles in the fire. It is good to sit where the good tales go, to sit as our fathers sat. But the hour shall come after his youth, when a man shall know not tales but truth, and his heart fail thereat. When he shall read what is written, so plain in clouds and clods, when he shall hunger without hope, even for evil gods. For this is a heavy matter, and the truth is cold to tell. Do we not know, have we not heard, the soul is like a lost bird, the body a broken shell. And a man hopes, being ignorant, till in white woods apart he finds at last the lost bird dead, and a man may still lift up his head, but never more his heart. There comes no noise but weeping out of the ancient sky, and a tear is in the tiniest flower, because the gods must die. The little brooks are very sweet, like a girl's ribbon curled, but the great sea is bitter that washes all the world. Strong are the Roman roses, or the free flowers of the heath, but every flower, like a flower of the sea, smelleth with the salt of death. And the heart of the locked battle is the happiest place for men, where shrieking souls as shafts go by, and many have died, and all may die. Though this word be a mystery, death is most distant then. Death blazes bright above the cup, and clear above the crown, but in that dream of battle we seem to tread it down. Wherefore I am a great king, and waste the world in vain, because man hath not other power, save that in dealing death for dower he may forget it for an hour, to remember it again. And slowly his hands and thoughtfully fell from the lifted lyre, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, till Alfred caught it to his knees, and smote it as in ire. He heaved the head of the harp on high, and swept the framework barred, and his stroke had all the rattle and spark of horses flying hard. When God put man in a garden, he girt him with a sword, and sent him forth a free knight, that might betray his lord. He brake him, and betrayed him, and fast and far he fell, till you and I may stretch our necks, and burn our beards in hell. But though I lie on the floor of the world, with the 7 sins for rods, I would rather fall with Adam, than rise with all your gods. What have the strong gods given? Where have the glad gods led, when Guthrum sits on a hero's throne, and asks if he is dead? Sirs, I am but a nameless man, a rhymester without home, yet since I come of the Wessex clay, and carry the cross of Rome, I will even answer the mighty Earl, that asked of Wessex men, why they be meek and monkish folk, and bow to the white lord's broken yoke. What sign have we, save blood and smoke? Here is my answer then. That on you is fallen the shadow, and not upon the name, that though we scatter, and though we fly, and you hang over us like the sky, you are more tired of victory than we are tired of shame. That though you hunt the Christian man, like a hare on the hillside, the hare has still more heart to run than you have heart to ride. That though all lances split on you, all swords be heaved in vain, we have more lust again to lose than you to win again. Your lord sits high in the saddle, a broken-hearted king, but our King Alfred, lost from fame, fallen among foes or bonds of shame, in I know not what mean trade or name, has still some song to sing. Our monks go robed in rain and snow, but the heart of flame therein. But you go clothed in feasts and flames, when all is ice within. Nor shall all iron dooms make dumb men wondering ceaselessly, if it be not better to fast for joy than feast for misery. Nor monkish order only slides down as fields to fen. All things achieved and chosen pass, as the white horse fades in the grass, no work of Christian men. Ere the sad gods that made your gods saw their sad sunrise pass, the white horse of the white horse vale that you have left to darken and fail was cut out of the grass. Therefore your end is on you and your kings, not for a fire in Ely fen, not that your gods are 9 or 10, but because it is only Christian men guard even heathen things. For our God hath blessed creation, calling it good. I know what spirit with whom you blindly band hath blessed destruction with his hand. Yet by God's death the stars shall stand, and the small apples grow. And the king, with harp on shoulder, stood up and ceased his song, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, and the Danes laughed loud and long. End of Book 3. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 4. The Woman in the Forest. Thick thunder of the snorting swine, enormous in the gloam, rending among all roots that cling, and the wild horses whinnying, were the night's noises when the king, shouldering his harp, went home. With eyes of owl and feet of fox, full of all thoughts he went. He marked the tilt of the pagan camp, the paling of pine, the sentry's tramp, and the one great stolen altar lamp over Guthrum in his tent. By scrub and thorn and Ethandune that night the foe had lain, whence ran across the heather grey the old stones of a Roman way, and in a wood not far away the pale road split in twain. He marked the wood and the cloven ways with an old captain's eyes, and he thought how many a time had he sought to see doom he could not see, how ruin had come, and victory, and both were a surprise. Even so had he watched and wondered under Ashdown from the plains, with Ethelred praying in his tent, till the white hawthorn swung and bent, as Alfred rushed his spears and rent the shield-wall of the Danes. Even so had he watched and wondered, knowing neither less nor more, till all his lords lay dying, and axes on axes plying, flung him and drove him flying like a pirate to the shore. Wise he had been before defeat, and wise before success, wise in both hours, and ignorant, knowing neither more nor less. As he went down to the river hut, he knew a nightshade scent. Owls did as evil cherubs rise, with little wings and lantern eyes, as though he sank through the under skies, but down and down he went. As he went down to the river hut, he went as one that fell, seeing the high forest domes and spars, dim green or torn with golden scars, as the proud look up at the evil stars in the red heavens of hell. For he must meet by the river hut them he had bidden to arm, Mark from the towers of Italy, and Colan of the sacred tree, and Eldred who beside the sea held heavily his farm. The roof leaned gaping to the grass as a monstrous mushroom lies, echoing and empty seemed the place, but opened in a little space a great grey woman with scarred face and strong and humbled eyes. King Alfred was but a meagre man, bright-eyed but lean and pale, and swordless. With his harp and rags he seemed a beggar such as lags looking for crusts and ale. And the woman, with a woman's eyes of pity at once and ire, said, when that she had glared a span, "There is a cake for any man if he will watch the fire." And Alfred, bowing heavily, sat down the fire to stir, and even as the woman pitied him, so did he pity her, saying, "O great heart in the night, O best cast forth for worst, twilight shall melt and morning stir, and no kind thing shall come to her, till God shall turn the world over, and all the last are first. And well may God with the serving folk cast in his dreadful lot. Is not he too a servant, and is not he forgot? For was not God my gardener, and silent like a slave, that opened oaks on the uplands, or thicket in graveyard gave? And was not God my armourer, all patient and unpaid, that sealed my skull as a helmet, and ribs for hauberk made? Did not a great grey servant of all my sires and me build this pavilion of the pines, and herd the fowls and fill the vines, and labour and pass and leave no signs, save mercy and mystery? For God is a great servant, and rose before the day, from some primordial slumber torn, but all we living later born sleep on and rise after the morn, and the Lord has gone away. On things half sprung from sleeping, all sleepy suns have shone. They stretch stiff arms, the yawning trees, the beasts blink upon hands and knees. Man is awake and does and sees, but heaven has done and gone. For who shall guess the good riddle, or speak of the holiest, save in faint figures and failing words? Who loves, yet laughs among the swords, labours and is at rest? But some see God like Guthrum, crowned with a great beard curled, but I see God like a good giant, that labouring lifts the world. Wherefore was God in Golgotha, slain as a serf is slain, and hate he had of prince and peer, and love he had, and made good cheer, of them that, like this woman here, go powerfully in pain. But in this grey morn of man's life cometh sometime to the mind a little light that leaps and flies like a star blown on the wind, a star of nowhere, a nameless star, a light that spins and swirls, and cries that even in hedge and hill, even on earth it may go ill at last with the evil earls. A dancing sparkle, a doubtful star, on the waste wind whirled and driven, but it seems to sing of a wilder worth, a time discrowned of doom and birth, and the kingdom of the poor on earth come as it is in heaven. But even though such days endure, how shall it profit her, who shall go mourning to the grave, with many a meek and mighty slave, field-breaker and fisher on the wave, and woodman and waggoner? Bake ye the big world all again, a cake with kinder leaven, yet these are sorry evermore, unless there be a little door in heaven. And as he wept for the woman, he let her business be, and like his royal oath and rash, the good food fell upon the ash, and blackened instantly. Screaming, the woman caught a cake yet burning from the bar, and struck him suddenly on the face, leaving a scarlet scar. King Alfred stood up wordless, a man dead with surprise, and torture stood, and the evil things that are in the childish hearts of kings an instant in his eyes. And even as he stood and stared, drew round him in the dusk those friends creeping from far-off farms, Marcus with all his slaves in arms, and the strange spears hung with ancient charms of Colan of the Usk. With one whole farm marching afoot, the trampled road resounds, farm-hands and farm-beasts blundering by, and jars of mead and stores of rye, where Eldred strode above his high and thunder-throated hounds. And grey cattle and silver lowed against the unlifted morn, and straw clung to the spear shafts tall, and a boy went before them all, blowing a ram's horn. As mocking such rude revelry, the dim clan of the Gael came like a bad king's burial end, with dismal robes that drop and rend, and demon pipes that wail, in long outlandish garments, torn, though of antique worth, with druid beards and druid spears, as a resurrected race appears out of an elder earth. And though the king had called them forth, and knew them for his own, so still each eye stood like a gem, so spectral hung each broidered hem, grey carven men he fancied them, hewn in an age of stone. And the two wild peoples of the north stood fronting in the gloam, and heard and knew each in its mind the third great thunder on the wind, the living walls that hedge mankind, the walking walls of Rome. Marks were the mixed tribes of the west, of many a hue and strain, Gurth with rank hair like yellow grass, and the Cornish fisher, Gorlias, and Halmer come from his first mass, lately baptized, a Dane. But like one man in armour, those hundreds trod the field. From red Arabia to the Tyne, the earth had heard that marching line, since the cry on the hill Capitoline, and the fall of the golden shield. And the earth shook, and the king stood still under the greenwood bough, and the smoking cake lay at his feet, and the blow was on his brow. Then Alfred laughed out suddenly, like thunder in the spring, till shook aloud the lintel beams, and the squirrels stirred in dusty dreams, and the startled birds went up in streams for the laughter of the king. The giant laughter of Christian men, that roars through 1,000 tales, where greed is an ape, and pride is an ass, and Jack's away with his master's lass, and the miser is banged with all his brass, the farmer with all his flails. Tales that tumble, and tales that trick, yet end not all in scorning, of kings and clowns in a merry plight, and the clock gone wrong, and the world gone right, that the mummers sing upon Christmas night, and Christmas day in the morning. Now here is a good warrant, cried Alfred, by my sword, for he that is struck for an ill servant should be a kind lord. He that has been a servant knows more than priests and kings, but he that has been an ill servant, he knows all earthly things. Pride flings frail palaces at the sky, as a man flings up sand, but the firm feet of humility take hold of heavy land. Pride juggles with her toppling towers, they strike the sun and cease, but the firm feet of humility, they grip the ground like trees. He that hath failed in a little thing hath a sign upon his brow, and the earls of the great army have no such seal to show. The red print on my forehead, small flame for a red star, in the van of the violent marching, then, when the sky is torn of the trumpets 10, and the hands of the happy howling men fling wide the gates of war. This blow that I return not, 10 times will I return, on kings and earls of all degree, and armies, wide as empires be, shall slide like landslips to the sea, if the red star burn. One man shall drive 100, as the dead kings drave. Before me rocking hosts be riven, and battering cohorts backward driven, for I am the first king known of heaven that has been struck like a slave. Up on the old white road, brothers, up on the Roman walls, for this is the night of the drawing of swords, and the tainted tower of the heathen hordes leans to our hammers, fires, and cords, leans a little and falls. Follow the star that lives and leaps, follow the sword that sings, for we go gathering heathen men, a terrible harvest, 10 by 10, as the wrath of the last red autumn, then, when Christ reaps down the kings. Follow a light that leaps and spins, follow the fire unfurled, for riseth up against realm and rod a thing forgotten, a thing downtrod. The last lost giant, even God, is risen against the world. Roaring they went o'er the Roman wall, and roaring up the lane. Their torches tossed a ladder of fire, higher their hymn was heard, and higher, more sweet for hate and for heart's desire, and up in the northern scrub and briar they fell upon the Dane. End of Book 4. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 5, Ethandune, The First Stroke. King Guthrum was a dread king, like death out of the north. Shrines without name or number he rent and rolled as lumber. From Chester to the Humber he drove his foemen forth. The Roman villas heard him in the valley of the Thames, come over the hills roaring above their roofs, and pouring on spire and stair and flooring brimstone and pitch and flames. Sheer o'er the great chalk uplands and the hill of the Horse went he, till high on Hampshire beacons he saw the southern sea. High on the heights of Wessex he saw the southern brine, and turned him to a conquered land, and where the northern thornwoods stand, and the road parts on either hand, there came to him a sign. King Guthrum was a war chief, a wise man in the field, and though he prospered well and knew how Alfred's folk were sad and few, not less with weighty care he drew long lines for pike and shield. King Guthrum lay on the upper land, on a single road at gaze, and his foe must come with lean array up the left arm of the cloven way to the meeting of the ways. And long ere the noise of armour, an hour ere the break of light, the woods awoke with crash and cry, and the birds sprang clamouring harsh and high, and the rabbits ran like an elves' army ere Alfred came in sight. The live wood came at Guthrum, on foot and claw and wing. The nests were noisy overhead, for Alfred and the Star of Red, all life went forth, and the forest fled before the face of the king. But halted in the woodways, Christ's few were grim and grey, and each with a small far bird-like sight saw the high folly of the fight, and though strange joys had grown in the night, despair grew with the day. And when white dawn crawled through the wood, like cold foam of a flood, then weakened every warrior's mood, in hope, though not in hardihood, and each man sorrowed as he stood in the fashion of his blood. For the Saxon franklin sorrowed, for the things that had been fair, for the dear dead woman crimson-clad, and the great feasts and the friends he had, but the Celtic prince's soul was sad for the things that never were. In the eyes Italian all things but a black laughter died, and Alfred flung his shield to earth, and smote his breast, and cried, I wronged a man to his slaying, and a woman to her shame, and once I looked on a sworn maid that was wed to the holy name, and once I took my neighbour's wife that was bound to an Eastland man, in the starkness of my evil youth, before my griefs began. People, if you have any prayers, say prayers for me, and lay me under a Christian stone in that lost land I thought my own, to wait till the holy horn is blown, and all poor men are free. Then Eldred of the idle farm leaned on his ancient sword, as fell his heavy words and few, and his eyes were of such alien blue, as gleams where the Northman saileth new into an unknown fjord. I was a fool and wasted ale, my slaves found it sweet. I was a fool and wasted bread, and the birds had bread to eat. The kings go up and the kings go down, and who knows who shall rule? Next night a king may starve or sleep, but men and birds and beasts shall weep at the burial of a fool. O drunkards in my cellar, boys in my apple tree, the world grows stern and strange and new, and wise men shall govern you, and you shall weep for me. But yoke me my own oxen down to my own farm. My own dog will whine for me, my own friends will bend the knee, and the foes I slew openly have never wished me harm. And all were moved a little, but Colin stood apart, having first pity, and after, hearing like rat in rafter that little worm of laughter that eats the Irish heart. And his grey-green eyes were cruel, and the smile of his mouth waxed hard. And he said, "And when did Britain become your burying yard? Before the Romans lit the land, when schools and monks were none, we reared such stones to the sun god as might put out the sun. The tall trees of Britain we worshipped, and were wise, but you shall raid the whole land through, and never a tree shall talk to you, though every leaf is a tongue taught true, and the forest is full of eyes. On one round hill to the seaward, the trees grow tall and grey, and the trees talk together when all men are away. Or a few round hills forgotten, the trees grow tall in rings, and the trees talk together of many pagan things. Yet I could lie and listen with a cross upon my clay, and hear unhurt forever what the trees of Britain say." A proud man was the Roman, his speech a single one, but his eyes were like an eagle's eyes that is staring at the sun. "Dig for me where I die," he said, "if first or last I fall, dead on the fell at the first charge, or dead by Wantage wall. Lift not my head from bloody ground, bear not my body home, for all the earth is Roman earth, and I shall die in Rome." Then Alfred, King of England, bade blow the horns of war, and fling the golden dragon out, with crackle and acclaim and shout, scrolled in a flame and far. And under the golden dragon went Wessex all along, past the sharp point of the cloven ways, out from the black wood into the blaze of sun and steel and song. And when they came to the open land, they wheeled, deployed, and stood. Midmost were Marcus and the king, and Eldred on the right-hand wing, and leftwards Colin darkling in the last shade of the wood. But the earls of the great army lay like a long half-moon, 10 poles before their palisades, with wide-winged helms and runic blades, red giants of an age of raids in the thornland of Ethandune. Midmost the saddles rose and swayed, and a stir of horses' manes, where Guthrum and a few rode high on horses seized in victory, but Ogier went on foot to die in the old way of the Danes. Far to the king's left Elf the bard led on the eastern wing, with songs and spells that change the blood, and on the king's right Harold stood, the kinsman of the king. Young Harold, coarse, with colours gay, smoking with oil and musk, and the pleasant violence of the young, pushed through his people, giving tongue, forwards where, grey as cobwebs hung, the banners of the Usk. But as he came before his line a little space along, his beardless face broke into mirth, and he cried, "What broken bits of earth are here? For what their clothes are worth, I would sell them for a song." For Colin was hung with raiment, tattered like autumn leaves, and his men were all as thin as saints, and all as poor as thieves. No bows, nor slings, nor bolts they bore, but bills and pikes ill-made, and none but Colin bore a sword, and rusty was its blade. And Colin's eyes with mystery and iron laughter stirred, and he spoke aloud, but lightly, not labouring to be heard. "Oh, truly we be broken hearts. For that cause, it is said, we light our candles to that lord that broke himself for bread. But though we hold but bitterly what land the Saxon leaves, though Ireland be but a land of saints, and Wales a land of thieves, I say you yet shall weary of the working of your sword, that stricken spirits never strike, nor lean hands hold a sword. And if ever you ride in Ireland, the jest may yet be said, there is the land of broken hearts and the land of broken heads." Not less barbarian laughter choked Harold like a flood. "And shall I fight with scarecrows that am of Guthrum's blood? Meeting may be of war-men, where the best war-man wins, but all this carrion a man shoots before the fight begins." And stopping in his onward strides, he snatched a bow in scorn from some mean slave, and bent it on Colin, whose doom grew dark and shone stars evil over Caerleon in the place where he was born. For Colin had not bow nor sling, on a lonely sword leaned he, like Arthur on Excalibur in the battle by the sea. To his great gold earring Harold tugged back the feathered tail, and swift had sprung the arrow, but swifter sprang the gale. Whirling the one sword round his head, a great wheel in the sun, he sent it splendid through the sky, flying before the shaft could fly. It smote Earl Harold over the eye, and blood began to run. Colin stood bare and weaponless. Earl Harold, as in pain, strove for a smile, put hand to head, stumbled, and suddenly fell dead, and the small white daisies all waxed red with blood out of his brain. And all at that marvel of the sword, cast like a stone to slay, cried out, said Alfred, who would see signs must give all things, verily, man shall not taste of victory till he throws his sword away. Then Alfred, Prince of England, and all the Christian earls, unhooked their swords and held them up, each offered to Colin like a cup of chrysolite and pearls. And the king said, Do thou take my sword, who have done this deed of fire. For this is the manner of Christian men, whether of steel or priestly pen, that they cast their hearts out of their ken to get their heart's desire. And whether ye swear a hive of monks, or one fair wife to friend, this is the manner of Christian men, that their oath endures the end. For love, our Lord, at the end of the world, sits a red horse like a throne, with a brazen helm and an iron bow, but one arrow alone. Love, with the shield of the broken heart, ever his bow doth bend, with a single shaft for a single prize, and the ultimate bolt that parts and flies comes with a thunder of split skies and a sound of souls that rend. So shall you earn a king's sword, who cast your sword away. And the king took, with a random eye, a rude axe from a hind hard by, and turned him to the fray. For the swords of the earls of Daneland flamed round the fallen lord. The first blood woke the trumpet tune, as in monk's rhyme or wizard's rune, beginneth the battle of Ethandune, with the throwing of the sword. End of Book 5. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 6. Ethandune, the Slaying of the Chiefs. As the sea, flooding the flat sands, flew on the sea-borne horde, the two hosts shocked with dust and din, left of the Latian paladin, clanged all Prince Harold's howling kin on Colin and the sword. Crashed in the midst of Marcus, Ogier with Guthrum by, and eastward of such central stir, far to the right and faintlier, the house of Elf the harp-player struck Eldred's with a cry. The centre swat for weariness, stemming the screaming horde, and wearily went Colin's hands that swung King Alfred's sword. But like a cloud of morning, to eastward easily, tall Eldred broke the sea of spears as a tall ship breaks the sea. His face like a sanguine sunset, his shoulder a Wessex down, his hands like a windy hammer stroke, men could not count the crests he broke, so fast the crests went down. As the tall white devil of the plague moves out of Asian skies, with his foot on a waste of cities, and his head in a cloud of flies, or purple and peacock skies grow dark with a moving locust tower, or tawny sand winds tall and dry, like hell's red banners beat and fly, when death comes out of Araby, was Eldred in his hour. But while he moved like a massacre, he murmured as in sleep, and his words were all of low hedges and little fields and sheep. Even as he strode like a pestilence that strides from Rhine to Rome, he thought how tall his beans might be, if ever he were home. Spoke some stiff piece of childish prayer, dull as the distant chimes, that thanked our God for good eating, and corn and quiet times, till on the helm of a high chief fell shatteringly his brand, and the helm broke, and the bone broke, and the sword broke in his hand. Then from the yelling Northmen, driven splintering on him ran, full 7 spears, and the 7th was never made by man. 7 spears, and the 7th was wrought as the fairy blades, and given to elf the minstrel by the monstrous water-maids, by them that dwell where luridly lost waters of the Rhine move among roots of nations, being sunken for a sign. Under all graves they murmur and rebel, down to the buried kingdoms creep, and like a lost rain roar and weep o'er the red heavens of hell. Thrice drowned was elf the minstrel, and washed as dead on sand, and the third time men found him, the spear was in his hand. 7 spears went about Eldred, like stays about a mast, but there was a sorrow by the sea for the driving of the last. 6 spears thrust upon Eldred were splintered when he laughed. 1 spear thrust into Eldred, 3 feet of blade and shaft. And from the great heart grievously came forth the shaft and blade, and he stood with the face of a dead man, stood a little and swayed, then fell, as falls a battle-tower on smashed and struggling spears, cast down from some unconquered town that rushing earthward carries down loads of live men of all renown, archers and engineers. And a great clamour of Christian men went up in agony, crying, "Fallen is the tower of Wessex that stood beside the sea." Centre and right the Wessex guard grew pale for doubt and fear, and the flank failed at the advance, for the death-light on the wizard lance, the star of the evil spear. "Stand like an oak," cried Marcus, "stand like a Roman wall. Eldred the good is fallen. Are you too good to fall? When we were wan and bloodless, he gave you ale enow. The pirates deal with him as dung. God, are you bloodless now? Grip, Wulf and Gorlius, grip the ash, slaves, and I make you free. Stamp, Hildred hard in English land, stand Gurth, stand Gorlius, Gawain stand. Hold Halfgar with the other hand, Halmer hold up the knee. The lamps are dying in your homes, the fruits upon your bough. Even now your old thatch smoulders, Gurth, now is the judgment of the earth, now is the death grip, now. For thunder of the captain, not less the Wessex line, leaned back and reeled a space to rear, as elf charged with the Rhine-maid's spear, and roaring like the Rhine. For the men were borne by the waving walls of woods and clouds that pass, by dizzy plains and drifting sea, and they mixed God with glamoury, God with the gods of the burning tree and the wizard's tower and glass. But Mark was come of the glittering towns, where hot white details show, where men can number and expound, and his faith grew in a hard ground of doubt and reason and falsehood found, where no faith else could grow. Belief that grew of all beliefs one moment back was blown, and belief that stood on unbelief stood up iron and alone. The Wessex crescent backwards, crushed as with bloody spear, went elf roaring and routing, and Mark against elf yet shouting, shocked in his mid-career. Right on the Roman shield and sword did spear of the Rhine-maids run, but the shield shifted never, the sword rang down to sever, the great Rhine sang for ever, and the songs of elf were done. And a great thunder of Christian men went up against the sky, saying, God hath broken the evil spear ere the good man's blood was dry. Spears at the charge, yelled Mark amain, death on the gods of death. Over the thrones of doom and blood goeth God that is a craftsman good, and gold and iron, earth and wood, loveth and laboureth. The fruits leap up in all your farms, the lamps in each abode. God of all good things done on earth, all wheels or webs of any worth, the God that makes the roof, Girth, the God that makes the road. The God that heweth kings in oak, writeth songs on vellum, God of gold and flaming glass, confrigit potentias, arcruum scrutum Gorlias, gladium et bellum. Steel and lightning broke about him, battle bays and palm. All the sea-kings swayed among woods of the Wessex arms upflung, the trumpet of the Roman tongue, the thunder of the psalm. And midmost of that rolling field ran Ogier ragingly, lashing at Mark, who turned his blow, and brake the helm about his brow, and broke him to his knee. Then Ogier heaved over his head his huge round shield of proof, but Mark set one foot on the shield, on one some sundered rock uppealed, and towered among the tossing field, a statue on a roof, dealing far blows about the fight, like thunderbolts a-roam, like birds about the battlefield, while Ogier writhed under his shield like a tortoise in his dome. But hate in the buried Ogier was strong as pain in hell. With bare brute hand from the inside he burst the shield of brass and hide, and a death stroke to the Roman side sent suddenly and well. Then the great statue on the shield looked his last look around, with level and imperial eye, and Mark, the man from Italy, fell in the sea of agony, and died without a sound. And Ogier, leaping up alive, hurled his huge shield away, flying as when a juggler flings a whizzing plate in play, and held two arms up rigidly, and roared to all the Danes, "Fallen is Rome, yea, fallen, the city of the plains. Shall no man born remember that breaketh wood or wield, how long she stood on the roof of the world, as he stood on my shield? The new wild world forgetteth her, as foam fades on the sea, how long she stood with her foot on man, as he with his foot on me. No more shall the brown men of the south move like the ants in lines, to quiet men with olives, or madden men with vines. No more shall the white towns of the south, where Tiber and Nilus run, sitting around a secret sea, worship a secret sun. The blind gods roar for Rome fallen, and Forum and Garland gone, for the ice of the north is broken, and the sea of the north comes on. The blind gods roar and rave and dream of all cities under the sea, for the heart of the north is broken, and the blood of the north is free. Down from the dome of the world we come, rivers on rivers down. Under us swirl the sects and hordes, and the high dooms we drown. Down from the dome of the world and down, struck flying as a skiff, on the river in spate is spun and swirled, until we come to the end of the world that breaks short like a cliff. And when we come to the end of the world, for me I count it fit to take the leap like a good river, shot shrieking over it. But what so hap at the end of the world, where nothing is struck and sounds? It is not, by Thor, these monkish men, these humbled Wessex hounds, not this pale line of Christian hinds, this one white string of men, shall keep us back from the end of the world and the things that happen then. It is not Alfred's dwarfish sword, nor Egbert's pygmy crown, shall stay us now that descend in thunder, rending the realms and realms thereunder, down through the world and down. There was that in the wild men back of him, there was that in his own wild song, a dizzy throbbing, a drunkard smoke, that dazed to death all Wessex folk, and swept their spears along. Vainly the sword of Colin and the axe of Alfred plied. The Danes poured in like a brainless plague, and knew not when they died. Prince Colin slew a score of them, and was stricken to his knee. King Alfred slew 67, and was borne back on a tree, back to the black gate of the woods, back up the single way, back by the place of the parting ways Christ's knights were whirled away. And when they came to the parting ways, doom's heaviest hammer fell, for the king was beaten, blind, at bay, down the right lane with his array, but Colin swept the other way, where he smote great strokes and fell. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand sharp and thick as spears. By night and furs and forest harms, far sundered were the friends in arms. The loud lost blows, the last alarms, came not to Alfred's ears. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand stiff as spikes in mail, as to the Haut king came at morn, dead Roland on a doubtful horn, seemed unto Alfred lightly borne, the last cry of the gale. End of Book 6. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse, by G.K. Chesterton. Book 7. Ethandune, The Last Charge. Away in the waste of White Horse Down, an idle child alone played some small game through hours that pass, and patiently would pluck the grass, patiently push the stone. On the lean green edge forever, where the blank chalk touched the turf. The child played on, alone, divine, as a child plays on the last line that sunders sand and surf. For he dwelleth in high divisions, too simple to understand, seeing on what morn of mystery the uncreated rent the sea with roarings from the land. Through the long infant hours like days he built one tower in vain, piled up small stones to make a town, and evermore the stones fell down, and he piled them up again. And crimson kings on battle towers, and saints on Gothic spires, and hermits on their peaks of snow, and heroes on their pyres, and patriots riding royally that rush the rocking town, stretch hands in hunger and aspire, seeking to mount where high and higher the child whom time can never tire sings over White Horse Down. And this was the might of Alfred at the ending of the way, that of such smiters, wise or wild, he was least distant from the child piling the stones all day. For Eldred fought like a frank hunter that killeth and goeth home, and Mark had fought because all arms rang like the name of Rome. And Colin fought with a double mind, moody and madly gay, but Alfred fought as gravely as a good child at play. He saw wheels break and work run back, and all things as they were, and his heart was orbed like victory, and simple like despair. Therefore is Mark forgotten, that was wise with his tongue and brave, and the cairn over Colin crumbled, and the cross on Eldred's grave. Their great souls went on a wind away, and they have not tale or tomb, and Alfred, born in wantage, rules England till the doom, because in the forest of all fears, like a strange fresh gust from sea, struck him that ancient innocence that is more than mastery, and as a child whose bricks fall down repiles them o'er and o'er, came ruin and the rain that burns, returning as a wheel returns, and crouching in the furze and ferns he began his life once more. He took his ivory horn unslung, and smiled, but not in scorn. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn. On a dark horse at the double way he saw great Guthrum ride, heard roar of brass and ring of steel, the laughter and the trumpet peal, the pagan in his pride. And Ogier's red and hated head moved in some talk or task, but the men seemed scattered in the briar, and some of them had lit a fire, and one had broached a cask. And wagons one or two stood up, like tall ships in sight, as if an outpost were encamped at the cloven ways for night. And joyous of the sudden stay of Alfred's routed few, sat one upon a stone to sigh, and some slipped up the road to fly, till Alfred in the fern hard by set horn to mouth and blew. And they all abode like statues, one sitting on the stone, one halfway through the thorn hedge tall, one with a leg across a wall, and one looked backwards very small, far up the road alone. Grey twilight and a yellow star hung over thorn and hill. 2 spears and a cloven war-shield lay, loose on the road as cast away. The horn died faint in the forest grey, and the fleeing men stood still. "Brothers at arms," said Alfred, "on this side lies the foe. Are slavery and starvation flowers that you should pluck them so? For whether is it better, to be prodded with Danish poles, having hewn a chamber in a ditch, and hounded like a howling witch, or smoked to death in holes? Or that before the red cock crow, all we 1,000 strong, go down the dark road to God's house, singing a Wessex song, to sweat a slave to a race of slaves, to drink up infamy? No, brothers, by your leave, I think, death is a better ale to drink, and by all the stars of Christ that sink, the Danes shall drink with me. To grow old cowed in a conquered land, with the sun itself discrowned, to see trees crouch and cattle slink, death is a better ale to drink, and by high death on the fell brink that flagon shall go round. Though dead are all the paladins whom glory had in ken, though all your thunder-sworded thanes with proud hearts died among the Danes, while a man remains, great war remains. Now is a war of men. The men that tear the furrows, the men that fell the trees, When all their lords be lost and dead, the bondsmen of the earth shall tread the tyrants of the seas. The wheels of the roaring stillness of all labours under the sun speed the wild work as well, at least, as the whole world's work is done. Let Hildred hack the shield wall, clean as he hacks the hedge. Let Gurth the fowler stand as cool as he stands on the chasm's edge. Let Gorlias ride the sea-kings as Gorlias rides the sea. Then let all hell and Denmark drive, yelling to all its fiends alive, and not a rag care we. When Alfred's word was ended, stood firm that feeble line, each in his place with club or spear, and fury deeper than deep fear, and smiles as sour as brine. And the king held up the horn and said, See ye my father's horn, that Egbert blew in his empery, once when he rode out commonly, twice when he rode for venery, and thrice on the battle morn. But heavier fates have fallen, the horn of the Wessex kings, and I blew once the riding sign, to call you to the fighting line, and glory, and all good things. And now 2 blasts, the hunting sign, because we turn to bay, but I will not blow the 3 blasts, till we be lost, or they. And now I blow the hunting sign, charge some by rule and rod, but when I blow the battle sign, charge all, and go to God. Wild stared the Danes at the double ways, where they loitered all at large, as that dark line for the last time doubled the knee to charge, and caught their weapons clumsily, and marvelled how and why, in such degree, by rule and rod, the people of the peace of God went roaring down to die. And when the last arrow was fitted and was flown, when the broken shield hung on the breast, and the hopeless lance was laid in rest, and the hopeless horn blown, the king looked up, and what he saw was a great light like death. For Our Lady stood on the standards rent, as lonely and as innocent as when between white walls she went, and the lilies of Nazareth. One instant in a still light he saw Our Lady then. Her dress was soft as western sky, and she was a queen most womanly, but she was a queen of men. Over the iron forest he saw Our Lady stand. Her eyes were sad without an art, and 7 swords were in her heart, but one was in her hand. Then the last charge went blindly, and all too lost for fear. The Danes closed round, a roaring ring, and 20 clubs rose o'er the king. 4 Danes hewed at him, hallowing, and Ogier of the stone and sling drove at him with a spear. But the Danes were wild with laughter, and the great spear swung wide. The point stuck to a straggling tree, and either host cried suddenly as Alfred leapt aside. Short time had shaggy Ogier to pull his lance in line. He knew King Alfred's axe on high, he heard it rushing through the sky. He cowered beneath it with a cry, it split him to the spine, and Alfred sprang over him dead, and blew the battle sign. Then bursting all and blasting came Christendom like death. Kicked of such catapults of will, the staves shiver, the barrels spill, the wagons waver and crash and kill the wagoners beneath. Barriers go backwards, banners rend, great shields groan like a gong, horses like horns of nightmare neigh horribly and long. Horses ramp high and rock and boil, and break their golden reins, and slide on carnage clamorously, down where the bitter blood doth lie, where Ogier went on foot to die, in the old way of the Danes. The high tide, King Alfred cried, the high tide and the turn. As a tide turns on the tall grey seas, see how they waver in the trees, how stray their spears, how knock their knees, how wild their watchfires burn. The Mother of God goes over them, walking on wind and flame, and the storm cloud drifts from city and dale, and the white horse stamps in the white horse vale, and we all shall yet drink Christian ale in the village of our name. The Mother of God goes over them, on dreadful cherubs borne, and the psalm is roaring above the rune, and the cross goes over the sun and moon. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn. For back indeed disorderly the Danes went clamouring, too worn to take anew the tale, or dazed with insolence and ale, or stunned of heaven, or stricken pale before the face of the king. For dire was Alfred in his hour, the pale scribe witnesseth, more mighty in defeat was he than all men else in victory, and behind his men came murderously, dry-throated, drinking death. And Edgar of the golden ship he slew with his own hand, took Ludwig from his lady's bower, and smote down Harmor in his hour, and vain and lowly stood the tower in Guilderland, and tore out of his tiny boat, whose eyes beheld the Nile, Wolf with his war-cry on his lips, and Harco born in the eclipse, who blocked the scene with battleships round Paris on the isle. And Hakon of the harvest song, and Dirk from the Elbe he slew, and Knut the melted Durham bell, and Fulk and fiery Oscar fell, and Goderic and Sigael, and Uriel of the yew. And highest sang the slaughter, and fastest fell the slain, when from the wood-road's blackening throat a crowning and crashing wonder smote the rear-guard of the Dane. For the dregs of Colin's company, lost down the other road, had gathered and grown and heard the din, and with wild yells came pouring in, naked as their old British kin, and bright with blood forebode. And bare and bloody and aloft they bore before their band the body of the mighty lord, Colin of Caerleon and its horde, that bore King Alfred's battle-sword broken in his left hand. And a strange music went with him, loud and yet strangely far, the wild pipes of the western land, too keen for the ear to understand, sang high and deathly on each hand when the dead man went to war. Blocked between ghost and buccaneer, brave men have dropped and died, and the wild sea-lords might well quail as the ghastly war-pipes of the gale called to the horns of White Horse Vale, and all the horns replied. And Hildred, the poor hedger, cut down 4 captains dead, and Helmar laid 3 others low, and the great earls wavered to and fro for the living and the dead. And Gorlius grasped the great flag, the raven of Odin, torn, and the eyes of Guthrum altered, for the first time since morn. As a turn of the wheel of tempest tilts up the whole sky tall, and cliffs of wan clouds luminous lean out like great walls over us, as if the heavens might fall. As such a tall and tilted sky sends certain snow or light, so did the eyes of Guthrum change, and the turn was more certain and more strange than 1,000 men in flight. For not till the floor of the skies is split, and the hellfire shines through the sea, or the stars look up to the rent earth's knees, cometh such rendings of certainties, as when one wise man truly sees what is more wise than he. He set his horse in the battle breach, even Guthrum of the Dane, and as ever had fallen fell his brand, a falling tower o'er many a land, but Gurth the fowler laid one hand upon this bridle rein. King Guthrum was a great lord, and higher than his gods. He put the popes to laughter, he chid the saints with rods. He took this hollow world of ours for a cup to hold his wine. In the parting of the woodways there came to him a sign. In Wessex in the forest, in the breaking of the spears, we set a sign on Guthrum to blaze 1,000 years. Where the high saddles jostle and the horse-tails toss, there rose to the birds flying a roar of dead and dying. In deafness and strong crying we signed him with the cross. Far out to the winding river the blood ran down for days, when we put the cross on Guthrum in the parting of the ways. End of Book 7. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 8. The Scouring of the Horse. In the years of the peace of Wessex, when the good king sat at home, years following on that bloody boon, when she that stands above the moon stood above death at Ethandune, and saw his kingdom come. When the pagan people of the sea fled to their palisades, nailed there with javelins to cling, and wonder smote the pirate king, and brought him to his christening, and the end of all his raids. For not till the night's blue slate is wiped of its last star utterly, and fierce new signs writ there to read, shall eyes with such amazement heed, as when a great man knows indeed a greater thing than he. And there came to his chrism loosing lords of all lands afar, and a line was drawn northwesterly that gave King Egbert's empire free, giving all lands by the northern sea to the sons of the northern star. In the days of the rest of Alfred, when all these things were done, and Wessex lay in a patch of peace like a dog in a patch of sun, the king sat in his orchard among apples green and red, with a little book in his bosom and the sunshine on his head. And he gathered the songs of simple men that swing with helm and hod, and the alms he gave as a Christian, like a river alive with fishes ran, and he made gifts to a beggar man, as to a wandering god. And he gat good laws of the ancient kings, like treasure out of the tombs, and many a thief in thorny nook, or noble in sea-stained turret shook, for the opening of his iron book, and the gathering of the dooms. Then men would come from the ends of the earth, whom the king sat welcoming, and men would go to the ends of the earth, because of the word of the king. For folk came in to Alfred's face, whose javelins had been hurled on monsters that make boil the sea, kraken and coils of mystery, or thrust in ancient snows that be the white hair of the world. And some had knocked at the northern gates of the ultimate icy floor, where the fish freeze and the foam turns black, and the wide world narrows to a track, and the other sea at the world's back cries through a closed door. And men went forth from Alfred's face, even great gift-bearing lords, not to Rome only, but more bold, out to the high hot courts of old, of negroes clad in cloth of gold, silence and crooked swords. Scrawled screens and secret gardens, and insect-laden skies, where fiery plains stretch on and on to the purple country of Prester John and the walls of Paradise. And he knew the might of the Terre Majeure, where kings began to reign, where in a night rout without name of gloomy Goths and Gauls there came, white above candles all aflame like a vision, Charlemagne. And men, seeing such embassies, spake with the king and said, "The steel that sang so sweet a tune on Ashdown and on Ethandune, why hangs it scabbarded so soon, all heavily like lead? Why dwell the Danes in North England, and up to the river ride? 3 more such marches like thine own would end them, and the Picts should own our sway, and our feet climb the throne in the mountains of Strathclyde." And Alfred in the orchard, among apples green and red, with the little book in his bosom, looked at green leaves and said, "When all philosophies shall fail, this word alone shall fit, that a sage feels too small for life, and a fool too large for it. Asia and all imperial plains are too little for a fool, but for one man whose eyes can see, the little isle of Athelney is too large a land to rule. Haply it had been better, when I built my fortress there, out in the reedy waters wide, I had stood on my mud wall and cried, "Take England all from tide to tide, be Athelney my share." Those madmen of the throne scramble, oppressors and oppressed, had lined the banks by Athelney, and waved and wailed unceasingly, where the river turned to the broad sea by an island of the blest. An island like a little book, full of 100 tales, like the gilt page the good monk's pen, that is all smaller than a wren, yet hath high towns, meteors, and men, and suns, and spouting whales. A land having a light on it, in the river dark and fast, an isle with utter clearness lit, because a saint had stood in it, where flowers are flowers indeed and fit, and trees are trees at last. So were the island of a saint, but I am a common king, and I will make my fences tough, from Wantage town to Plymouth Bluff, because I am not wise enough to rule so small a thing. And it fell in the days of Alfred, in the days of his repose, that as old customs in his sight were a straight road and a steady light, he bade them keep the white horse white as the first plume of the snows. and right to the red torchlight, from the trouble of morning grey, they stripped the white horse of the grass, as they strip it to this day. And under the red torchlight he went dreaming, as though dull, of his old companions, slain like kings, and the rich irrevocable things of a heart that hath not openings, but is shut fast, being full. And the torchlight touched the pale hair, or silver clouded gold, and the frame of his face was made of cords, and a young lord turned among the lords, and said, "The king is old." And even as he said it, a post ran in amain, crying, "Arm, Lord King, the hamlet's arm, in the horror and the shade of harm. They have burnt Brand of Ungar's farm, the Danes are come again. Danes drive the white East Angles in 6 fights on the plains. Danes waste the world about the Thames. Danes to the eastward, Danes!" And as he stumbled on one knee, the thanes broke out in ire, crying, "Ill the watchmen watch, and ill the sheriffs keep the shire." But the young earl said, "Ill the saints of England guard, the land wherein we pledge them gold. The dykes decay, the king grows old, and surely this is hard, that we be never quit of them, that when his head is hoar, he cannot say to them he smote and spared with a hand hard at the throat, Go and return no more." Then Alfred smiled, and the smile of him was like the sun for power, but he only pointed, bade them heed, those peasants of the Berkshire breed, who plucked the old horse of the weed, as they pluck it to this hour. "Will ye part with the weeds for ever, or show daisies to the door? Or will you bid the bold grass go and return no more? So ceaseless and so secret thrive terror and theft set free. Treason and shame shall come to pass when one weed flowers in a morass, and like the stillness of stiff grass, the stillness of tyranny. Over our white souls also wild heresies and high wave prouder than the plumes of grass, and sadder than their sigh. And I go riding against the raid, and ye know not where I am, but ye shall know in a day or year, when one green star of grass grows here, chaos has charged you, charger and spear, battle-axe and battering ram. And though skies alter and empires melt, this word shall still be true. If we would have the horse of old, scour ye the horse anew. One time I followed a dancing star that seemed to sing and nod, and ring upon earth all evil's knell. But now I wot if ye score not well, red rust shall grow on God's great bell, and grass in the streets of God. Ceased Alfred, and above his head the grand green domes, the downs, showed the first legions of the press, marching in haste and bitterness for Christ's sake in the crowns. Beyond the cavern of Colon, past Eldred's by the sea, rose men that owned King Alfred's rod, from the windy wastes of Exe untrod, or where the thorn of the grave of God burns over Glastonbury. Far northward and far westward the distant tribes grew nigh, plains beyond plains, fell beyond fell, that a man at sunset sees so well, and the tiny coloured towns that dwell in the corners of the sky. But dark and thick as thronged the host, with drum and torch and blade, the still-eyed king sat pondering, as one that watches a live thing, the scoured chalk, and said, Though I give this land to Our Lady, that helped me in Athelney, though lordlier trees and lustier sod, and happier hills hath no flesh trod, than the garden of the Mother of God between Thames side and the sea, I know that weeds shall grow in it, faster than men can burn, and though they scatter now and go, in some far century, sad and slow, I have a vision, and I know, the heathen shall return. They shall not come with warships, they shall not waste with brands, but books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. Not with the humour of hunters, or savage skill in war, but ordering all things with dead words, strings shall they make of beasts and birds, and wheels of wind and star. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backwards shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. the dear sun dwarfed of dreadful suns, like fiercer flowers on stalk, earth lost and little like a pea, in high heaven's towering forestry, these be the small weeds ye shall see, crawl covering the chalk. But though they bridge St. Mary's sea, or steal St. Michael's wing, though they rear marvels over us, greater than great Virgilius, wrought for the Roman king, by this sign shall ye know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight, that loves or hates his lord. Yea, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit, that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk, by this sign shall ye know them, that they ruin and make dark. By all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord, by one blind idiot world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred. By terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning and denial of the sin. By thought a crawling ruin, by life a leaping mire, by a broken heart in the breast of the world and the end of the world's desire. By God and man dishonoured, by death and life made vain, know ye the old barbarian, the barbarian come again. When is great talk of trend and tide, and wisdom and destiny? Hail that undying heathen that is sadder than the sea. In what wise men shall smite him, or the cross stand up again, or charity, or chivalry, my vision saith not, and I see no more, but now ride doubtfully to the battle of the plain. And the grass edge of the great down was cut clean as a lawn, while the levies thronged from near and far, from the warm woods of the western star, and the king went out to his last war on a tall grey horse at dawn. And news of his far-off fighting came slowly and brokenly, from the land of the East Saxons, from the sunrise and the sea, from the plains of the white sunrise and sad St. Edmund's crown, where the pools of Essex pale and gleam out beyond London town, in mighty and doubtful fragments, like faint or fabled wars, climbed the old hills of his renown, where the bald brow of Whitehorse Down is close to the cold stars. But away in the eastern places the wind of death walked high, and a raid was driven athwart the raid, the sky reddened and the smoke swayed, and the tall grey horse went by. The gates of the great river were breached as with a barge, the walls sank crowded, say the scribes, and high towers populous with tribes seemed leaning from the charge. Smoke like rebellious heavens rolled, curled over coloured flames, mirrored in monstrous purple dreams in the mighty pools of Thames. Loud was the war on London wall, and loud in London gates, and loud the sea-kings in the cloud broke through their dreaming gods, and loud cried on their dreadful fates. And all the while on Whitehorse Hill the horse lay long and wan. The turf crawled and the fungus crept, and the little sorrel, while all men slept, unwrought the work of man. With velvet finger, velvet foot, the fierce soft mosses then crept on the large white commonweal, all folk had striven to strip and peel, and the grass like a great green witch's wheel unwound the toils of men. And clover and silent thistle throve, and buds burst silently, with little care for the Thames valley, or what things there might be, that away on the widening river, in the eastern plains for crown, stood up in the pale purple sky one turret of smoke like ivory, and the smoke changed and the wind went by, and the king took London town. End of Book 8. End of the Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton.
You're listening to the voice of Susan Reed singing Where Go the Boats by Robert Louis Stevenson, with a musical setting by Tom Scott. A page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Celebrating a domestic travelcade this weekend, we of Anthology mulled over several ideas on domestic American verse and finally came to the conclusion that we'd like to invite as our guest a man who has not only spun many a fine thread into the overall tapestry of poetry Americana, but who is also a radio and TV commentator, a singer of songs in the folk and popular field, and a composer. Listen. That is the theme music which our guest composed for the radio documentary series, The 38th Parallel. This afternoon, we're going to talk to him about his music and also about the work which he's done in composing musical settings for many distinguished British and American poems. Tom Scott, we're most delighted to have you with us on this American Travelcade edition of Anthology.
Thank you. Should I say Mr. Fleetwood or just Fleetwood?
Either one.
Well, I'm very pleased to be here. And I must congratulate you on that show that you do every night, all night long, which has brought so much pleasure to me and so many other in the So Maniacs.
That's very kind of you, but I don't want to take our time this afternoon talking about my show because I could go on forever about that. I think we could also go on forever about some of the things you've done. How did you first get the idea of setting these poems to music?
Well, first, because I am a composer, and second, because I am a singer of folk songs. Folk songs, I think, are highly poetic. I often feel that the words, the lyrical content, is even more important than the music. So it was only natural that through singing so very many songs, I would become highly interested in the words, highly interested in the way words and music are related. And then I've always loved poetry and have been a poetry reader all my life. And then, as a composer, I'm always looking for a text that I can set or for an idea that I can set. I realize that that's controversial. In fact, your eminent producer, Mr. Draper Lewis, said that sometimes there is a controversy as to whether or not poetry should be set to music or whether it should just be read cold. And he said that I might express myself on it.
Yes, we're constantly getting mail about this thing. You know, some saying, stop playing that music behind the poetry, and others saying, oh, we love the music. And then, of course, those who, as you, write special music for the poetry.
Well, I don't think I have anything terribly original to say about that. It is my feeling that music, by virtue of its abstract nature, can weave a meaningful background which will heighten the meaning of the poem, and that also it can very often supply a missing dimension, and that, therefore, it goes with poetry just as well as, for example, music goes with a good film score. With a good film, that is. The score supplies something that is missing otherwise. That is, if it's well set.
Exactly.
There is also, of course, a historical precedent. Didn't the old Greeks, when they recited, didn't they stroke a lute or a lyre and chant with it? Wasn't this the great classic tradition for all poetry reading?
As I recall, there was always a lute on hand.
And down through the ages this has been done. The Irish, the bards, the minstrels, the troubadours, the trouvères, all of them who read poetry with some kind of a musical accompaniment. And this I have tried to do. Obviously, to create a song is something else. And there are a great many poems that, when you sing them, they have a whole new and additional meaning. That is, we're talking about two things. We're talking about actually setting words to music and reading words to music. I feel both are considerably enhanced with the addition of music.
I would be very interested to know what the opposition has to say. I strongly suspect that it will be something more or less from the purist standpoint.
Yes, the purists are always winning. To get to a much more technical side of this thing, where were your songs actually recorded, Tom?
Well, the ones you're doing today, I believe, the Robert Louis Stevenson,
yes,
those were done at a very unique concert at the Museum of Modern Art here in New York City last March. I say unique, and it was decidedly unique because I was the only composer represented on that program. It was full eating of my music, and I thought I was pretty lucky. In fact, to being a composer of contemporary music, I think I'm pretty lucky to get anything played at all. I think I'm very lucky to have it played today on the radio, but to have a whole evening of my music was a rare experience. What happened was that a very fine conductor by the name of Emmanuel Vardy, who you may know also as a violist, had organized a beautiful ensemble of strings, and he wished to give some concerts, and he and I conceived the idea of doing a series of concerts of American music, sort of one-man shows. And this was the first one. And you may be interested to know that funds for the orchestra for that evening were supplied by the Music Performance Trust Fund in cooperation with Local 802 of the American Federation of Musicians, who are very interested in preserving live music and in doing whatever they can to help live music. And they have been doing some wonderful things about helping to create performances of contemporary music. So that's how it happened. And it was a good concert, and as you will see from the quality of the performance by Miss Susan Reed, who was our guest soloist, and of the accompaniment supplied by Emmanuel Vardy and his strings. This is part of a cycle which I am composing of the famous Robert Louis Stevenson's poems, A Child's Garden of Verses. You will hear Where Go the Boats and Autumn Fires.
Dark brown is the river, golden is the sky. It goes along forever with trees on every hand.
something bright in all. Flowers in the sky, fires in the fall, flowers in the
Beautiful, Tom. Before we talk about one of your major works, which we're to hear this afternoon, I'd like to take just a moment to tell our listeners about the special programs we have planned for their enjoyment on Anthology during the next 4 weeks. By way of a preview, or rather a curtain raiser, we'd like to play a record and see if our audience can identify two very famous voices from the past. Two stars at the American theater in a scene from one of their biggest hits. You'll have to listen quite closely, since this transcription was taken from the original cylinder records, and the quality is certainly not on a par with modern standards. This much of a hint we'll give you. The play is Romeo and Juliet. I'm sure you're very familiar with the scene.
He guessed the scars have never felt a wound. What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Oh, if thou wilt not see, but warn my love, and I'll no longer fear Capulet. Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of this? 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. What in a name? That which we call a rose. Thy any other name would smell as sweet. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name, which is no part of thee, take all myself. I take you thy word. Call me but love, and I be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo. My ears have not yet drunk 100 words that sound uttering, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and the Montague? Neither, fair maid, neither these
Your success in identifying them, we'd like to do a little crowing about the 4-week series which starts next Sunday. Concurrent with the Shakespearean festivals being held in England, in Canada, and in Denmark, we plan to bring you a wide variety of stars in many of the Bard of Avon's best-known plays. Appearing on the guest list are such names as Laurence Olivier, Alan Radel and Claire Bloom, Alec Guinness, Pamela Brown, John Barrymore, Jose Ferrer and Uta Hagen, John Gielgud, Maurice Evans, Orson Welles, Dorothy McGuire. These are just a few of the stars who will be heard in excerpts from Hamlet, Henry V, Macbeth, Julius Caesar, Romeo and Juliet, Othello, and others. In addition to the Shakespearean plays, we'll also bring you some of his sonnets and excerpts from great musical and operatic compositions which have been based on his works. So, be with us next Sunday when we begin our 4-week Shakespearean Festival on Anthology. And now, Tom Scott, back to you, and a very special treat for our listeners. I'm talking, of course, about your musical setting for the Ballad of the Harp Weaver. But first, before I give you the microphone, I want to point out to our listeners that if they'll turn their dials from radio to television as soon as our show goes off, they can not only hear you, but see you, which is a double treat for all of you. So on WNBT, at the end of the show, why not turn on your television set and see Mr. Scott? Now, Tom, tell us about the Ballad of the Harp Weaver.
Well, it's that very wonderful poem by Etta St. Vincent Millay. I've always loved it, and I set it back in 1947, partially because I wanted a vehicle which would extend my own repertoire as a ballad singer. I really wrote it for myself to do the narration. It's to be spoken in an original score. It was for voices with harp and strings. You will hear it, however, with Instead of the voices, oboe and French horn, and it's conducted by Emmanuel Vardy and features my friend Robert Blossom as the narrator. The Ballad of the Harp Weaver.
There's nothing in the house but a loaf end of rye and a harp. A harp with a woman's head nobody will buy. And she began to cry. That was in the early fall. When came the late fall, son, she said, the sight of you makes your mother's blood crawl. Little skinny shoulder blades sticking through your clothes, and where you get a jacket from, God above knows. It's lucky for me, lad, your daddy's in the ground, and can't see the way I let his son go round. She made a queer sound. That was in the late fall. When the winter came, I'd not a pair of breeches nor a shirt to my name. I couldn't go to school or out of doors to play. And all the other little boys passed our way. Son, said my mother, come climb into my lap, and I'll chafe your little bones while you take a nap. And oh, but we were silly for half an hour or more. Me with my long legs dragging on the floor, a rock, rock, rocking to a Mother Goose rhyme. Oh, but we were happy for half an hour's time. Great boy, and what would folks say to hear my mother singing me to sleep all day in such a daft way? Men say the winter was bad that year. Fuel was scarce and food was dear. A wind with a wolf's head howled about our door, and we burned up the chairs and sat upon the floor. All that was left was a chair we couldn't break, and the harp with a woman's head nobody would take for song or pity's sake. one night before Christmas, I cried with the cold. I cried myself to sleep like a 2-year-old. And in the deep night, I felt my mother rise and stare down upon me with love in her eyes. I saw my mother sitting on the one good chair, a light falling on her from I couldn't tell where, looking 19 and not a day older, and the harp with a woman's head leaned against her shoulder. Her thin fingers moving in the thin, tall strings were weaving wonderful things. Many bright threads from where I couldn't see were running through the harp strings rapidly. And gold threads whistling through my mother's hand, I saw the web grow and the pattern expand. She wove a child's jacket, and when it was done, she laid it on the floor and wove another one. Wove a red cloak, so regal to see. She's made it for a king's son, I said, and not for me. But I knew it was for me. She wove a pair of breeches, quicker than that. She wove a pair of boots and a little cocked hat. She wove a pair of mittens. She wove a little blouse. She wove all night. Still cold house. She sang as she worked, and the harp strings spoke. Her voice never faltered, and the thread never broke. And when I woke, there sat my mother, with a harp against her shoulder, looking 19 and not a day older. A smile about her lips, and a light about her head, and her hands in the harp strings, frozen dead. And piled up beside her and toppling to the skies, were the clothes of a king's son, just my size.
To the sky and dimmed the welkin with her pitchy breath. Faustus, begin thine incantations, and try if devils will obey thy hast seen, thou hast prayed and sacrificed to them. Within this circle is Jehovah's name, forward and back.
You are listening to the voice of Robert M. Culp in Christopher Marlowe's Elizabethan tragedy, Dr. Faustus, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Shakespeare's most important predecessor in the English drama, and the first great poet to use our modern English speech, was born at Canterbury in 1564, the son of a shoemaker. He was educated at the King's School and later graduated from Benedictine College. Upon receiving his degree, Marlowe moved to London to pursue the precarious career of a man of letters and playwright. His life was wild and irregular, but between barroom brawls and fly-by-night affairs of the heart, he found time to write a half-dozen plays, of which Dr. Faustus is the better known, although Edward II is considered to be his masterpiece. Marlowe died in a tavern fight at Deptford in 1593. He was just 29 years old. The tragical history of Dr. Faustus is based on the German story of Dr. Faustus, or Faust, a real person who lived in the early part of the 16th century and was believed to have sold himself to the devil. The version we will hear this afternoon was adapted and directed by Robert M. Culp and Elaine Carroll, two well-known members of the New York world of radio, stage, and television.
As an experiment in mood music, we have elected to couple the very old with the very new. Just to pique your curiosity, we'll identify the musical score at the conclusion of the play. And now, highlights from the tragical history of Dr. Faustus. Not marching now in fields of Thrasmene, where Mars did mate the Carthaginians, nor sporting in the dalliance of love in courts of kings, where state is o'erturned, nor in the pomp of proud audacious deeds intends our muse to vaunt his heavenly verse. Only this, gentlemen, we must perform the form of Faustus' fortunes, good or bad. To patient judgments we appeal our applaud, and speak of Faustus in his infancy. Now is he born, his parents' base of stock, in Germany, within a town called Rhodes. Of riper years to Württemberg he went, whereas his kinsmen chiefly brought him up. So soon he profits in divinity the fruitful plot of scholarism graced, that shortly he was graced with doctor's name, excelling all whose sweet delight disputes in heavenly matters of theology, till swollen with cunning of a self-conceit, his waxen wings did mount above his reach, and, melting, heaven conspired his overthrow. For, falling to a devilish exercise, and glutted now with learning's golden gifts, he surfeits upon cursed necromancy. Nothing so sweet as magic is to him which he prefers before his chiefest bliss, and this the man that in his study sits.
The reward of sin is death. That's hard. Sipicas in agamus, falimur, et nulla est in nobis veritas. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and there's no truth in us. Why then, belike we must sin and so consequently die. Aye, we must die an everlasting death. What doctrine call you this? Divinity. Adieu. These metaphysics of magicians and necromantic books are heavenly. Lines, circles, scenes, letters, and characters. Aye, these are those that Faustus most desires. Oh, what a world of profit and delight, of power, of honor, of omnipotence is promised to the studious magician. Emperors and kings are but obeyed in their several provinces, but his dominion that exceeds in this stretcheth as far as doth the mind of man. A sound magician is a mighty god. Wagner?
Yes, sir?
Commend me to my dearest friends, the German Valdez and Cornelius. Request them earnestly to visit me.
I will, sir.
Their conference will be a greater help to me than all my labors.
O Faustus, lay that damned book aside, and gaze not on it, lest it tempt thy soul, and heap God's heavy wrath upon thy head. Read the Scriptures. That is blasphemy.
Go forward, Faustus, in that famous art, wherein all nature's treasure is contained. Be thou on earth as Jove is in the sky, Lord and commander of these elements.
How I am glutted with conceit of this. Shall I make spirits fetch me what I please? I'll have them fly to India for gold, ransack the ocean for orient pearl, and search all corners of the newfound world for pleasant fruits and princely delicates. I'll have them read me strange philosophy and tell the secrets of all foreign kings. I'll have them wall all Germany with brass and make swift Rhine circle fair Wittenberg. I'll have them fill the public schools with silk, wherewith the students shall be bravely clad. I'll levy soldiers with the coin they bring, and chase the Prince of Parma from our land, and reign sole king of all the provinces. Valdez, sweet Valdez and Cornelius, know that your words have won me at the last to practice magic and concealed arts. Philosophy is odious and obscure, both Law and physic are for petty wits. Divinity is basest of the three. 'Tis magic, magic that hath ravished me. Then, gentle friends, aid me in this attempt, and I will be as cunning as Agrippa was, whose shadows made all Europe honor him.
Faustus, these books and thy wit and our experience shall make all nations to canonize us, as Indian wars obey their Spanish lords. So shall the spirits of every element be always serviceable to us three. Like lions, they shall guard us when we please, like Lapland giants trotting by our side. Sometimes like women or unwedded maids, shadowing more beauty in their airy brows than have the white breasts of the Queen of Love. From Venice shall they drag huge argosies, and from America the golden fleece that yearly stuffs old Philip's treasuries. If Faustus will be resolute.
While this, as resolute am I in this as thou to live.
Then tell me, Faustus, what more shall we dream on?
Nothing, Cornelius. Oh, this cheers my soul. Come, show me, that I may have these joys in full possession.
Faustus, first let him know the words, and then, all other ceremonies learned, Faustus may try his cunning by himself. First, I'll instruct thee in the rudiments, and then wilt thou be perfecter than I.
Then come and dine with me, and after meat, I'll try what I can do. This knife I'll conjure, though I die therefore. Now, Faustus, must thou needs be damned, and canst thou not be saved? What boots it then to think of God or heaven? Away with such vain fancies. Despair in God and trust in Beelzebub. Now go not backward, no, Faustus, be resolute. Why waverest thou? Oh, something soundeth in mine ears.
Sweet Faustus, leave that execrable art.
Contrition, prayer, repentance, what of them?
All their means to bring thee unto heaven.
Rather illusions, fruits of unity that make men foolish, that do trust the most.
Sweet Faustus, think of heaven and heavenly things.
No, Faustus, think of honor and of wealth.
Of wealth? When Mephistopheles shall stand by me, what God can help thee? Faustus, thou art safe. Cast no more doubts. Come, Mephistopheles, and bring glad tidings from great Lucifer. Is not midnight? Veni, veni, Mephistopheles. Now tell me, what says Lucifer thy lord? That I shall wait on Faustus whilst he lives, so he will buy my service with his soul, and write the deed of gift with his own blood. For that security craves great Lucifer. If thou deny it, I must back to hell. Stay, Mephistopheles, and tell me, what good will my soul do thy Lord? Enlarge his kingdom. Shall I have thy soul, and I will be thy slave, and wait on thee, and give thee more than thou hast wit to us. Aye, Mephistopheles, I give it thee. Then, Faustus, stab thine arm courageously, and bind thy soul, that at some certain day great Lucifer may claim it as his own, and then be thou as great as Lucifer. Lo, Mephistopheles, for love of thee, I cut mine arm, and with my proper blood assure my soul to be great Lucifer's. You hear the blood that trickles from my arm. But, Faustus, thou must write it in manner of a deed of gift. Aye, so I will. My blood congeals, but I can write no more. I'll fetch thee fire to dissolve it straight. What might the stain of my blood portend? Is it unwilling I should write this bill? Here's fire. Come, Faustus, set it on. So, now the blood begins to clear again. Now will I make an end immediately. Oh, what will not I do to obtain his soul? Consummatum est. This bill is ended. And Faustus hath bequeathed his soul to Lucifer. But what is this inscription on mine arm? Homo fuge. Whither should I fly? If unto God you throw me down to hell, my senses are deceived. Here's nothing writ. See it plain. Here in this place is writ, Homo fuge. I'll fetch him somewhat to delight his mind.
Speak Mephistopheles, what means this show?
Nothing, Faustus, but to delight thy mind withal, and to show thee what magic can perform.
May I raise up spirits when I please?
Aye, Faustus, and do greater things than these.
Then there's enough for 1,000 souls. Here, Mephistopheles, receive this scroll, a deed of gift of body and of soul.
Faustus, I swear by hell and Lucifer to effect all promises between us made.
Then, hear me read them. On these conditions following. First, that Faustus may be a spirit in form and substance. Secondly, that Mephistopheles shall be his servant, and at his command shall do for him and bring him whatsoever. That he shall be in his chamber or house, invisible. Lastly, that he shall appear to the said John Faustus at all times, in what form or shape soe'er he please. I, John Faustus of Wittenberg, doctor by these presents, do give both body and soul to Lucifer, prince of the East, and his minister Mephistopheles, and furthermore grant unto them that 24 years being expired, the articles above written inviolate full power to fetch or carry the said John Faustus' body and soul, flesh, blood, or goods into their habitation wheresoever. By me, John Faustus. Behold the heavens, then I repent, and curse thee, wicked Mephistopheles, because thou hast deprived me of these joys.
Why, Faustus, think'st thou heaven is such a glorious thing? I tell thee 'tis not half so fair as thou, or any man that breathes on earth.
Ah, how provest thou that?
'Twas made for man, therefore is man more excellent.
If it were made for man, 'twas made for me. I will renounce this magic and repent. How Christ my Savior saved distressed Faustus' soul. Christ cannot save thy soul, for he is just. Yes, none but I have interest in the same. Oh, who art thou that lookst so terrible? I am Lucifer. Oh, Faustus, thou come to fetch away thy soul. We come to tell thee thou dost injure us. Thou talkst of Christ contrary to thy promise. Thou should not think of God. Think of the devil, and we will highly gratify thee. Faustus, we are come from hell to show thee some pastime. Sit down, and thou shalt see all the 7 deadly sins appear in their proper shapes. Now, Faustus, examine them of their several names and dispositions. What art thou, the first?
I am pride. I disdain to have any parents. I am like Ovid's flea. I can creep into every corner of a wench. Sometimes, like a periwig, I sit upon her brow, or like a fan of feathers, I kiss her lips. Indeed, I do. What do I not? But fie, what a scent is here! I'll not speak another word except the ground were perfumed and covered with a cloth around.
What art thou, the second?
I am covetousness, begotten of an old churl and an old leathern bag. And might I have my wish, I would desire that this house and all the people in it were turned to gold, that I might lock you up in my good chest. Oh, my sweet gold.
What art thou, the third?
I am Wrath. I have neither father nor mother. I leapt out of a lion's mouth when I was scarce half an hour old, and ever since I have run up and down the world with this case of rapiers, wounding myself when I had nobody to fight withal. I was born in hell, and look to it, for some of you shall be my father.
What art thou, the fourth?
I'm Envy, the cotton of a chimney sweep and an oyster wife. I cannot read, and therefore wish all books were burnt. I'm lean with seeing others eat. Oh, that there might come a famine to all the world, that all might die, and I live alone. Then thou shalt see how fat I will be. But must thou sit, and I stand?
Away, envious rascal. What art thou, the fifth?
Oh, I, sir? I am gluttony. My parents are all dead, and the devil a penny they left me, but a bare pension, and that is 30 meals a day and 10 beavers, a small trifle to suffice nature. Oh, I come of a royal parentage. My grandfather was a gammon of bacon, my grandmother was a hogshead of claret wine, my godfathers were these, Peter Pickle herring and Martin Martinmas beef. Oh, but my godmother, she was a jolly gentlewoman and well beloved in every good town and city. Her name was Mistress Marjorie Marchby. Now, Faustus, thou hast heard all my progeny. Wilt thou bid me to supper?
No, I'll see thee hanged. I will eat up all my victuals.
Then the devil choke thee.
Choke thyself, Dutton. Who art thou? The sixth.
I'm Slot. I was begotten on a sunny bank where I've lain ever since. And you've done me great injury to bring me from thence. Let me be carried thither again by gluttony and lechery. I'll not speak another word for the king's ransom.
What are you, Mistress Minx, the seventh and the last?
Who, I, sir? I'm the one that loves an inch of raw mutton better than an ell of fried stockfish. And the first letter of my name begins with L.
Away to hell.
Now, Faustus, how dost thou like this?
Oh, this feeds my soul.
But, Faustus, in hell is all manner of delight.
Oh, might I see hell and return again? How happy were I then.
Thou shalt. I will send for thee at midnight. In meantime, take this book, peruse it thoroughly, and thou shalt turn thyself into what shape thou wilt.
Great thanks, mighty Lucifer.
Farewell, Faustus, and think on the devil.
Farewell, great Lucifer. Come, Mephistopheles.
In just a moment, more recorded highlights from the tragical history of Dr. Faustus, starring Robert M. Culp and Elaine Carroll. After last week's repeat performance of the special Edna St. Vincent Millay program, we received a sizable batch of cards and calls asking for copies of the recording for classrooms and personal home use. Well, we took said inquiries to higher echelon, and here is their answer. If we receive a sufficient number of requests for the Edna St. Vincent Millay program, WNBC will have a special pressing made of the show, and it will be mailed to anyone who asks for it. If we do not receive enough requests, we will still be able to send out copies of the program, but we will have to charge the minimum fee for a copy of a transcription, which is in the vicinity of $18. As Sergeant Friday says, those are the facts, ma'am. The decision rests with you. To press or not to press depends entirely upon the number of requests we receive for the Edna St. Vincent Millay Memorial Program. Anthology naturally would be most delighted should the pressing be made. We think it might even lead to later pressings of other programs which have met or will meet with your approval. And now, the concluding scenes from Christopher Marlowe's tragical history of Dr. Faustus, starring Robert M. Culp and Elaine Carroll. And I believe we will find the good doctor in a rather repentant mood after quite a few years of rather riotous living. When Faustus had with pleasure taken the view of rarest things and royal courts of kings, he stayed his course, and so returned home.
Oh, my sweet chamber fellow, had I lived with thee, then had I lived still, but now I die eternally.
Look, comes he not? What means, Faust?
Belike he has grown into some sickness by being over solitary.
If it be so, we'll have physicians to cure him. 'Tis but a surfeit. Never fear, man.
So that a deadly sin that has damned both body and soul.
Yet, Faustus, look up to heaven. Remember, God's mercies are infinite.
But Faustus' offense never can be pardoned. The serpent that tempted Eve may be saved, but not Faustus. Oh, gentlemen, hear me with patience and tremble not at my speeches. Oh, would I had never seen Wittenberg, never read book. And what wonders I have done. All Germany can witness, yea, all the world, for which Faustus, at last, both Germany and the world, yea, heaven itself, and must remain in hell forever. Sweet friends, what shall become of Faustus being in hell forever?
Yet Faustus call on God.
On God, whom Faustus hath abjured, whom Faustus hath blasphemed. Oh, my God, I would weep, but the devil draws in my tears. He stays my tongue. I would lift my hands, but see, they hold them. They hold them.
Who, Faustus?
Lucifer and Mephistopheles. Gentlemen, I gave them my soul for my cunning.
God forbid.
God forbid it indeed, but Faustus hath done it. For vain pleasure of 24 years hath Faustus lost eternal joy and felicity. I writ them a bill with mine own blood. The day it is expired, the time will come, and he will fetch me.
Why did not Faustus tell us of this before? The divines might have been prayed for thee.
Thou hast gone too far, old friend, in these dark arts. We did not intend thou shouldst have gone so far.
The devil threatened to tear me in pieces if I named God, to fetch both body and soul, if I once gave ear to divinity. And now 'tis too late. Gentlemen, away, lest you perish with me.
What shall we do to save Faustus?
Talk not of me, but save yourselves and depart.
God will strengthen me. I will stay with Faustus.
Tempt not God, sweet friend, but let us into the next room and there pray for him.
I pray for me. And what noise soe'er ye hear, come not unto me, for nothing can rescue me.
Pray thou, and we will pray that God may have mercy upon thee.
Gentlemen, farewell. If I live till morning, I'll visit you. If not, Faustus is in hell. Ah, Faustus, now hast thou but one bare hour to live, and then thou must be damned perpetually. Stand still, you ever-moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease and midnight never come. Fair nature's eye, rise again, and make perpetual day on this common. Be but a year, a month, a week, a natural day, that Faustus may repent and save his soul. Still time runs, the clock will strike, the devil will come, and Faustus must be damned. Oh, I'll leap up to my God, who pulls me down. See where Christ's blood streams in the firmament. One drop would save my soul, half a drop. Oh, my Christ, oh, rend not my heart for the name of my Christ. Yet will I call on him. Oh, spare me, Lucifer. That is enough. On. See where God stretches out his arm and bends his ireful brows. Mountains and hills come and fall on me and hide me from the heavy wrath of God. No, then will I run headlong into the earth. You stars that bring us my nativity, whose influence hath allotted death and hell, now draw Faustus into a foggy mist, into the enclosed of yon labouring clouds, that when you vomit forth into the air, my limbs may issue from their smoky mouths, so that my soul may but ascend to heaven. Will all be past now, oh God, if thou wilt not have mercy on my soul, yet for Christ's sake, whose blood hath ransomed me, impose some end to my incessant pain. Let Faustus in hell 1,000 years, 100,000, and at last be saved. No end is limited to damned souls. I was down with a creature wanting soul, for when they die, their souls are soon dissolved in elements. But mine must live, still to be plagued in hell. Cursed be the parent that engendered me. Faustus, curse thyself. Curse Lucifer that hath deprived thee of the joys of heaven. Now, body, turn to air, or Lucifer will bear thee quick to hell. Let me breathe a while. Ugly hell, give not. Come not, Lucifer. I'll burn my books. Stop. Let me stop this.
the branch that might have grown full straight, and burned as Apollo's laurel bough that sometime grew within this learned man. Faustus is gone. Regard his hellish fall, whose fiendful fortune may exhort the wise only to wonder at unlawful things, whose deepness doth entice such forward wits to practice more than heavenly power permits.
Meet Carl Sandburg. In the next hour, you'll hear, by transcription, the story of Carl Sandburg, a poet, a folk singer, an author, and a historian. You'll see his life as seen through the eyes of friends and relatives and critics of poetry and writers of history and the newspaper men who worked with him back in the old Chicago days. Meet Carl Sandburg.
Way down up on the Wabash, such land was never known. If Adam had passed over it, the soil he'd surely own. He'd think it was the garden he played in when a boy and straight pronounce it Eden in the state of Illinois. Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross that Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois.
I'm Dave Garraway, and like many another person in this radio business, I go home after a day's work and sit down and relax, and often with a book of poems in my hand. My taste in poetry is personal, of course. Almost everybody's is, I guess. And mine is one with a very few standards, necessary standards at least. One thing, though, I love to understand the poet or the poem I'm reading. I want to read from one line to the next without having to go drag down the French dictionary or pull out Bulfinch's mythology. And another feeling I have for the kind of poetry I like is, well, virility is a good word, I guess. I like poets who make a sound, who boom and bang and write of things on the ground and high up in the sky, but out loud. And Carl Sandburg embodies both of these qualities for me, and he has indeed a third. He talks of the American scene and in the American idiom, and I like that. In fact, I think he could talk no other way. He's lived and worked all of his life in our cities and farms and the villages and the plains of America. He's become very much the genuine national voice in the realm of poetry. And if you were out on a search, it might be hard to find more than just a handful of people who've not been exposed to Carl Sandburg's personality, to his manners, and especially to that great booming voice of his.
The last time I saw Carl Sandburg...
Harvey Bright, writer and critic.
Was just a few weeks ago at the National Book Award. I saw him. He greeted me. He took a cigar out, spliced it in half with the accuracy and competence and professionalism of a butcher cutting away the tail of a steak, put one half of it in his pocket, smoked the other half. We talked for a while, and we reminisced about past meetings. We also reminisced about the Nobel Prize, and we got on to the fact that Hemingway had singled Mr. Sandburg out as somebody who should have won the Nobel Prize. And Mr. Sandburg, in answering my question about how he felt about that singling out, went like this. Harvey Bright, I want to tell you that sometime 30 years from now, when the bright boys are sitting around, one boy will say, did Carl Sandburg ever win the Nobel Prize? And another bright boy will say, yes, Ernest Hemingway gave it to him in 1954.
besides his voice and his looks, Sandburg's trademark, of course, is free verse. Quite probably the man never rhymed more than a dozen lines in his life. The first critic of note to recognize these talents was Harry Hansen. Back in the 20s, Hansen wrote Midwest Portraits, and the first chapter was about Sandburg.
I think of Carl as a very straightforward writer in poetry.
Harry Hansen.
The sort of writer that all of us can understand. When Carl's poetry first appeared, many people said they didn't understand it. But that was because he had broken with the old rhythms. And he had new ways of saying things, but he always said something. If he wrote about steel mills, he wrote about steel mills. If he wrote about the smoke that went through the atmosphere from the steel mills, it was smoke. That smoke may have inspired thoughts, sentiments, ideas. But you could grasp it, and I could grasp it, and it wasn't loose and abstract. Carl has no sympathy for the abstract. A year or so ago, there was a large dinner of the Poetry Society of America in New York. It was given in Carl's honor, and Carl spoke there. And among other things, Carl read his poem, Abracadabra, which makes fun of the modern abstract poetry. Seated in front of Carl were many poets who wrote abstractions, who wrote the modern poetry. They were amused, they were genial and friendly. They understood Carl. They understood that Carl was not in their camp, that he didn't understand and wouldn't attempt to understand what they were trying to write, and that he was talking for poetry that you and I can understand without having to go to the author and ask for a glossary.
Hill blue among the leaves in summer, hill blue among the branches in winter, light sea blue at the sand beaches in winter, deep sea blue in the deep, deep waters, prairie blue, mountain blue. Who can pick a pocket full of these blues, a handkerchief of these blues, and go walking, talking, walking, as though God gave them a lot of loose change for spending money to throw at the birds, to flip into the tin cups of blind men.
In the years just before the First World War, Chicago was a center of literary renaissance in the Midwest, in fact, all over the country. It was there that so many great people came into flower, like Edgar Lee Masters, you remember the Spoon River Anthology, and Rachel Lindsay, and Sherwood Anderson, and Burton Rasco, and Ben Hecht, and a great many others. They got there, and they worked and felt free, and they wrote. And it was in Chicago that Sandburg got his start, too. He was rooted in a strong liberal and labor tradition, but still, you have to eat, you know. And he took what job he could get.
I was the associate editor of the A.W. Shaw Company, business publications.
Carol Murphy, Chicago editor.
I hired Carl along in 1913, as I remember. He was one of many young editors I put on, and I usually paid them the fabulous salary of somewhere around $100 to $125 a month. I sent Carl out on an assignment to interview some of the leaders in the safety movement, which was a new thing at that time. And he came back with a short story, which I planned to use in Factory Magazine. And as I studied that story, it was typical of Carl. He had written it beautifully. It brought tears to your eyes. You were sorry for this workman who had broken the rules and stuck his hand into a clipping machine and lost some fingers. But the story also made you feel hot under the collar against the management, as if it were their fault, as if the men above him not only were not sorry, but were maybe just a little bit pleased that this guy had got what was coming to him for his carelessness. And in going over the story, with Carl and trying to modify it so that it would fit into the magazine and its policies. I said, listen, Carl, you always take a crack at the businessman in your stories. You're always on the laborer's side. Now, the businessman is our bread and butter. And he is not a fellow who delights in seeing his people suffer. He's a decent guy just like anybody else. He's trying to make his place safe. And he's sorry when anybody gets hurt. And we have to keep him happy, and we have to remember that he is our bread and butter, and our job is to help him with new and safer methods. Now, I don't remember how Carl took that, but he was a little stubborn, and the chances are that he tossed back his Abraham Lincoln-like cowlick and stuck out his stubborn Swedish lips and gave me some little
land on which goats are being raised, and the goats are being raised for a purpose. They're saleable. They're a fine breed of goats. And inside himself, Carl is still the man who, like the common man, he's a man of democratic instincts. If you read his early poems, you find there a certain contempt for the men who exploit others. But those men for whom Carl has this contempt are largely abstractions. They represent certain types of exploitation. They're not real people.
Huntington sleeps in a house 6 feet long. Huntington dreams of railroads he built and owned. Huntington dreams of 10,000 men saying, yes, sir. Blithery sleeps in a house 6 feet long. Blithery dreams of rails and tires he laid. Blithery dreams of saying to Huntington, yes, sir. Huntington Blithery sleep in houses 6 feet long.
And in those days, there was an influential little magazine called Poetry, founded in Chicago by a wonderful lady named Harriet Monroe. It was influential in its contribution to the culture of our country, but it wasn't influenced very much by anything but what the straight-thinking, forward Miss Monroe liked herself, and she liked Carl Sandburg. And he contributed regularly, and what's more, and this was rather rare in the case of Poetry magazine, he was paid for his contributions. But even then, the rewards of poetry are somewhat less than munificent, as I'm sure you know. And Sandburg needed a job. How he got that job is, I think, best told by the man who helped him get it. His name is Ben Hecht. He just wrote Child of the Century.
It was a dull, rainy day of 1914 in the press room of the Chicago County Building when Sandburg was presented to his working colleagues of the various newspapers, or I should say Sandburg presented himself. The man who brought him in fell asleep before he got around to the formality of introductions. None of us paid much attention to Sandburg, but our rummy game was shortly interrupted by the awakening Jack Malloy, who suddenly announced we were to hear some of our guest poetry. I'd seen one previous poem by Sandburg in the little pocket newspaper daybook on which he was then working, and poetry reading was no novelty in our press room. But to this day I remember Sandburg's voice as the finest I have ever heard, reading or talking, and in Sandburg's voice lived all his poetry. He started reluctantly, pulling from his pocket some notes he said he would be called Chicago when finished. He read, hog butcher for the world, tool maker, stacker of wheat, player with railroads, and the nation's freight handler, stormy, husky, brawling, city of big shoulders. It was a voice that made sounds fresh and clothed the simplest of sentences and mysteries. The next day I talked to my boss on the Chicago Daily News, managing editor Henry Justin Smith. I told him there was a reporter he ought to hire named Carl Sandburg. This is a man who can write poetry like Whitman, I told Smith. Smith loved our paper with an interest that ignored circulation figures and editorial policies. He saw the paper as a daily novel written by a score of Balzacs, but we were missing a poet. He put Sandberg on the city staff and told city editor Brooks Beitler to give Sandberg assignments worthy of his talent.
He always looked very gloomy.
Bob Casey, a colleague on the news.
Until you finally found out that was just something that he was born with. It was a face. It wasn't anything else. He was a very humorous sort of a duck. And, he and I got acquainted with one another because I went in and asked him why he didn't write ordinary verse. I said, I don't think that this modern verse is going any place. Well, he says, I don't know. He said, try it. And he says, it's easier to write. And I said, I guess it is. And I said, you've written some very wonderful things. I said, if you only had these things metrical, you'd probably have some verses that would be extant in this country for the next 200 years at least, and maybe longer than that. Well, he said, I thank you very much for that, but he said, I do these things because I do them quickly. And, then we got to be pretty good friends.
Carl's poems in free verse were still being widely parodied in those days.
Vincent Starrett, Chicago columnist.
But if he was disturbed by the humorous, he didn't show it. Once he said, drawling his words like a cowboy, a man was building a house. A woodchuck came and sat down and watched the man building the house. That was his invariable retort to his critics.
It was apparent from the first to the guiding spirits of the Chicago Daily News that Sandberg was not a man to be influenced by a deadline.
City editor Brooks Beitler was no fancier of poetry, no coddler of talent, but a realist with his eye on deadlines and copy.
Again, Ben Hecht.
Day after day, he watched Sandberg snowshoe to his desk, as we used to describe his walk, sit down and, like some sea squid, seemingly vanish into a cloud of mood. But Beitler finally used a suggestion of his staff to test Sandberg's merits as a newsman. He sent the poet to cover a labor convention in Minneapolis. It was quite a big union session, ending some days afterward in a completely unexpected manner with a real display of gun shooting. We waited for sweeping lyrical copy from Sandberg. The first day, nothing. The second day, still nothing. The day of the shooting, not even an acknowledgement of the assignment. So Beitler ordered Sandberg be called to Minneapolis. Within an hour, Beitler had Sandberg's reply. Dear boss, it read, can't leave now, everything too important and exciting. It was signed Carl.
So they called Carl back from that convention, and they gave him a job where the deadline was something less of a menace. A job more fitting to him, a job where he could have more time to write.
People did strange combinations of things at the Daily News in those days, but so many of them were really writers.
Judith Waller, now of NBC.
Carl did a little bit of everything, and principally he was a movie critic. This he probably liked to do because I don't think he cared much for the movies, but it did give him a chance to sit in dark places and compose poems and stories.
I remember a cold afternoon in late autumn when Carl and I walked for miles.
Again, Vincent Starrett.
Discussing the shortcomings of mankind and laughing so often that passers-by stopped to look at us. Ultimately, we found a comfortable place in Forest Park and stopped in to get warm. There was sawdust on the floor, and a big-bellied stove was throwing off heat in a way we liked. We ordered beer and carried it to a corner table. After Prohibition, Carl said in his slow drawl, we'll be ordering Coca-Colas again. Then, almost without pause, he added, I've been telling the kids some stories lately that I sort of like. Maybe they'll be in a book someday, I don't know. But I'm not ready yet to let them out. These were the tales that went into Rutabaga Stories. He began to tell us one of them.
5 nights before Christmas, 5 pretzels sat looking out of a grocery window, lighted by 5 candles. Outside, snow falling, big white snowflakes, coming cool and quiet. And they see a man outside the window, and he looks in while they look out. They see his right hand brush off snow from his left shoulder, and his left hand brush off snow from his right shoulder. And they see him shake off snow from his hat and put his hat back on his head. But they don't hear the man. Well, 5 pretzels. And how many children is it I have at home running around upstairs and downstairs, in and out of the corners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 for each pretzel. Now, early that afternoon, the 5 pretzels decide they will go with a circus and be trapeze actors. On billboards everywhere, the 5 marvelous pretzels in big letters. And they run out of their dressing rooms in pink tights, bow to the audience and throw kisses. 1 kiss with the right hand and the other kiss with the left hand. And a man with a big musical megaphone, the 5 marvelous pretzels. Up in the air they go. 2 of them hang by their knees and throw the other 3 pretzels back and forth in the air, in the empty and circumambient air. So far, so good. Then they argue, fuss, dispute, wrangle. Which 2 shall hang by their knees, and which 3 shall be thrown back and forth in the empty and circumambient air? All 5 want to be the 2 that hang by their knees. None of them wants to be one of the 3 thrown back and forth. So they say, let's forget it. Now they decide instead they will ride on the heads of the first 5 elephants in the vast, mammoth, stupendous parade of the elephants. On billboards, people will see on each elephant 1 dazzling, glittering little pretzel in pink tights, bowing and throwing kisses, 1 kiss with the right hand and the other kiss with the left hand. Yes, so they decide. And just before the first elephant comes out leading the parade, the man with a big musical megaphone calls, the 5 marvelous pretzels. So far, so good. Then comes the argument. Who should ride on the head of the first elephant? Who should be the first one to come out bowing and throwing kisses to the audience? They argue, fuss, dispute, wrangle, and at last decide whoever rides the first elephant today rides the last elephant tomorrow. Then they see the man outside, brushing snow off his right shoulder with his left hand, brushing snow off his left shoulder with his right hand, shaking snow off his hat and putting his hat back on his head. And the man walks into the store and comes out with the 5 pretzels in a paper sack and walks along the street in the falling snow. Big white snowflakes on his shoulders, on his hat. And does he know as he walks along in the falling snow what happens that afternoon and evening among the pretzels? No. Does he know he has in a paper sack the 5 marvelous pretzels? No. Does he know they decided to go with a circus and be trapeze actors and then change their minds? No. Does he know they decide instead they will ride on the heads of 5 elephants and bow and throw kisses while thousands of people laugh and cheer and cry, look, here come the 5 marvelous pretzels? No. Then what does the man know about what the 5 pretzels want to be? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Which shows how ignorant some people are.
The rutabaga stories. I can't define the word magic, but it's in there for me. And I hope that your child doesn't miss the fun of knowing them. Carl Sandburg was born 77 years ago down in Galesburg, Illinois. Maybe he learned about kids by being himself a very typical little boy in a very typical little town. Charlie Krantz, his cousin and boyhood companion, recalls a day when Carl was just 6 years old.
The bees were sitting outside, and he took a brush. He thought that was flies. And
He walks up along them, and the hives was about that close together. He knocked them bees off, and they got on. Why, if it wouldn't have been for my dad, they'd have killed him. The bees got on that kid, and he was just black with them, and they stung him. We thought he was going to die. Horse and buggy days, them days, there was no way getting to town, no doctor right here. So they doctored him up the best they could, and he hollered for an hour. And you couldn't blame the kid. They stung my dad so he couldn't see for a couple of days. You know, them bees, they're poison.
Young Sandberg's education was very unorthodox, about as unorthodox as he is himself. He did go to grade school, but then he stopped for 7 years. And then he went to college, went to Lombard College in Galesburg. The people who remember him about that time cannot truthfully say that they were impressed very much. Alice Henderson knew Carl from boyhood days.
Well, he was very much as he is now. Pretty serious, always pretty serious. Inclined to be interested in affairs of the day and what was going on. He liked to dance, and he always wanted me to save a waltz for him. I'd say he was a typical young man. I never thought that he was particularly interested in girls. But I don't mean that he didn't like it. He liked to dance and things like that, but I never remember of his ever dating any particular girl. Oh, some young chaps at that age don't think of anything else, you know, but I think Carl probably was thinking of his future and things of that kind. I don't think of any of his contemporaries at the time really felt that Carl was going to do so much. I think that Professor Wright probably began to realize that.
Father had a little club.
Professor Wright's son, Quincy Wright of Chicago University.
A club with about... I set up a good deal of it in 8-point Casino Roman myself and ran off the pages on the hand press. And I saw a great deal of Sandberg. He and Father were very, very close friends. Of course, Sandberg was a student at Lombard. He was a good basketball player, by the way. I remember he was a great basketball player on the Lombard basketball team. Later, after he left Lombard, and I think that was about 1902 or 3, he worked for a time in the fire department. And you see him sitting outside the fire department. He didn't have too much business in Galesburg. And he thought that was a good job because he could sit back and write poetry between fires.
I read a good many of Carl's things.
Again, Alice Henderson.
But I don't remember that any of them impressed me very greatly at that time. I probably wasn't old enough or mature enough to appreciate them. I think I'm not old enough or mature enough to appreciate some of the things Carl writes now. I think some of the things are beautiful, just beautiful, but some of the things I think are beyond me. I don't have the understanding of them. I wonder sometimes what he meant by them. I have felt that I'd like to discuss them with him, but I haven't had the opportunity for one thing, and another thing, I don't think he likes to discuss them. At least he said he didn't like to have people ask him what he meant by this. He said, I'll tell you what he said. He said when he wrote, he knew and God knew, but now only God knew what he meant. We always sat here and read in the evening. My husband used to get a copy of Sandberg, and he'd sit down and read, and then he'd be chuckling, and then I'd have to sit and listen. And he'd say, why, there's a lot in this, he'd say. You got to kind of study it out. But he said, my, isn't there a lot in that? And he just enjoyed it. Some people, well, I'd say that probably there was a bit of jealousy of a hometown boy to think that he had gone along so far ahead of them all. Other people admire him very much. In general, I think that I find more people admiring Carl Sandberg away from Galesburg than I do just around Galesburg.
She's bounded by the Wabash, the Ohio, and the lakes. She's crawfish in the swampy lands, the milk sick and the shakes. But these are slight diversions, and take not from the joy of living in this garden land, the state of Illinois.
Read Carl Sandburg will continue after a little pause here for station identification.
Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross at Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois.
In between grade school and college, Carl took to the road, and he loved it on the road. He hopped freight trains and worked as a waiter in Keokuk, as a field hand out in Kansas. And he met everybody, petty thieves and panhandlers and all sorts of types. Some men who have achieved some eminence often try to minimize the, what shall I say, less glamorous events of their past. But in Carl's book, Always the Young Stranger, he wrote a whole chapter about this excursion. Its heading is called Hobo.
I wandered and I groped. It's a long story. I headed back after 2 or 3 years of wandering and groping. I headed back from a town in New Jersey for Illinois, but I got stopped in Allegheny. I was arrested at McKee's Rocks, charged with riding on a railroad train without a ticket. It was a coal gondola. And I got 10 days in the Allegheny County Jail, but that's a long, short story. Some of the first poetry that I wrote was in my wandering and groping years. And I've thrown away most of it. What of it I have kept, I keep to laugh at.
And so the road finally led to Chicago. I've told you how he got started there, but for romantic interest, I better tell you that Sandburg fell in love twice in his life. As a boy, he fell in love first with Abraham Lincoln. And as a young man, he fell in love with Lillian Steichen.
One day I was visiting my folks.
Edward Steichen, the photographer.
On their farm, 3 miles out of Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. And my father had taken the buggy and driven into town. And my mother informed me that Lillian was coming home today. And while she was doing this, she was fussing with a huge ham in the oven, basting it carefully. And she says, Lillian is bringing a man with her. And then my father drove up the buggy, and Lillian got out. And the man with a dark bang hanging down over one eye, that bang which now looks like a big blob of snow on the top of a pine tree. And my father was scratching his head, and I knew perfectly well what he was saying to himself. And it was, my God, another artist in the family. And my mother was all in a dither. She thought that a poet would be something perfectly marvelous in the family. My sister rustled out in the kitchen to prove what a good little houseworker she was. And I don't believe there ever was a ham in all of history that had such a thorough basting. Well, a couple of months later, they were hitched, and I acquired a brother.
Now began the pursuit of Lincoln. Sandburg rummaged through Chicago's bookstores, through the great wealth of myth and fact surrounding the 16th president.
He used to visit all the old bookshops in search of the material that interested him.
Vincent Sterrett.
I can see him now as I saw him then. His gaunt frame bent over a 10-cent bin, his gray forelock falling into his eyes. Old Carl, we called him even then, 40 years ago, because of his gray hair. There was an old bookstore in Clark Street over the river that he used to visit looking for Lincoln material. Outside the door there was a bin of old bound magazines, Harper's, Century's, Atlantic's, and so on, that contained a lot of Civil War stuff. They were quarter volume. The trough was a bit low, so Carl used to seat himself cross-legged on the sidewalk while he hunted through the old magazines for reminiscences of his hero. When he found one, he would rip out the relevant pages and take them inside. But, of course, he always paid for the whole book. There must be many people still living who remember the gray-haired poet sitting on the sidewalk in Clark Street looking for those old magazines, looking for Lincoln material for the great book that he was going to write. In those days, I was a collector of old books, first editions and rare books of every kind, and I managed to excite quite a number of the newspaper men in my hobby, but not Carl. He was never a convert to that sort of antiquarianism. He bought books copiously. He was a wonderful accumulator of books, but they were tools, not vanities, not something to boast about. They were things to read and study and understand. He didn't care a hoot in hell, he told me, for first editions as such. But he was a prodigious reader with a profound interest in history.
Lincoln wrote a message to Congress in 1862 in December. He was proposing that Congress should enact a measure by which the slaves could be bought in the border slave states that had not seceded from the Union. It would make for goodwill. It would shorten the time of the war, he felt. And he wrote, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. The fiery trial through which we pass will let us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present." Will that sentence go for today? The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present. And he added, "We must think anew, we must act anew, we must disenthrall ourselves."
The search for Lincoln material never paused, and as the demand grew for Carl Sandburg to come and sing and lecture and talk, he traveled all across the country. But wherever he was, just as soon as the lecture ended, he hurried over to the local library to continue his hunt for material. In Chicago, he set up headquarters in a bookshop owned by his friend, Ralph Newman.
Carl thinks out every word and every phrase, and he constantly works over the things he has written. He is never satisfied. I recall him telling me when he was nearing the end of the Lincoln story that he could keep on polishing and shining and improving this indefinitely, never finish. But there comes a time when an author must say to himself, perhaps this is as good as I've got a right to let this work become. Otherwise, it'll never be printed. He does his best work late in the day. He very seldom is up and working before noon. I don't think he does any writing until, perhaps the middle of the afternoon, and then works on as late as he feels like it, into the early hours of the morning. He smokes cigars, and he smokes any kind of cigar, as far as I can tell. He cuts a cigar in half, and then smokes each half down to the most minute butt. I don't think that there's any human being in the world who has ever smoked a cigar down to the minute dimension
But Carl does. It's something almost imperceptible when he's through with it.
And bit by bit, he found his material. And bit by bit, he wrote down the story of Lincoln and of the Civil War. And what emerged was a unique, monumental history of that period.
Sandberg's 6 volumes on Lincoln.
Bruce Catton, historian and editor of the American Heritage.
Taking him from his birth to the end of his life. Cover ground that's been covered by a great many biographers. Dozens and dozens of lives of Lincoln have been written. A great many more will be written in the generations to come. I doubt if any of them will get at the real truth of the man as well as Sandberg has done, even though you can go through Sandberg's 6 volumes and find errors of facts, misinterpretations, things that a more careful scholar would correct. That doesn't really make any difference. What Sandberg did was get in underneath and bring the brooding, evocative quality of Lincoln out into the open so you can feel it and touch it. When you get through, you feel that you really knew what this man was about and how it was that he was able to speak for this country in such a deathless way.
There's no other history of the time that tells us so much about people.
Alan Nevins, historian.
Great and small, mean and heroic, funny and tragic, civilian and military, period-sided activity. Historians, I think, are always viewed with a certain amount of suspicion. We turn to the pages of Carl's book on Lincoln, and we find there how Lincoln regarded them. Reception, where a friend of the president's out the figure of one of America's chief historians. I've always supposed it must have been George Bancroft. See, said the friend, there stands our greatest historian. No man has plunged deeper into the sacred fount of learning, said Lincoln, and no man has come up drier. But there are historians and historians, and we can say of Carl that no man has plunged deeper into the...
And again, Harvey Bright.
He's never wavered. He's written the best that he could write. He's had considerable talent, although the quality and the degree of the talent can be debatable. I would have liked him to have been my uncle, or my father, or my grandfather. I would have argued with him a lot, as his nephew, or as his grandson. The trouble is now that Carl Sandburg has reached such heights that through his efforts, through his work, and God knows I think he deserves them, the heights, it's hard for me to argue with him now. And that would be my only basic criticism of Carl Sandburg. That I am happy he's around, and I'm happy that he's written what he's written, and I think it will be memorable and permanent. But when I relate myself to him, I find that because of all this, I cannot be completely honest with him. I'm afraid that I might hurt him, or afraid that I might touch some delicate spot. I'm aware, for example, that it is possible that he and Robert Frost, say, aren't the good friends that one might hope they would be, and that if I said that I admired Frost, it is entirely possible that Carl Sandburg might disapprove of me. So I find myself holding back, whereas I wouldn't with Cummings, or with even, say, T.S. Eliot. Perhaps that's my one feeling, that as the American genius type grows older, he congeals a little and demands from his friends and from his elderly that they subscribe to everything that the master feels.
There was a young left-wing musician who tried to sell Sandburg into letting him adapt one of Carl's books into an American opera.
Again, Leonard Lyons.
Sandburg didn't like his pinkish politics and turned him down. Burgers read Karl Marx. Karl Marx. Sandburg replied, slowly and deliberately, employing, as he always does, the dramatic pause, like a man with much to remember and stores of wisdom on which to draw. My boy, he said, I read Karl Marx when I was a fireman in Galesburg, years before you were born. I took that job, incidentally, because it gave me an opportunity to read. Yes, I read Karl Marx, but I didn't stop reading after that. And, my boy, I'm still reading. Still reading. I saw Carl Sandburg recently at the home of Robert E. Sherwood, a meeting of two men who'd won Pulitzer Prizes for works on Lincoln. Soon after Sherwood's Abe Lincoln in Illinois had opened on Broadway, Sandburg phoned the playwright and said he'd like to see his play. He asked for 2 tickets, one for himself, the other for Sherwood. At the end of the first act, Sandburg said to the playwright, "Mr. Sherwood, this is your interpretation of Lincoln." And when the last act opened with the Lincoln-Douglas debate, Sandburg listened and then beamed, "Mr. Sherwood, that's my Lincoln."
One very December day,
Robert Sherwood,
he telephoned me and said, "Let's go for a walk." So I went down to the Harcourt Brace office, and we started off. It was now late in the afternoon, dark, and bitter cold. And Carl is quite a walker. He really strides out. And we walked from 45th Street and Madison Avenue to Central Park and far up into Central Park. And I can tell you, I was getting pretty weary, but Carl showed no sign whatsoever of quitting the walk. He said to me, he said, "Now, I don't know whether there is such a thing as the life hereafter, whether the honored dead are still with us." He said, "But assuming that there is a life hereafter, let us imagine that the immortal spirit of Abraham Lincoln is hovering over us and watching us at this moment. Now, Bob, what do you think is his opinion of the two of us?" And I was sort of startled by this question. And I said, "Well, Carl, if I were you, I wouldn't worry." Then we walked on in silence, and finally I was so tired and so cold that I said, "Carl, if the immortal spirit of Abraham Lincoln is hovering over us, what do you think he'd say to the proposition that we go someplace and have a drink?" Well, Carl walked on in silence for several minutes. I thought he just was ignoring my question. And finally he said in that beautiful booming voice of his, "I think he'd approve." So we suited the word to the action.
Sandburg has received many tributes, Pulitzer Prizes, degrees from many universities. A high school has been named for him. His birthplace in Galesburg has been restored. And the greatest of all was and is the love of the American people, because he's very much the poet of all of us as Americans.
When Abraham Lincoln was shoveled into the tombs, he forgot the copperheads and the assassin. In the dust, in the cool tombs. And Ulysses Grant lost all thought of con men and Wall Street. Cash and collateral turned ashes. In the dust, in the cool tombs. Pocahontas' body, lovely as a poplar, sweet as a red haw in November or a pawpaw in May. Did she wonder, does she remember, in the dust, in the cool tombs? Take any street full of people buying clothes and groceries, cheering a hero or throwing confetti and blowing tin horns. Tell me if the lovers are losers. Tell me if any get more than the lovers. In the dust, in the cool tombs.
Well, that's the end of our story, except for one little remark I'd like to say. It's just that Sandburg is going to be remembered, I believe, when we are, all of us, in the dust, in the cool tunes.
Ezekiel weep, Ezekiel mourn, flesh come a creeping off Ezekiel bones. Church, I know